Cause this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And this is a week of breaking NBA news. We got the new Mavs coach yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour. And while you were sleeping, Giannis finally got dealt. And the Luka comparisons are going to start all over again. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Giannis and Bobby Portis to the Miami Heat. Miami wins the sweepstakes over the Massholes, and in exchange, going back to Milwaukee, Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, 3 first-round picks, including number 13 in tonight's draft, 1 pick swap, and 1 second-rounder. The Giannis saga is finally over.
And, he gets to go to the place where he seemingly wanted to go, or one of the handful of places that he wanted to go. Pat gets his name, his superstar, and now, good luck. I don't know how the hell they're going to build around him. I mean, they're going to hope that it's Miami, and they can just attract people there because it's South Beach. Because Milwaukee was doing a terrible job being able to build around it, but they've got nothing now. Like, they don't have any resources to build around Giannis, and I feel somewhat bad for the guys having to go to Milwaukee without Antetokounmpo there. But this is what they wanted. It's what he wanted. Miami wanted a star. Miami's a town where you've got to have superstars. You can't just have a good team of Jaime Jaquez's out there and get people into that building with their linen pants. It doesn't work, Peyton. It doesn't work. Now they've got a guy, but I don't know how they're going to be able to build around him.
Because they always do. They always get people. They're Miami, and
I feel like they don't.
I think if you look back over the years, they won their Hassan Whiteside sweepstakes.
Whoa.
They went out. They got historically look over 20 effing years. Chop, like they go out there. They get Shaq. They get Hassan Whiteside. They get LeBron James. They get Chris Bosh. They get Jimmy Butler. They always win every single sweepstakes they get into every single time, and they'll do it again. They'll build around him the same sort of way. They'll find some disgruntled star who doesn't want to be where they are and who's told them, "I'd like to go play in South Beach," and what they'll end up doing is they'll end up getting them for a discount. It's the same way they've always built around teams.
I don't see it. I'm certainly looking at this starting lineup, and I think Pat Riley, I'm not going to say got taken advantage. Well, to a degree, Pat Riley had to do this because while they may sign some of those free agents, I feel personally Pat Riley has been striking out a lot as of late. And there's always, the Pat Riley, Jerry West, GM God memes, and then when ultimately Miami doesn't get the big trade for superstar, Pat Riley gets brought up as, do you need to hang it up? Come on, man, this Mickey Arison thing, this partnership is over, you're way past your prime, and I feel like, Milwaukee took advantage of Pat Riley having to make a move like this, because when I look at the projected starting lineup for the Heat, I'm with you, RJ, in terms of Miami, and I said this yesterday, Giannis, Bam, Andrew Wiggins, Norman Powell, Davion Mitchell.
I like Bam. Wiggins, I don't even know. But I'll say this. Riles has gone to, the NBA Finals with 3 different top dogs in 20 years. He had the Wade run, then he had the LeBron run, and then the Jimmy Butler run, where he went to a final. So he's been able to kind of reinvent the wheel. But that Jimmy Butler title run in the bubble feels like so long ago.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't, it's only, half a decade ago. It feels like an eternity ago. And it feels like the Heat and Riley have completely made every wrong move since.
Oh, it feels like every year they're like an 8 or 9 seed. And,
right.
and they surprised the Jimmy year as well. Last year, lost first round. The year before that, lost first round. The year before that, they won the first round. Did they go to the finals?
Yeah, right. Was it Denver?
Denver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes. They went to the finals twice with Butler. Forgot about this second.
They went to the finals a second time?
Yeah. Forgot about that.
That's why Jokic's title is fake.
Anyway.
Bobby Goodwill.
How about the return?
Look, you get a lot of picks. Even the 13th pick in this year's draft is better than what we got for Luka on its own. You get a lot of picks. Fine, you get depth, Hero, Ware, Hawkeyes. I mean, you get some depth guys. These are rotational players that a lot of. If this is like a good team, you would love to have those guys on your solid team. They're not holes. The draft picks is to me what really this is about, and they get a lot of them. That's a lot of picks.
I mean, they get a lot of picks, but like Tyler Hero's a good player. Jaime Jaquez is a good player. Jaime Jaquez almost won Sixth Man of the Year last year. They're gonna collect all those picks that were part of what they swapped out of, for getting Dame Lillard there. And so, I mean, for the Bucks, that's about as good of a return as I think you could get at this point.
Yeah.
When yesterday we were talking about it was like Hero and picks, I was like, no, I'd rather have Jaylen Brown and picks. But if it's going to be Hero and a bunch of other guys and picks, then it makes sense.
Yeah, they're going to wake up in Boston this morning and say, how did we lose out? And what do we do with Jaylen Brown now, who was talking about playing in another international league.
Right.
You never know what he's going to wake up and do or say on his Twitch stream. But why did the Celtics come up short here? And now what do we do with Jaylen? If I'm Brad Stevens, I'm just trying to talk him down. Jaylen, after the season, said, we're cool. I'm good with Brad Stevens. I'm good with the Celtics organization. I think you try to calm that down. Look at this year as a fluke in terms of getting eliminated in the first round and say, we still have a better team than Miami. Like, the Boston Celtics are a better team than the Miami Heat. And I don't even have any hesitation in saying that. So I try to fix that situation, calm Jaylen, and wait for the next controversy.
Man,
keep him away from Beverly Hills.
I don't envy Brad Stevens here because, like Bobby said it when he walked in, it was like, what do they do? Because you got this disgruntled player who now it's out in the open. You were kind of actively shopping him.
Well, it's exactly what they tried to avoid, too. All the reports said they tried to avoid putting him in trade talks because they didn't want to get him back to him that he was being shopped. And now it's like, all right, we're going to put him in there. We feel confident. We're getting close. And now all of a sudden it's like, didn't fall through. Now you've got moody Jaylen Brown, and God knows if he's going to wake up today and be like, no, we're cool. Or if he's going to wake up and he's going to go,
I
burn it all down,
trade.
get me out of here, and you get no leverage now.
And what other win-now players, like, are the Celtics scrambling with a backup plan? What other win-now players are out there that you could deal Jaylen for? Because obviously the Celtics have to be in win-it mode as we speak.
I honestly, I don't know. Maybe.
I know Kyrie's not going back to Boston.
No.
But that would be sweet.
Yeah, I really don't know.
Why? That'd be the one, probably.
Yeah.
Like, I can't think of anybody else unless you also buy into Anthony Davis the way Nico Harrison did.
Now, and these players are on different. But let's just say Ant decides that he's all upset that Minnesota doesn't. They basically did a salary dump with Julius Randle.
He didn't seem that upset. He seemed like he wanted, he was happy to lose and shake the opponent's hand in their huddle.
But like when you see like a salary dump, it's like, all right, what am I doing here? Maybe he asked that. Who knows, right? But I don't know how that would work.
Julius Randle, what Choppy's referring to, and the number 28 pick in the draft goes to the Nets in a 3-team trade. Nick Claxton to the Bulls. The Timberwolves will acquire Brooklyn's 33 pick for Randle and number 28. As one of the Meatballs texts said, they said, man, I feel bad for Julius. He helped turn around the culture with the Knicks. He gets dealt. Now he's got to go right back to the city on the other team.
So
after they win the title.
So you trade Randle and 28, and all you get back is 33? I mean, that's like, if I'm I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
so,
it's salary dump.
Right.
They're just trying to get things straight financially.
Absolutely. So maybe that's an option.
Step it up, A-Rod.
Where it's somebody. That's right. We're at somebody that gets disgruntled and wants out. Other than that, I mean, the Celtics still a good team. They're still a quality team. It's just now you've got to deal with that. I don't envy that at all.
877-881-1053 with your immediate trade reaction to Giannis going to Miami. On the Frankel and Frankel fan text, the Washington Wizards also stay the Wizards as they signed Trae Young to an extension. Trae thought he could get paid more money by opting out to the humongous last year of the contract, and he was correct.
Wow, I was stunned. Was he goes from $49 a year to $53
for $212. He declined his $49 million option. The Wizards gave him $212 over 4, and that is why you stay the Washington Wizards. As one Tolo was like, what do you mean? What are you doing? They're trying to do something they haven't done for years. Yeah, what, be like not have a higher than top 5 pick? Did you look at it as, well, we traded for him, so we can't lose him? You traded basically nothing for him. Did you totally not pay attention to the way things ended in Atlanta and how the entire league backed off, hands up, and said, no thanks, we don't want any part of that? The Wiz go for over $200 million.
I did not realize at this point of his career he's a double-digit assist guy, like first career average at this point.
You didn't realize that after playing 82-0?
I knew how well.
He was a good 8-9 assists. Lock it in.
I knew he led the league in assists a couple years. I didn't realize that he's done it long enough now to where, because early on he was thought of as like being just that's a guy who'll get 7-8 assists, but he's going to put up 40 points on 40 shots. And this is like, now he's like gotten to the point where, all right, he's actually like up to 10 assists for his career. It's just he's also going to Caitlin Clark turn it over 5 times a game is what it looks like. But he's just such a
chucker.
I think of him as Gilbert Arenas. Like just where it's like, all right, you're going to get yours, but you're going to get yours on as many shots as it takes.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't understand this one at all. I look at the roster, like
15 games last year. And so they played.
Yeah, when the Wizards got the number 1 pick, there's an excitement there.
Sure, because they got, Sarr he's like a 16 or 17 point guy. Anthony Davis is what he is. I liked Trey Johnson at Texas. If he hits and he figures himself out, he could be a halfway decent player. Trey is, again, he's a chucker. And then you get the number 1 pick, and maybe you get AJ, maybe you get Darren, whatever you decide to go with. You have an opportunity to have a high ceiling guy. It's just I can't. That's an unwatchable team still. Like it would be a maddening team to be a fan of because AD and will AD and Trae Young combine for 82 games?
Are they going to give AD his extension?
The question is, if it's will AD and Trae Young combine for 82 games, it's will Trae Young play 82 games, which the answer is no.
So that's where we stand with the breaking news overnight on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That was a fun Rangers opener in Miami, thanks to about 10,000 extra fans there for the Marlins game. We have the NBA draft tonight. We have someone from the Detroit Free Press breaking down the new Mavs hire and who are they going to select. Oh, yeah, and history made in Arlington. It's all on the way with the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ next.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fauché into the glove, sets at the chest. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Line drive, right field. That's a base hit. It gets by Sanoja, goes all the way to the wall. Nimmo is in to score. Berger being held at third. RBI double for Alejandro Osuna. And the Rangers surge ahead here, 3-2.
Hixie with the call in the 8th inning on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. It's DFW Sports Station. Diaz with a sacrifice fly to score. Berger to make it 4-2. And then the bullpen on fumes grinds one out against the Marlins in Miami with a 10,000 fan increase to take in little American baseball, and the Rangers get one to start off the road trip.
Man, they no Scotland, no party. That's what the shirt says. That's what their chant says. It's fun. They're a traveling band, and apparently of the 3 games that the Tartan Army has gone to, 2 have been Ranger games. They went to a Fenway game, a Yankee Stadium game, and now they've made their way to Miami. Got to see Marlins Park. You know, we're
the world's team,
right? When you're coming over to the U.S. and you're like, what baseball stadiums do I really need to see? Lone Depot Park is high on the list. It's got to be one of those top.
Don't think that was the determining factor.
And yeah, I know it may have something to do with Scotland playing in Miami, but
I just want to see them storm the bars after 2 in South Beach.
Oh,
like the overhead views of the march on Fair Park, or in Miami yesterday, heading into the game. They're on the outfield yesterday, and who makes the call? And what bar are they hitting first, second, third, and fifth?
They had a concert, out before the game out there, right outside the stadium, and I don't like all these bars. I've consumed my algorithm on TikTok and Instagram completely changed over the last week. It went from like really, really weird stuff like breastfeeding, Peyton, to nothing but Scotland at the bar. That's what it has been. That's how much Scotland I have consumed over the last week. And it is, I really want to be at a bar with these people. Like, I really do. Like, this is like my new life goal is to find a bar. I don't know where they all go, how they all decide where to go. It's a treat.
They're putting our fandom to shame.
Oh, it's too shame.
That's because they're actually experiencing a real sport for the first time in their lives. They go see a baseball game. They're like, oh, this is how great sports can be.
We'll get to that in a second. Kumar Rocker with a career high in strikeouts. Bastick said, I don't know every pitcher who's throwing tonight thought Major League Baseball, but I have a hard time believing someone has a better pitch going than Rocker's slider last night.
When that slider's on, it's one of the better pitches in baseball. It's absolutely filthy, and the Marlins had been probably the hottest team in baseball this month.
8-game home winning streak snapped,
and they've been beating good teams. Like they beat Tampa Bay in a series. They've handled Arizona recently. I think they won a couple games against Philly. Like they've been really, really strong, and this is 2 nights in a row where it's Zeke Duran on the relay throwing somebody out at home and saving a run, and now he's doing stuff more than just at the plate. But I mean, last night was at the plate too. He hits that home run to put him up 2-0.
To have 9 strikeouts in 76 pitches, that's incredible efficiency. Incredible, and it's not like he was just mowing him down. I mean, like he gave up some hits.
Yeah,
he got popped for a couple of runs in what is the 4th or 5th inning, whatever, 4th inning, whatever. Well, 5th inning, and then obviously he doesn't. They use the opener, which is something that has been around baseball for several years now, and it always still throws me off a little bit.
I hate the opener. It's one of the things I hate most about baseball right now.
I don't like it, but it appears that it works for certain guys. It does appear that it works for certain guys, and maybe Rocker's one of them.
And then Latz running on fumes.
But this is a throwback closer, Goose Gossage, Lee Smith, these guys who would throw multiple innings at the back end of games, has that ability. He is like, he's not going to be like this all-time great closer or anything. He's not going to be the closer here of the future, I don't think either. Right? I think it's not like this is a role he is thrust into this year.
Why can't he be?
What's that?
Why can't he be?
I just don't know that they want him to just be the closer. Maybe he will. I don't know. I just think like this is like something he is thrust into.
I don't know if they want him to be a rotational starter.
They may not. Yeah, they may not. I just feel like it's something he's thrust into this year that he is maximizing. And maybe he does become the closer of the future. I don't know.
He has a .62 whip now.
What's his age?
30. So it's like Gagne. It's around when Gagne really clicked as a closer.
But his ability to have so many pitches, he's got a starter's arsenal.
Yeah.
Starters have 3-4 pitches. Bullpen guys have 2.
Well, last night you saw it in a big at bat. I loved Mike going pitch for pitch, the way he would set it up here, and Latz to a changeup. And Mike's like, there's your starter arsenal going to that surprise when you're sitting there thinking about the other two.
And it's not like he throws 88. You know, he's got good velocity, like really good. He's tremendous back there. I love seeing him back there. I feel like a calm. You know, bases could be loaded when he comes in the 8th inning, which a lot of people don't like coming in dirty innings. And he seems to have no problem with it. And he comes in and he gets out of the inning and then he mows them down to the 9th. The 9th inning was so relaxing.
No, it wasn't.
The 9th?
No, it wasn't relaxing at all.
He had that.
It was dramatic.
He had that meltdown against Arizona when he had to pitch on back-to-back days. That one where he came in and we had talked about it the day before. It's like, well, you ended up having to use Latz. Hopefully you don't need him tonight. And he melts down, and then he goes out there and he gave up 3 runs. But if you take out that appearance, he has had one appearance since April 15th where he allowed a run. One time. There's nobody better right now at the back end of a game than Jacob Latz.
And let me go back on it. Like, from a box score standpoint, it was 1-2-3. For me watching, and maybe Mike was getting in my head too much, it felt like he was laboring through every at-bat because he was struggling so much with what he had left.
He didn't have the put-away pitch, right?
Yeah.
His arm was...
Got 2 strikeouts in the ground
right?
out. Yeah.
He was tired. But like, you know, there was never a runner in scoring position. There was never a real threat. It was just he didn't have that put away pitch.
All-time history made in Arlington. Were you there?
Now Medina pulled back here. Let's see run. Messi! History in Dallas. 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
Fox and FIFA with the audio after Messi misses the penalty kick for the record. He ends up breaking it anyway. It's a 1-0 game at half. He gets number 2 in the second half. All 5 Argentina goals scored in the tournament belong to him, and they easily advance. Austria just could not get a shot off. I would know because I was betting the over-under with the goalkeeper.
Austria shots?
On the goalkeeper stops.
Okay. Yeah. I texted my neighbor who's from Argentina. I was like, dude, we're going to watch the game. He goes, yeah, I'm watching it. He goes, but I'm watching it. I'm watching the Argentina feed, so it'd be in Spanish. And then he's like,
well, you got your non-American announcer right there on the call.
That's right. That's right. He goes, this is a walk in the park game. Yeah, that's my theory. But like, I don't like non-American announcers on American television. You know, we've got our own, except in soccer. It just doesn't sound right.
They tried to fit. Oh, he's like Jalen Brunson. It's like,
yeah, a lot of
don't force.
A lot of
analogy.
Short jokes. A lot of short commentary. The little man in the cleats.
Yeah, and you know, an Englishman just sounds better to me on soccer as the announcer. But
little Leo,
this is the dude's a treat. He is insane. He really is. And it was all, you know, Haaland had 2 goals, and Mbappe had 2 goals yesterday. And Messi, like this.
Yeah, Mbappe's going to catch him.
I know. He really is. I mean, he's only a handful behind, and he's going to wind up catching. A
handful of goals behind, it may take him 12 years.
It might. You never know. But not the way he is scoring. That dude's awesome, too. But Messi is such a treat. You sit back, and I've run out of things to say.
Yeah.
About him. He's just like, oh, my God.
He just delivers again. It's so fun betting on him. It's automatic. You can take higher than a half a goal or assist. He's usually the first. Well, he's the only damn goal scorer right now for Argentina. But first goal scorer, a lot of the prop bet sites say go ahead and take that. Is he going to go ahead and score one? It's automatic with it. You're going to get it again Saturday in Arlington at 9 p.m. And now... The grouch.
I'm not the grouch.
You're a grouch this morning.
How am I a grouch?
You're grouchy.
I'm not
You're moody.
grouchy.
No more going out for you on a weeknight. Snap out of it. I gave you the first segment for your cobwebs.
Yeah.
No more going out on a
I'm
weeknight.
not grouchy.
You're grouchy. I've been reading on your face.
I was back home at like 7:30 last night.
Well, you didn't sleep well.
Are you upset
yeah.
that Jaime Jaquez got traded? That's what it is?
Yeah, I was disappointed to see him go. No, this is have you ever heard of malicious compliance, Sean?
No.
Malicious compliance is the idea of, I'll comply, and it's going to hurt that I'm going to comply. And Sean's wanted me to watch some of these World Cup games, and I could tell about 2 minutes into sending messages to the group text that this qualified as malicious compliance for Sean. So I enjoyed it. It was great. It was so fun watching a game where 45 minutes into it, they're going, and the big moment of the match, of course, is that miss by Messi. That's the moment. The moment is the miss by Messi. That's you've got a goofy sport.
I will say this real quick. NFL fans, it's usually happening against your team, but they always get on Romo or Aikman because they're always covering the Chiefs, right? Mm-hmm. It's a slobber fest, right? There's always this gif of how Collinsworth is going to squeeze Mahomes into a Sunday night call in Kansas City's not even playing. I wonder if soccer fans feel that way about Messi because that was a slobber
They
fest.
all love him, though. They don't. None of them seem to like. There's some Pat Mahomes villain angle for people. Like it doesn't seem like there's one.
You
for
mean
Messi.
like the fans all love him?
Like the soccer fans all just seem like, oh, Messi, you're the greatest. Oh my gosh, the goal. He's now the World Cup's greatest goal scorer, and that's still somehow just one more than Roberto Kelly hit home runs in 1998 as a part-time player for the Rangers.
Kelly.
But he's the greatest of all time.
Comparing home runs. You came in here the other day. Shut up for a second.
That second goal was so stupid.
You came in here the other day and you were like, he does deliver.
He does.
Every single time he's on. You got to admire that about him.
Kick.
And now you're coming in here bitching about it.
If it's a penalty kick, he's not going to fall through. No, that second goal was, I was sitting there the whole time going like, kick the ball out of there. That just feels like y'all are going to let him like, hold on. He's just kick it towards him a little bit, let him get another shot.
That wasn't a garbage goal. His second goal in the first game was, wasn't he? Are you restocked? Are you not stocked up?
I'm stocked.
You're stocked up.
Stocked,
sure you're
baby.
stocked
Let's
up.
go.
Stock up on Messi after his 9th goal, setting the record for the most goals of all time.
So your full soccer analysis is what?
I genuinely watch it. I go, this is a troll job. There's no way people watch this and enjoy it. No freaking way. Where most of the time, there is 70 seconds of action in the whole game.
Look,
in the whole match.
The falling is nonstop.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
like anybody,
it is.
Yeah, him especially. You're the biggest faker. You cannot tell me you hate SGA and it's awful basketball, then watch soccer and go, it is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I didn't say it's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, right now you're acting like it is.
I enjoy it.
You said it's going to take over if the U.S. wins.
I didn't say it's going to take over.
Later segment, but you are loving the action.
I love the.
You said you're ditching baseball for it.
Yeah, like I'm not really watching regular season.
And baseball's your favorite sport.
It is.
The flopping doesn't hit you like SGA over and over again.
I think it's different because I think I don't mind flopping in the NBA. Like I don't mind.
That's the problem. It's not even just flopping. It is acting like you've been shot in the face when somebody just like touches you.
Yeah,
How's it
it's
different?
Ridiculous.
Oh, well, I thought you did mind flopping. You killed the Thunder and SGA
I don't like that SGA. It's not offense. I don't mind flopping on defense. I don't mind flopping. Like I don't mind flopping when you're taking a charge. I don't mind flopping. When you're driving the hoop to get fouled. My problem with SGA is he's dribbling near the free throw line and he just throws his arms up in the air.
But every single soccer player with the ball on their foot goes down like they've been sniped. Every one. What's the difference?
Again, they do, in a sense.
Not in a sense, they do.
Yeah, but they do get touched, right? They do get touched. I just don't like when you're trying to get a foul. I don't like basketball when your whole thing there is I'm just trying to get fouled. That's what I have a problem with. That's what I have a problem with in basketball. I don't like when you're just trying to get fouled.
He delivers again, despite Orlando Belt in here, the Grouch, on a Tolo Tuesday. And if
What's
you
the
were,
reference?
What's that?
What's the reference?
Orlando
Orlando.
Scandrick. Very Grouch.
got it.
He was the Grouch.
Got it.
Let us know if you were there, and I think you actually may have gotten your money's worth because you can say you saw all the history, even after the missed penalty kick. Why are people willing to get forehead tats, heads in toilets, and they're willing to climb Everest? All for what? Peyton Russell has it in PP in the morning after this.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It's Tuesday at 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning. Every single Tuesday at this time. And guys, what would you do for some extra cash in your pockets? I'll tell you what you might have to do soon. Apparently, there's a new website out there where you submit videos of yourself doing certain activities, and you get rewarded with crypto as a form of payment. The website is pump.fun.com.
What is it?
Pump.fun. You're having fun while you're pumping, Bobby. Bobby's going to submit some videos. He might already have some on there. The Twitter account for this website has nearly 700,000 followers already. It's been going on for a little under a month now. And I was looking, I looked it up on Twitter, and I followed someone that follows this account. And you know who it was? Josina Anderson. So maybe she will get some talk about some tattoos here. Yeah.
Just careful. Let's slow down a little.
And so here are some of the examples of what people are asked to do. Individuals have been told to submit videos of them like dunking their head in toilets, climbing Mount Everest, and even getting forehead tattoos. And believe it or not, some people have actually gotten the forehead tattoos permanently, obviously, on their forehead. Now, the tattoos across the forehead, it's interesting because it's not just a cool image of what you want to do. It's, you don't just pick something out like, oh yeah, I'll put, my mom or something on my forehead. It's what they tell you to do. The website has said to get certain crypto meme coin names written across your forehead. So like back when Dogecoin was really popular, that's something like you would get a tattooed across your forehead. So Sean, I think if you had a meme coin out there, it would be Sean or maybe Tolo out there. Hurtado. You put Hurtado out there. So you would do like the money sign and then you put Tolo across your forehead and you would get rewarded some money from that. And actually one man from the Philippines won $15,000 worth of crypto for tattooing bounty.fun on his forehead. So there's some money in this if you want to do it. Now, if there's other ways to do this, some, they just have you written a crypto coin across your chest and you dump milk on it and you get like $50 or whatever. So it's something like that. Since the website started doing this on June 4th of this year, they have paid out over $370,000 worth of crypto, and there's still about $200,000 left to be dished out among the remaining 270 open bounties for people to choose from.
This
Enjoy it while it lasts.
is for Eric Chiafalo. Keep Eric far, far away from this website, as he'll say, oh, you want me to go ahead and take shots of Elmer's glue? I'll do it.
Yeah.
$50? Anything?
Anything for $50.
Anything? Keep Chiafalo away from this. This was built for
Peyton
him.
away.
He could clean up. Yeah, that's right.
Peyton goes, I told Peyton to take off his shirt to be in solidarity with like Corey Majors, and he goes, no, absolutely not. I was like, I'll give you $50. And he goes, okay. And he like ripped it off and ran in there. As soon as you just throw $50 out, he's doing it.
It was
Like,
easy.
$300 to go out in public wearing a gorilla suit. Chia follows in on that one, 100%. Sticking his face in the toilet for $70. I don't know that he's going to do that for $70.
I wouldn't dismiss it so
It doesn't have to be, pee water. It's just,
Clean can be
water.
clean toilet.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, look, if I just clean the
He's
toilet,
done much worse than put on a gorilla suit for $20.
Put your job on camera for $3,000. I mean, look, how bad's your job? What is your job?
How do they make sure it's paid out? Like that someone holds the money, and then once the middleman sees that you've executed completed the task, and they go ahead and ship it on over.
So that's the tricky thing, is that there's only like a few videos they'll take. So like if they say, all right, the first 5 people that send me videos of you dunking your head in water starting at 7 o'clock Eastern, you win. But if you're like the 6th person or 7th person to do it, you lose out. So you would just have to beat and some, will have over 100 winners, so you have a chance to win it. But some of the bounties can be good. Like there was one that, you have to go feed a stray cat or donate your clothes to Goodwill. And the cat winner, I think, got $71. And donate your clothes, you got $114 for it.
That's an idea. I can get all the stuff out of the garage.
Yeah.
What's the highest ask on there? That's what I would
50-something grand.
For
$57,000 to climb to the top of Mount Everest, which I mean,
If you die,
what's the rate of people who die going to Mount Everest?
A lot.
Like 40%?
It's high.
You could people want to parachute into a World Cup match, $50,000.
it says it's slightly under 1% for those who climb above base camp, the overall death rate.
The overall death rate, like the percentage isn't high because everybody tries to climb, but like they have like
1 to 2 deaths per 100 summits.
yeah, which is considering how many people try to climb it. There's
And that's how the site will get shut down if someone takes
Yeah.
the $50,000 bid.
somebody. The society has always shown somebody is going to always ruin this, and
Yeah.
so somebody will do something like, I want you to go out there, and they'll put some ridiculous thing out there, and it'll be a crime, and somebody will go do it, and it'll get it shut down.
Well, this is kind of sick, though. If Bobby won the lottery, this would be his enjoyment, sitting back in his chair, grouchy after a 6 p.m. dinner, and saying, "Dance for me, do it. Here you go, here you go, peasant."
Whoever can knock out Carter Freeman, $30,000. Whoever can knock out Carter Freeman, $30,000.
Right?
I'll do it for free.
That's right. Yeah, you're putting a hit on people.
So they've paid out, almost $400,000. It's been going on since June 4th, so less than a month now.
Fun pump fun.
Pump.fun, Bobby. That's what you got to type in. Just make sure your web browser is private, but obviously not financial advice to people who want to.
I love how when I go to the site, it's so there's like a Teletubby up here and cartoon rhino. So it's like, yay, this is cool. This is Disney.
It's kid friendly, yeah. And then it's like, dunk your head in toilet water.
Yeah.
But all right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time, guys. A lot of people are worried that something might happen to the plane that they're flying on, but maybe you need to start worrying about the passengers you're flying with. There was an American Airlines flight on Sunday from Charlotte going to Philadelphia when a passenger started to go after other people on the flight. This is the audio of the pilot talking to air traffic control in Philly about what's going down on his flight.
American 3046, descend and maintain 6,000.
At 6,000, American 3046. And can you pass along, we need EMTs as well as law enforcement. I don't know if he's hallucinating, but he just bit a passenger and he's trying to fight everybody. So if we could have law enforcement, just as a precaution, to be with the EMTs.
American 3046, I will pass that along.
Thank you. What a day, huh?
American 3046, happy Father's Day. Contact final 125.4.
125.4 for American 3046. I'll be sure to tell my daughters about this one. We'll see you.
So he's biting people, and then he decides, you know what, I'm just going to fight everyone on the plane flight.
And then they were like, well, that's just Philly. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
What's the plane ratio of, like, this has never thankfully happened on any of my flights.
No kidding. I mean,
I look around and I'm like, who's the idiot? Who's going to be the dum-dum to do this? I wonder out of, 50 flights, out of 100 flights, how often? Like, what's the Everest percentage on something happening?
all right. We seem like we get a video every week.
Yeah.
But there's thousands of flights a week, so it's got to be very, very low, especially nowadays. Like everything is being filmed today, so you would see something. But, yeah, I can't remember seeing a passenger ever taken off of one of our flights. It's just, but this is who bites people?
Yeah.
What do you want? You want bath salts? What are you doing?
You want to fight everyone? Then it's like, this is when you just got to open the exit door. There's got to be a way to eject people off the plane.
Not in flight.
Yeah, well, there's got to be a safe way. Yeah, there's got to be a safe way. You fasten your seatbelt. Just put on the fasten your seatbelt sign.
That's what it's for, yeah.
But the pilot said he was unsure what triggered the incident for this person, but suggested the passenger may have been experiencing a mental health crisis. American Airlines did confirm on Monday that the passenger experienced a medical emergency and was assisted by a medical professional on board before the flight landed. So if the man did go, crazy on this flight, and if I was on it, it sucks, but you can't really go anywhere. If he wants to fight everyone, you're kind of just stuck there. And I feel like all the passengers have to just form together and be like, you know what, we can take this guy down. Let's just bully him up until, tie him with the hand ties or whatever in the corner, wait for people to get here. Yeah,
everyone's carrying their plastic
zip ties around.
They don't do that. The marshals on flight don't have hand ties anymore. Maybe that's just a movie thing.
Are there still marshals on flights? I have no idea. Are there still marshals on flights?
I don't know if they're on every flight, but there are marshals on some flights.
It's got to be easy to wrangle someone, though, on a plane because of the limited space. Yeah, 3 or 4 people jump over the seat, grab an arm.
Yep.
It should be done quickly, I would think.
Should.
Guys, last story here. Love is in the air in New York City after the Knicks won the NBA championship. And while the Knicks fans were celebrating during the parade last week, one couple decided to get engaged during the parade. Now, you would assume the guy and girl were just on the side of the streets, and then he got down one knee and he asked his girlfriend to marry him. That was not the case. The couple was already on top of a cop car celebrating, so he decided to do it right then and there. He got down on one knee on a cop car, and now the two are getting married. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what does the ring look like? Let's see what the ring looks like. Everyone see the ring. Apparently, this guy has money. This article states it was a 9.16 carat diamond. The man says it was a lot of money for it, at least 5 figures.
How much?
9.16 carat diamond. Don't think it was a real diamond. Think it was lab grown, but yeah, that's what the article says. 9.16 carat. And it's a big ring. I saw a little picture of it. Huge ring. It looks like a championship ring.
See the Knicks woman that everyone's going after for emptying that trash can, the New York trash can.
I didn't see that.
It was blue and orange. And this woman in her Knicks jersey just empties the entire trash can on the street so she can take it home as a souvenir.
Oh,
and they're like, welcome to New York. Yep.
And then the girl who got twerk mugged.
What's that?
She was on the light
girl
post.
the girl was trying to climb a light pole, and then she took the other girl and she just throws her off.
What's the term you used?
Twerk mugged.
Twerk mugged?
Yeah, so then the girl tries to pull her off, and she pulls her pants down, and the girl starts twerking on her, and that's and she's it's twerk mugged.
Which means?
Mobbed?
Mogged. M-O-G-G.
M-O-G-G.
I like it.
They'll actually, your kids probably won't say it eventually because it'll be gone. That phrase will be gone by then. But it's like dominated, intimidated.
As soon as did you hear it yesterday or something? Usually it's as soon as he's heard a phrase, it's getting worked in.
It's been far too long. It's been far too long.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time with the 6 a.m. club. We have a brand new ticket giveaway to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock expressway, where we'll ask Reddit and check in with Tony Garcia from the Detroit Free Press to talk about the Mavs' new coach.
You got it.
Maybe I don't need to hear jack squat from you. Eat your stupid M&Ms. Be a little biatch over there and drink your damn soda and shut up. I don't need to hear jack squat from you. Let's talk about the blockbuster that happened overnight. Giannis has finally been dealt after this.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Similar to the Luka Doncic trade, this one happened overnight. You're waking up to Giannis as a member of the Miami Heat. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Giannis gets his wish. The Celtics don't finish the job. And Pat Riley gets a superstar to pair up with Bam Adebayo. It is going to be Giannis, Bobby Portis, Jaime Jaquez, some other players, but 3 first-round picks, including number 13 tonight, going to the rebuilding Bucks, including a pick swap and a second-rounder to go along with Tyler Hero. So, look, Milwaukee, I think a lot of people are going to give them credit for the haul. Now, what are you going to do with it? Got to make the draft picks hit, obviously. But there we go. Giannis going to South Beach.
And this is, for Miami, they get a guy. They need a superstar. They always needed a superstar there. They just can't have a solid team. But now the question is, how do you build around this guy? But, from Milwaukee's standpoint, they get a ton of picks. They're going to be able to do a lot of things. Usually, a lot of times, the teams that have the most picks control the drafts. They're going to be able to be one of those teams that's got a lot of picks to be able to get themselves a player if they want to, like a superstar. They'll take a lot of darts. You can take a lot of darts, or you can try to trade them and get players, like, big time, ready to win now guys. But when you have 2 picks, because what do they have, 10 as well? So they're going to have 10 and 13.
Yeah.
Do some damage with that.
I'm looking here. So they've already got...
Maybe move down with Miami if you're at number 9 tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they've got some pick swaps out with a couple teams over the next few years. That's a couple of those with Portland that they've got from the Lillard trade. And so this helps because they were either without picks previously, or it would be something where they were going to be driven down to whichever the lower pick was.
If you have 10 and 13, it's a deep draft. 10 and 13 in this draft is probably like 7 and 9 in other drafts. It's decent.
Yes.
So take a shot. Maybe trade up. Maybe you want to trade up. Maybe you want to get a cuff or whoever. Maybe trade up and go from there.
What else does Riley have to add to this? I wake up as a Heat fan and I'm like, all right, do I want to buy a Giannis jersey and have it for 3 years? That's all I'm thinking. I'm not thinking about championship. I'm not thinking that I'm going to get really close. And then if I'm a Bucks fan, I'm actually waking up excited today to see what we do with 13 and this other draft capital. And then you got to go through the longer, painful rebuild.
And it could be very painful. There's no guarantee that the guys that they're going to be able to draft are going to be any good. Who are they going to get at 10 and 13? You can get Lindenberg, Kareem Lopez, Nate Amen. They could hit. They could not. It's such a crapshoot, especially when you're in that part of the draft. That's the equivalent of like a second-round pick in the NFL.
So what happened to Boston? Shams says that they offered Jaylen Brown and they offered 2 unprotected firsts. Well, Milwaukee wanted more young players, picks, and swaps. So Jaylen Brown, who now has been offered up for the second time in 4 years, as Shams points out, he was thrown into a Kevin Durant offer. What's his future going to be? Richard Jefferson saying, you should view it as a compliment. You should view it as a compliment, Jaylen, that you're thrown into the same conversation as Giannis. Somehow, you never know with Jaylen Brown. He's one of those different cats. But I don't know if he's waking up thinking that this morning.
He very well could, or he could be waking up and saying, I don't ever want to play another game for Boston again. He could be waking up and saying, I want to give up basketball completely and I want to go travel the world or something. The other day he's on Instagram Live and he's going, $400 million, Shanghai Sharks, cut me the check, I'll play for you.
Yeah.
He's just a different kind of guy. And he's a little bit like basketball George Pickens. And so there's a question and always going to be a question about how he's going to receive any of this, which is why it seemed like the Celtics reportedly didn't want him to know he was in trade talks is because they know that it can be a little bit of a sensitive subject.
Getting all the articles, getting all the audio, checking out all the interviews, and Shams says this jump from Michigan to the Mavs or the NBA, it was always going to happen.
And you think about the opportunity to coach Cooper Flagg, and my understanding is Dusty May always felt whether it was going to be this offseason, next offseason, and the years to come, he was going to make the jump to the NBA. Eventually, John Shire is going to make a jump from all accounts to the NBA. He's just got that build to him, that mold to him. Same as Dusty May. And we know he won a championship there. Now he gets to be in that Dallas market. And you think about the rise that he's had as a coach. You know, when I talk to NBA executives, they look at him, his relationships with players, accountability, his ability as a tactician. I think a lot of people are projecting Dusty May to be a fairly elite coach at the next level.
Oh,
so
fairly elite.
And
everything yesterday, for the most part, about his future was glowing reviews that I saw.
Yeah, and he because there's nothing that isn't glowing about him. The guy wins everywhere he goes.
Well, except for his contractual word.
Well, that is...
Windhorst points out in April, and I found audio of this too, he agreed to a contract extension with Michigan. He just did the smart thing and never signed it.
Never signed it.
Not the Belichick.
You know, because in its own... college basketball coaches are like the superstars of the face of the program.
Yep.
Right? They're hardly ever the face of the NBA team. Hardly ever.
Yes.
We will go 15 years from now and be like, who was the coach of the Knicks? Right?
Yeah.
And you'll never do that with a college team, right? So, like, you are taking a downgrade in prestige.
Yes.
By going to the NBA, but nobody wants to deal with what is currently going on in college athletics.
Yeah, and listening to a lot of, and let's get the trade grades for it and the history of coaches making this jump before our guest from Michigan joins us at 7:20. You could just hear it, multiple interviews and a lot of different insiders. This is Dusty May on the Field of 68 podcast talking about just his college landscape frustration.
This is, when you talk about the sustainability part, the actual games and profession is sustainable. It's just a low quality of life for most of the people that are involved in it because the uncertainty and lack of just overall structure. And yeah, obviously the frustration is there because you need multi-year contracts. You need, if we're going to, in my opinion, if we're going to sign a player from a mid-major, we should pay some form of buyout and compensation, which we kind of do now with money games. But the thing that frustrates me is even every time there seems to be a solution to, I guess, solve one of the biggest problems, then some of the more well-known coaches come out and say that affects them in a negative way.
He was beaten down by it. It's kind of, what Nick Saban was crying and complaining about. You are half coach, half negotiator.
Yeah, and Shire's going to leave at some point. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to be like, all right, look, I love the college game. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. And it's not like football. The NFL, like the head coach of the NFL is a superstar job. Sean McVay is right. He's one of the faces. In the NBA, it's not like that. But we are seeing a lot. I mean, Krzyzewski and Jay Wright. I mean, these guys. Billy Donovan left before all the hit the fan. And now
look at all the work you have to do to keep everyone together.
Right, every year you have to completely.
His championship winning team last year. Look how they were formed.
Exactly. And every year, go look. Every year, these teams have at least four new players.
Yeah.
And we see this every Elite Eight, every Sweet 16. They'll do this graphic of how each team was built. And you go, you're like, you can't tell what team that is if you just do a blind look at it. Because unless it's Michigan State. Izzo's done a really good job of 4 of the 5 guys are Michigan State guys. But for the most part, they're all transfers. That's maddening to do every single year.
It's exhausting, and it's just the reality of the college sports landscape right now.
And they did it to themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
the
NCAA did it. Yeah. The NCAA created a whole avenue where this was going to be possible and where you could have this happen. But I mean, Dallas reaps the benefits because yesterday there was nobody who had anything negative to say about who he is as a coach, who he is as the only negative that was out there was just history of coaches going to the NBA, where it's like, oh, you're working against history a little bit. That's not a positive.
And what is that history?
There's not many coaches who fit the bill of never been an NBA assistant at all, and then going from a college job up to the NBA. So the last several ones that are out there, there's 3 of the last 14. There's been 14 coaches since 1970 that have been hired into the NBA off a college job with no NBA experience. 3 of them ended up with winning records. And of those 3, that's like over the course of their career. So, for instance, like you have some guys who it's like Billy Donovan has a winning record at his first stop, and he has a winning record overall, but then when he goes to Chicago, it wasn't as good. Then you have some others who it's like Bill Fitch was hired. He was the very first one on this list to do that. Bill Fitch is hired to go expansion Cleveland. He struggles for a decade. And then Boston, he goes to. He wins a title with Boston. He's really competitive with Houston. But really in recent history, the closest comp is going to be Billy Donovan. That's who he's closest to in terms of his resume. Billy Donovan was also 50 years old. Billy Donovan had also won a national title. There's only 2 national title head coaches that have been hired from the NCAA to the NBA without previous experience. And Billy Donovan, as far as he got, was the Western Finals. That's as far as he got.
And you know, Brad Stevens is one. And what does Billy Donovan? When Billy Donovan got to Oklahoma City, he had a player.
There's no patience with these guys either. Like, Beeline was the last one to have it happen from Michigan, and he went 14-40. He was fired in the middle of the first year. Jerry Tarkanian, when he had it happen, he couldn't agree with Red McCombs on a point guard for the Spurs, and he ends up like getting fired after 20 games. And Reggie Theus gets fired in the middle of his second season. Like, it just none of these guys are given a whole lot of time to figure it out.
The situation's a little different.
Yeah,
it's got Cooper Flagg, right? Those other ones didn't. Now Billy Donovan had Russ. Right, he had Westbrook, Stevens. Boston was a decent team already. So you had, but the rest of the guys, the team stunk. Now, how much different would it have been if Patino won the lottery for him?
Duncan,
right? Because they would have gotten Tim Duncan instead of not getting Tim Duncan, and they wound up with Chauncey Billups and Ron Mercer.
And I'm not saying this to try to spin it because we now have a college coach. I just wonder how comparable the landscapes are.
These are coaches that are coaching pro guys already. They're coaching guys who have money problems. They're coaching guys that, are constantly, trying to maneuver out.
Like, you're not going to go to the NBA. Nick Saban was not going to work because he was going to coach NFL players like college players.
Right.
Well, now you're coaching people who have millions of dollars already.
Right. Yeah, now you can still run.
So you're not going to go and tongue lash these kids in college and Bobby Knight them, which Dusty May was,
his first mentor was Bobby Knight.
His first mentor, and then go to college and go, oh my God, this style can't work here. Your style should already be similar to it.
Yeah, like it's obviously going to be different.
More similar.
You have not quite triple the amount of games, but right around triple the amount of games. You play 4 games a week in the NBA. Sometimes 5. In college, you play 2. So,
Dan Hurley cannot work in the NBA. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Probably not. Yeah,
none of the
not.
burnout factor. Way too intense. How about he'll drop dead on the floor?
Did you want
the yelling, the screaming, all of it?
Do you want some grades really quickly for Dusty May?
Yeah.
You got SB Nation comes in, says he gets an A for the hire. Sports Illustrated's national side is at an A-, and then it was SI's local Mavs coverage side. They were the most pessimistic of all of them. They said B+ for the hire, saying it's just a huge risk given the history of college coaches. No, it was not Fish. No. Fish is a Cowboys only guy now.
Oh, it's
B+ is still a hell of a skeptic grade.
Especially as long as it took for them to get a coach here. It's as good of a hire as they could have had.
I'm super
Messiah. I told you, my boy.
I'm super excited about this. Like this, Shire would not have. I mean, I would have been semi-excited about Shire only from like the intrigue of the college.
My Duke hate would have kicked in again.
I think Dusty May is a fantastic basketball
Everything
coach.
out there is raving about him as like an offensive genius and the way that he designs things.
He's tremendous, and I don't know what this does draft-wise for tonight, and that's a different topic.
To find out next. Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press on Dusty May. the person? How long is he going to be sticking around here? And are we getting set for some Wolverines to join DFW tonight? Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press on the Mavs excitement, commercial free in the Expressway with a ticket giveaway and Ask Reddit after this.
and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
The Dallas Mavericks have a new coach. Are they about to have some new Wolverines after the NBA draft tonight? Let's preview it with Michigan football and basketball writer Tom Izzo. Apparently once told him he had a good basketball mind. He is Tony Garcia from the Detroit Free Press here on Sean and RJ, commercial free in the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm well. How's it going?
Good, thank you. How surprised are you that Dusty May went to the NBA?
I think surprised is the right word. Shocked is not, which was being thrown around a lot here just because of the timing. It was pretty late in the season. Michigan was scheduled to begin some summer workouts this week, and some of the players have been talking about how they didn't know that this was coming this quickly. But Dusty May was pretty destined for the NBA, be it next year or the year after, and as it turns out, it was this year. So the timing of it was pretty surprising given his name had come up in just about every NBA coaching search for the past couple months, but he never put a lot of air in it. But there was something about Dallas that he felt he could not pass up.
Why was he destined for the NBA?
He's been climbing the ranks for a number of years, whether it was from being a video coordinator to a GA to an assistant at a mid-major to coaching a mid-major, an assistant at a high-level Power 4 school, and then a head coach at a Power 4 school. He had checked off pretty much all the boxes at this level, of course, with the national championship that he won with Michigan last year. And he was just one of the hotter names in college in coaching circles, frankly. And he never really ruled it out. He had told me that there would need to be something really good at the next level in order to consider it, which led me to believe that it was something he did want to do at some point in time.
Was it more, you would say, than maybe the college game pushing him away, the way the landscape is, or the NBA and the Mavs in particular pulling him?
Yeah, I think both things can exist at the same time, right? What I really go back to is when Michigan won the national championship, and we're down in Indianapolis covering it, and one shining moment is playing. It was almost exactly midnight, and that was right when the college transfer portal opened this year, and he was having to talk with his assistants if they should take Zoom calls that night at 2 a.m. in the training room adjacent to the locker room to try to start building this year's team, or if they should just try to silo themselves and enjoy it with this year's group that had just accomplished the top goal that they could. And that, more than anything, I think speaks to the true 365-day nature of this job. It's not just coaching, it's recruiting, it's NIL, it's meeting with donors. There's a lot of it, and he succeeded at it at the highest level. So it's not that he couldn't do it, and frequently this year he would say, whatever the rules are, whatever people decide is best for the game, that's how we're going to operate. But it is a more 365 job than the NBA, which you're not going on recruiting trips, you're not meeting with parents, you are there just to coach a team, which I think he can be both.
Tony Garcia from the Detroit Free Press joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. So, Tony, you've got the. Thank you, I do. Tony, you've got there's a lot of people who are raving about the hire. There were some others during the run for Michigan where, like for instance, Bill Simmons basically had said, "Oh, he's essentially just hitched himself to a juggernaut, and he's just along for the ride." That's Dusty May. How much do you think Dusty May deserves credit for Michigan just accelerating as quickly as they did versus just the NIL era allowing them to build quickly?
I think Michigan, and Dusty May specifically, he deserves a ton of credit. When he came in, I don't think anybody was calling them a juggernaut. They were coming off an 8-24 season. They were 3-17 in the Big Ten. They had lost 2 of their final 21 games. He comes in April, and in 6 weeks is able to identify about 5-6 players from the transfer portal who all really punched above their weight. They finished second in the league. They won the Big Ten tournament. They went to the Sweet 16, all in 1 year. And then that proof of concept was able to help them land 3 stars who we expect to be drafted in the lottery tonight. And Adai Mara, Yaxel Lendeborg, and Morris Johnson Jr., not to mention Elliot Cadeau as well, who's the most outstanding player in the Final Four. And his ability to identify talent that fits together is maybe his most elite skill, to get people to buy into a greater system. I mean, Yaxel, Merez, and Adai had all played center at their previous schools. He started all three of them together on the court, at the wing, at the power forward, and at the center spot. And it takes, it is pretty special to be able to get guys to all buy into that vision and then execute it to the level Michigan did. They won 37 games, the most in program history. They set a Big Ten record with 19 wins. They're the first team in 50 years to go undefeated on the road in Big Ten play. And a lot of people, yes, Michigan had very good NIL, but their roster last year was about $11 million, which I was told was about 6th or 7th out of 18 teams in the Big Ten. This was not the top spender, and this year their roster is poised to be somewhere in the 20 to 25th range nationally. It'll be more than 11 million, but it's certainly not approaching 20. And so it's not that they just had the most resources of anybody and they simply bought a national championship. Now, they had a lot of money and they were able to spend it, but this was a real coaching masterclass to go from the worst season in modern history to 64-13 the next 2 years.
What type of guy is he?
He's very friendly. He's kind of not no nonsense in the old school way, but he is, and I say it not in a pejorative fashion. He's kind of robotic. Like, sometimes he will forget what the date is or what's going on in the greater world because he is just so locked in on basketball. He leaves, and this is what I had been saying for the past few years. He will leave no stone unturned. He will make sure that Michigan was scheduling non-conference games in potential arenas that their NCAA tournament games could be in. He'll make sure to schedule one game in each conference, each different power conference, so they can see all the styles of play. He's always thinking about the next option, and I feel like I've had better examples that are escaping me at this time, but truly, he just always seems to be one step ahead of everything. That's a phrase that's thrown around a lot. I think that's something that Dallas is really going to see. This is going to be a new challenge. The NBA, he's never done it before. It's not like the college where you can just pick and assemble your team as long as you're able to sell them on a recruiting pitch in the transfer portal, and who knows how free agency and the draft and how Masai Ujiri and his vision will align. You got to think it will. That's why they wanted him. But he is a really unbelievable basketball mind. He just landed someone from Modi Mayor, who had coached in Japan and Australia, because he was talking to agents and they said that they liked him as well. And so he felt that would help Michigan in international prospects, which he had got with Vlad Golden, which he had got with Adai Mar, which he'd got with Marcus Moeller, who's going to be an incoming freshman. So he will use any resource available to help his cause. Tony
Garcia, Detroit Free Press on the Mavs hiring of Dusty May here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of always thinking of the next option, some Wolverines fans are not very happy because of this contract extension that was apparently agreed to but just not signed. How much Wolverine anger is there within the fan base? And I know he hasn't even stepped foot in the Metroplex yet, but we don't think we have to worry about someone who wants to jump around a lot, do you?
I don't think so. So I was in his office last Wednesday, and he was talking about how the last 8 years he had signed a contract extension after every season. Sometimes it was for a raise, other times it was just for another year on the back end of his deal. And it was just last year, in February of 25, where he got his first contract extension with Michigan, or was offered to it and had agreed to it in principle. They didn't sign it until July. He says he typically signs these things in the summer, and that's not something he is super focused on. He just trusts his agent, his representation, and the higher-ups at Michigan to work it out. He'll read it over, he'll take their advice, and then when the day comes, they'll sign it. He went on a national media car wash after the national championship, and was saying when he shook Ward Manuel's hand, he felt like that meant it was a done deal. He was planning to sign it in July. Now, obviously, that's not how it turned out, but to use a Dusty May phrase, that is a phrase you'll hear him say a lot, is resulting. He's not as concerned with the results on the court as he is with the process to get those. And it worked out last year, and nobody batted an eye that it took 5 months to sign the contract. And so I think the timeline was on a very similar path. He said he had been meeting and discussing things with Michigan a couple days ago, or a couple days prior, last week, I should say, with some of the finer details. And then I think he was approached by Dallas. He saw the number 9 pick. He saw Cooper Flagg. He saw the, $60 million in cap space they're about to have. And in a major market, which is something he really wanted for his family, I know. And it all just kind of aligned to something he couldn't turn down.
Tony, a lot of the mocks, almost all of them, have Mara going ahead of Lindenberg. How does he project to the NBA?
Yeah, that's what I have been hearing as well. I think it's the modern NBA, right, where you don't want just a statue who is down low, someone who can pass. He is an absolutely exceptional passer for someone who is 7'3". He will grab defensive rebounds and throw 75-foot outlets up the court. He will pass it behind his back, underneath. When he's at the nail and there's action going on both sides of the wing, he can throw no-look passes. He can just get a bounce pass on a back cut. He can really do it all. He's slowly expanding his shooting. I'm sure you've seen the clips of him in workouts. I don't know how much it's going to look like that year one or early on, but he's done that as well. And then, of course, his greatest asset is he is a true rim protector, a genuine rim protector. He set a Michigan program record in blocks. He led the Big Ten in blocks. He was the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. And he was one of the major reasons Michigan was a top 3 defense in the nation this year. Opponents, there's a Ken Pom stat about how close opponents take 2-point field goals to the rim. Michigan's defense forced opponents to take an average 2-point distance of 7.3 feet. So on average, you're taking mid-rangers or floaters because people simply did not want to go in for layups and dunks, or they were not successful doing so because Adai would swat most of those. So he can do it on both ends, and he's only about to be 21. And so there's still plenty of time. That's not super young for the NBA, but he's not some fifth-year guy who is kind of what you think he's going to be. There's still plenty of room to grow, so he's really intriguing.
Do you think he'll be a better pro than Yaxel?
Oh man, fortunately I'm not paid to make those calls, but I'll do one here. I don't know. I think he could be. I think Yaxel is going to be really good as well. The knock on him is, like I just said, he is 23 already. He'll turn 24 in September, so people are concerned about how much growth there is left. But what people aren't considering is he didn't have 15 years of high-level basketball or basketball experience like a lot of guys do by the time they're getting to the NBA because they've been playing since they were 4. He started really late into the latter stages of high school. He went to a JUCO for a couple years, went to UAB for a couple years, and then spent 1 year at the high major level. He wasn't on the shoe brand AAU circuits and those sorts of things, and he just has a real natural feel. He can pass, he can rebound, he averaged more than a steal and a block a game, and he can score at all 3 levels. Now, I don't know if Yaxel is going to be an elite enough one-on-one shot creator to ever be a superstar, but I think he's going to be a really good piece of a good team for years to come. But I think the ceiling for Adai Mara is higher than the ceiling for Yaxel Lindenberg. But again, I think both are actually going to be very good NBA players.
Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press here on Sean and RJ. So Dusty played some oversized lineups, and you alluded to it a little bit earlier in the discussion. How do you think he would view bigs in the NBA, right? As a lot of people zig when others are zagging. Are we still in the small ball era? Everyone's shooting threes. Does your big have to shoot threes? Is he adaptable to that? Does he have, you think, a big man principle that will apply to the pros? How do you think he would look at having a Derek Lively or Gafford or maybe a Mara thrown into the mix in the NBA?
I think from everything I've seen from Dusty May, he welcomes big man lineups that, but not just big men who are versatile, big men who can move their feet or who can pass or who can shoot. I think Cooper Flagg at sort of the point forward was probably, certainly the number one selling point. That's someone who Dusty May would love to build a team around, and he would want to put size around him. I would not be surprised. I know, like you just mentioned, with Gafford and Lively, I don't know their contract situation, but I was thinking that I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to bring Mara in to Dallas this evening and have the Mavs draft him. Now, I don't know how much say he'll be given in that, considering he's been there or will have been there for less than 24 hours. But a big lineup is something that he prioritized at the college level, and it would surprise me greatly if in a league where guys are even bigger, faster, stronger, he didn't want the biggest, fastest, strongest guys. He thinks that you can sort of fill things around that, but there's some things you just can't have. There are some things people are born that others don't have, and it's something that's very important to him.
Tony, if we look back on this in a couple of years and we say Dusty May failed at the NBA level and it didn't work out, why do you think it'll be that we're pinpointing saying he wasn't able to adjust to this, or this ended up being a bigger problem for him than we anticipated?
Just that he wouldn't be able to create the roster himself or identify all the players that he wants, right? It was something. His talent identification is unbelievable, but there are a lot more factors in the NBA when guys are going into free agency, or there's other. Teams can re-sign them. There's caps. There's a lot of things that could prevent someone from just creating their perfect roster. And make no mistake, it is a skill to be able to create the roster that you want at the college level, see how you think the pieces are going to fit ahead of time, and then execute it. And so if he doesn't succeed at the NBA level, I think it's just because it's harder to get all the timing to line up, and he might not be able to just assemble it exactly in his mind, right? Like he and his general manager, Kyle Church, who I would be keeping an eye on. I have not been told anything about that, but just me personally, I'd be keeping an eye on if he tries to bring him, because he's followed him from Florida to Florida Atlantic to Michigan, and he's the general manager and assistant coach of the Wolverines right now. He really trusts him, and those two are in lockstep a lot. And so I think they were able to sort of agree on identification through the portal and in the high school prospect ranks and even in the international pool. And they saw things the same. And so how much does the GM of the Mavs have a say? How involved is the owner going to be in money that can be spent or will be spent? And what level of say does Dusty have? So the buck doesn't stop with him necessarily in Dallas. There are other people he will have to fit in with. So hopefully that's not a cop-out, but I think if he doesn't work out, it's probably because of something like that.
Tony, absolutely fantastic, man. Thank you so much for all the information. Keep up the great work and enjoy the draft tonight.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you having me on.
Tony Garcia from the Detroit Free Press in the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That was a little worrisome to me to hear that roster control and makeup is, number one, his greatest skill, and two, if he had to project on why it doesn't work, it would be that, because we just hired him last second. New school sports, right, especially in the pros, is going to be made up by the general manager. How aligned are Mike Schmitz? Because now you throw Mike Schmitz into it. Mm-hmm. It's not just...
It's a love triangle.
You need three people aligned. It's not just Ujiri and May. You need Ujiri, Schmitz, and May aligned on possible roster construction. That's my one worry right now.
Yeah, that's legitimate.
Of course, I said it. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Young the Giant at the Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, July 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I like that song. Commercial free, where we hook you up every day at this time for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where Peyton Russell is taking your contributions right now to win those Young the Giant tickets. But it's also where you can text in your answers for Ask Reddit, which we do every Tuesday at 7:40. We take the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum, kick them around here, and get your answers on the fan text as well as the Twitch and the YouTube. And we'll start with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Chop, how would you answer, can I bring a friend, when you ask a girl out?
Please do. Like, it's such a cheat code, man. If you're funny, the bigger audience, the better.
Oh, interesting.
Right? You get more laughs. More laughs equals more clothes on the floor at the end of the night.
I would say that you're out of lockstep with the majority of people on this question.
That's fine.
You've never had a threesome either, so stop talking like that.
I got offered one, but I wasn't driving to Saxe at 2 in the morning back when 121 still had stoplights.
Saxe wasn't safe.
All right, it was too far. It was a 2-hour drive for me. It was a commitment. But if you're funny, you want an audience. You're instantly more funny with more people around. And even if you're not funny, if there's a break in the conversation where there's like that lag, the other person, you have another person to keep things going.
Yeah.
It is, now the only thing that's on the table, most likely, is relations that night. But that's fine. You can get some anywhere. You'll if that's what you're looking for, I mean, you can find it wherever you want to. You have a better chance of date number 2. Please do.
No. The fourth, fifth meetup, you want to bring friends, that's all fine. All RJ's social points apply. My reaction is, for what? Why? It's an immediate mental thumbs down.
Yep.
Why?
No, the same thing. I would say no. No, thanks. Appreciate it. Moving on now.
Oh, see.
Moving on.
First, you're talking first date. Can I bring a friend? The only explanations
Make me feel like you're a child.
The only explanations are not good. They're all negatives. And
how often does this ever happen? At a 50 first date request? No way this happens.
It's becoming more common because it's supposed to be like, can I bring a friend just to, like, if it's a first date and I don't necessarily know you, like, it's a safety thing.
Oh, and so then God. Go out in public. You're in public anyway.
And that's where it's like, okay, all right, well, if you feel like you need a safety cover here to go out, then
it's like the Gen Zers needing to bring their parents to the interview.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing.
Mommy, can you sit in the waiting room for me? Just wait.
Peyton, how would you answer, can I bring a friend, when asking a girl out?
I'd be disappointed. I'd bring it up on the radio before going out with her, and we'd talk about it and talk crap about her.
But ultimately, you
shame them out of it. That's one of the great parts of this job, is just pressuring people and just blasting them when you just don't want to do it straight up over the phone. Just put it over a microphone, 100,000 watts.
But ultimately, Peyton, you're saying you would go on the date.
Yeah, well, I would probably bring up, I'd say, of course, 2 girls on one day. I'm a pimp out there, I'd say maybe next time you can bring a friend.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I've been wanting to bring this up. In your wedding speech, when you were standing up there, you were bringing up queso.
Or she did. The Pastrix did.
What was the reference to it? Because we were always under the impression you did not buy the queso on the first date. But I felt like the speech went opposite of that. What was
So there was a girl before Mackenzie that I went on a couple dates with, but we went to a Mexican food restaurant and I did not buy queso.
Right, it was only one margarita too.
Right, it was just one margarita piece.
Okay.
But with Mackenzie, I learned my lesson. I got the queso, but she did not eat it. She didn't want to eat in front of me. She drank, but she would not eat the queso. So that's the joke there and the reference. I got the queso finally with the girl there, and then she did not eat it. So that's why I don't like queso.
Okay.
See, you should have never doubted the past her. She knew. All right. Ask Reddit here. Now, you got a lot of people saying solid advice from RJ. The rest of y'all have no game. What What a silly answer from Choppy. They are asking because they aren't really into
you need
you.
less game with more people there, numbnuts.
Yeah, no, if I got
more, it's more game because it's more difficult one-on-one.
Now, how are you changing if she doesn't ask and she just brings a friend? How are you changing the evening? Are you walking away or are you going like...
I'm not walking away.
I'm not walking away, but I'm making up my mind. Like, all right, I'm hitting on your friend all night then, and I'm not talking to you anymore. That's what I would do. 206, if she brings a friend, so do you, so your buddy can keep her occupied. That's it. You turn it into a double date. There you go. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what is the funniest celebrity scandal of all time?
I mean, it's the most recent one. Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel. It's obviously what's going on, but it had no impact on Mike or Diana's relationship. They're still married. There's no divorce or anything that we know of.
We don't know impact.
It's just so funny how it just had nothing. I mean, I guess it got Diana fired, but Mike Vrabel still has a job. He'll still be training camp, I guess, and the regular season starts in a few
Mike
months.
Vrabel closer to his family.
Yeah,
they're closer now, so that's a nice thing.
How do you think they? I mean, that's
Went to
probably
Utah
not
for 36 hours.
Probably
together.
not a fun home life. Especially
They're
in
going
Easter.
on family retreats now, and he's buying her shirts in the airport. He never did that before.
Especially when the reporter knocks on Rossini's door on Easter and is like, "Hey, we have photos," and you got to go back inside and explain that,
and then explain to your.
They knocked on the door. Went, "He has risen. Can I talk to you for a second about something?"
Explain to young Michael.
Yeah, Mike did rise.
Why he is named after maybe somebody. I don't know. Was a lot of them. Like, I feel like anything that Perez Hilton drew white things on in 2010 was
everything.
Gwyneth Paltrow scent candle.
That was gross.
That was awesome.
Is that a scandal?
Yeah, it was. The Dave Matthews tour bus I found hilarious.
That was disgusting.
I don't know.
That's where they were. They were going over this bridge. I think it was in Cincinnati, and it was one of those bridges that's like got a grate underneath, and they just dumped
their
septic tank out of it, and it went on a boat.
It hit people.
It hit people on a boat underneath. The Jeffrey Toobin Zoom call.
That's disgusting.
That is amazing. The Jeffrey Toobin CNN. You do.
His camera was on, and he was just,
engaging.
He was Rossiniing himself
in some moments of male indiscretion.
Okay.
And on a Zoom call on CNN.
Because they thought his camera was off, and it was not. It was on a company conference call.
Definitely on.
That's basically what it is. The answer here is Adam Levine's DMs that were hilarious, that everybody got to break down exactly how bad his dirty talk is. Where when he had messaged some Instagram model or whatever, and he was having some affair with her, and then it's just people kept mocking the girl, your body is so insane, and just he was hilariously awkward and uncomfortable, and really had nothing other than star power behind him. Some of the answers on the fan text: Pat O'Brien Inside Edition scandal, that was pretty good.
Oh yeah,
where he's leaving that message. I just want to do coke with you. It's gonna be so great. Yeah. Joy Taylor 469. Jameis Winston's crab legs, says 713. It was Chicago, by the way, Choppy, with the bridge there. And then Rachel Nichols and Jimmy Butler. Cat saying call Rachel. Tanya Harding 903. Man, that Tanya Harding one is still insane to believe that happened.
I know.
Yeah.
Where do you know the Tanya Harding story, Peyton?
Mm-mm. Do you know who Tanya Harding is? Do you know who Nancy Kerrigan is?
Yeah. Ice skating.
Yeah, two figure skaters, and they were rivals. And Tanya Harding wanted to be rid of her, so she hired her boyfriend Jeff Gillooly to hit Nancy Kerrigan's legs with a crowbar and take her out. And there's this very famous video of her on the ground going, "Why?
I can't believe we're explaining this. That makes me feel
that is
ancient.
so bad.
That's basically when you watch the World Cup and you see all those players hit the ground. That's what Nancy Kerrigan did. Why? Oh my God, I can't move. That's basically the World Cup. Marv Albert. That happened here too.
Was it?
Yeah, it was here in Dallas. He was on the road in Dallas, and what was it? It was pantyhose on the head. And he bit somebody.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was a pretty strong one. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
Bass Man, hopefully the heart procedure went well for you. He tweeted, bring a friend happened to me. She brought a mail. I used the restroom and left them with a $120 food bill.
A mail. Now that's...
Love it. Good. They deserve that.
That is strong. All right, Sean, what's so expensive that it's not even fun anymore?
Man, what is so expensive?
I mean, dating.
I mean, going to some of these events. I'm looking at the possible. I thought about it. I went and looked at the prices for Saturday, Messi, because I got caught up in it yesterday, and I was like, take Amanda, once in a lifetime. Then I saw it was at 9 p.m. Well, no, first I saw the ticket prices, and then I saw it was 9 p.m. and I was like, no, can't do it, can't do that. That's too late. But man, just going to some of these concerts and some of these games, I'm like $3,600, $4,000. It's too much.
It's a lot.
Crazy.
Two Justins on the Twitch says life. Life has just gotten so expensive it's not even fun anymore.
Man, Vegas. It's crazy.
They haven't lowered the prices?
No.
You just take all the points that you earn through the station like Tim does and use it on his suites.
There you go. It's it's just so, it's not, it used to be really cheap to fly there. It's not as cheap to fly anymore there. The table minimums, you used to be able to find a $10 table.
Oh, gosh.
Now, obviously on a weekend at night, you're never going to do this, but you used to be able to find $10 tables all over the place. You cannot find a table for anything less than $25 a hand at a real casino.
Is that
one of these?
Is that true, Pepe?
Not one of these smaller, at a major casino, right, where you want to be.
Yeah, you go to the Wynn or something like that.
Wynn, Aria, Cosmo, Planet. You can't find anything for less than $25 a table.
You have to play at 8 a.m.
Yeah,
but 9 a.m. after, 25.
There you go. The food is out of sight expensive, right? It used to be they wanted you there. The hotels were relatively cheap. The flights were always cheap because there was $1 million a day, and they wanted you to gamble. Now they don't care. They don't care if you gamble. They're making money off you anyway. It's too expensive to go.
I remember we stayed at a really nice hotel in Vegas in 2017, I think it was. And that was it was nothing. It was $70 a night or something. It was insane how cheap.
Now resort fees are $50 a night.
I thought something was wrong. I was because we'd never been before. I was is something wrong? And somebody told them, they're no, they just know you're going to gamble and do other, and so they know they're getting their money, so the hotels are cheap generally. And now, I remember last time I looked at hotels in Vegas, I was like, holy cow, that's not sustainable.
You could say home ownership. Except for RJ's 2%.
Yeah, 2%, baby.
See, that's why I have it right. What's so expensive that it's not even fun anymore? Some of the answers on the fan text. Marriage, football games. You've got a bunch of people saying theme parks of any sort.
Go to Alec Medford's.
You've got, go to his Hawaiian Falls. Concerts. Concerts have gotten ridiculous. It's just, to me, it's going out to do anything. If you're going out just let's go out for the evening, let's go to a couple bars or whatever, and it's okay, I got to make sure I've got a few $100s.
That's it. 2 cocktails. You cannot go to a halfway decent place, sit at the bar, order 2 cocktails, and
about $40 for 2 cocktails.
About $40.
Yeah, if you could find 2 cocktails for less than $35, it's all right, that seems reasonable now, and it's not reasonable at all. 2 cocktails should be $20 tops. It's not.
Arcades for kids, says the 469. They say $20 lasts you 5 minutes now.
Not that place you all told me to go to in Arlington. Cidercade.
Cidercade was good. Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
It was going out for drinks. It's ridiculous how expensive it's gone for that.
Bottle of beer should be $1.50.
Ask Reddit. Every Tuesday at this time, we'll finish it over the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Did you break your soccer rules for Messi yesterday? RJ Choppy's World Cup recap after this.
But first, I want to tell you guys about D&M Leasing.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now Medina, pulled back here, lets it run. Messi! History in Dallas! 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
It's us against the world, bro, just watch us shine. Chappie's here to tell us what the hell is stop page time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let Chop nutmeg all over you.
It was the day of 2 goals.
2 goals.
In the World Cup.
That's all they scored yesterday?
No. That's all certain people scored. Messi, 2 goals. Mbappe, 2 goals. Holland, 2 goals. Sarr for Senegal, 2 goals. And it was the day of the stars, man. But none better, none bigger than Lionel Messi, who sets and extends the all-time World Cup goals record, now up to 18.
Missed on the penalty kick.
Yeah.
And again, I think you have another GOAT in his sport. How many people would still argue Ronaldo over him?
Ronaldo.
It's just interesting that you have another GOAT in their sport who is not the most physically gifted. Like he's obviously physically gifted in terms of coordination and skill.
Undersized, though.
Yeah, he's undersized, right? Tom Brady is the GOAT of his sport without being the most physically gifted. Now, I don't think that applies for Tiger. Probably
he's the most physically.
Yeah, probably doesn't apply for the NBA with either Michael or LeBron. Because Michael could jump the highest, and he was, undercover strong as well. Boxing?
Oh.
Are you thinking of Floyd? Tyson was the strongest. You think
strongest and maybe the fastest, but not the biggest. Right? There were guys who are much taller than him.
Yeah.
So
he's just doing it without, who would it be in Well, Judge is the biggest.
Judge is the biggest.
It applies to some.
Yeah, but he also and Thierry Henry said this in the post game. He was French, Bobby.
Love him.
That he's the player who's got the monkey off his back and he's playing very, very free. And he never, look, the last World Cup he won, that was the only World Cup he won.
Yeah.
He was 34 years old. He was not in his prime. He's not in his prime now, and he wasn't in his prime 4 years ago. His prime was 10, 12 years ago. But he's playing so free. And it's just there's a lot of athletes like this, like Phil. When Phil went about 12 years before he won his major. And then he wins 3 of the next 9 majors. So he kind of goes on a run. Like the monkey's off his back, goes on a run. Rory wins this Grand Slam, wins the Masters, then he wins another one. Manning goes to the Super Bowl, and he goes to 4 of the next 8. The monkey's off your back. You play a little bit more free, and that's what Messi's doing right now. And
for me, it's the passing with him. When the ball comes to him and he sees and instantly just flicks it out of the air.
Yeah.
And it's like a perfect pass. Or he's just seeing it before everybody else.
And then you see some of these videos of him, some of these shots he's taken in his career. And it's just oh my God, this guy is amazing. And he always seems to get it in stride. He always seems to be in the right spot. That's the other thing, right? The greats in any sport, they're always around the ball. They're always in the right spot, the right time, however they do it.
So Bobby tried to take this in right here in our backyard. Pepe, did you watch it all or care?
I did. I watched it. It was really messy, with the record goal, he could achieve it and then obviously be in Arlington as well. But yeah, I just watched the Argentina game.
Did you have any appreciation for it? Did you enjoy it, or were you forcing yourself to watch it?
I go into these soccer matches, I don't have the expectation where each team's going to score 10 goals. It's it's going to be low scoring. But I think that's what makes it fun, is that if one team scores, that could put them over the top and win them the game right there. You never know when's going to happen. I enjoy it, but I also have low expectations for the offense, I guess.
I do like the points at a premium thing. I do at times. There are sometimes in sports where
Portnoy's right. Like there should be penalty minutes. You either flop too much or you commit the foul, take someone off the field, get a little bit more scoring. It's too stagnant. And the flopping. I mean, you cannot complain about the NBA and love soccer when it comes to flopping. You cannot do it. It's bad. That's what I get Ollie to do. I'm like, look, and he goes, he's been shot. You're right, Dad. Looks like he's been shot. And they're sitting there writhing. And I get you have to sell the call. That referee, by the way, was freaking intense yesterday. Get him on one of my sports teams. He was going off on everybody. But you cannot, it's a sports rule. You cannot complain about basketball flopping and love soccer with what they do. But the other day you were praising Messi in the moment, getting it done. And now today you come in here totally different.
No, he's great. He gets it done. That's awesome. I will say that second goal everybody's freaking out about. They did do their best to make it look like they were trying while actually still just letting him score, basically, is what they were doing. The way they just won't clear the ball out, and the goaltender's like, hey, let me or the goalie, sorry. God, I know the Fanatics will freak out if I say that. The goalie is just like, hey, let me run 50 feet away from the goal so it's just open for you, and I'll leave all my guys back here to defend it.
Man.
And then they even still...
How do you break this down versus a running play in football? It's quite different.
Off of me, and then I'll just go, I don't think I'm going to clear this ball. Let's let Messi clean it up. By the way, he is now, look at this, look how Google's celebrating him today. When you Google Lionel Messi.
No way, is it?
This little animation pops up, and it goes, congratulations to the all-time leading goal scorer.
Is he the most untouchable superstar in terms of, I don't know how the criticism is in his other leagues. I don't know, what type of Messi hate. Is there a Brandel Chambly? I know everyone hates Alexi Lawless's guts, apparently, which I'd like to do a couple minutes on at some point in time. But is he the most untouchable superstar of them all? It's certainly not LeBron. Maybe Tiger in the moment, but Brady, plenty of people hated him. Not a lot of people hated Peyton. Just made the jokes that he couldn't get it done until he finally did, like Messi in the World Cup last time. But this guy feels untouchable.
He does feel untouchable. Also, he's reached that age, right? When guys get older, like even if you hate somebody, I know it's happens for me. I can hate a player.
Want to appreciate it?
Yeah, but once it hits a certain point, I'm like, okay, this guy's like, I may have thought he was a little overrated at one point, or I just didn't like him, but this guy's been doing it for 15, 20 years. I got to just sit there and respect this.
I mean, it's Jordan-esque in terms of all the eyes, all the focus, all the attention, him leaving the field, everyone's just staring at him. I was just watching him walk out of AT&T off the field, and it's like
Dallas Stadium. Come on,
AT&T. FIFA don't. They let us use their audio. Thank you, Fox.
Right.
Thank you, Fox and FIFA. But it is Michael Jordan-esque in terms of him meeting the moment, performing in it, and everyone just falling over for the. I'm like, man, why get married? Why get married if you're him? You can walk around as a living god in your country and really anywhere.
He's great. Watching that sport, I'm convinced everybody's globally trolling. There's no way people like.
What do you think people are liking about it? What do you, in all honesty, what do you think people who love it love about it that you can't understand?
I genuinely don't know. When I'm watching, I'm going, this is boring. Yeah. It's boring.
When 3 or 4 or 5 passes do get put together without someone going down and getting hit, that can be pretty.
Yeah, it can look good. It's just so little of it. Where it's like. Yeah, this is fun for 70 seconds a game or whatever it is.
I'm conditioned to believe if Messi or someone puts a sweet move on someone, you're about to get taken out. Like, I'm not going to get to see that finish of that juke completed because someone is going to come up and ram you and hit you, and we're going to set up for a free kick.
It's just it's one of those things where when you watch it, it's like, how are y'all like this? Like whenever it's like the fans are so intense, they're jumping up and down, and they're just all into it for 60 minutes or however long, 90 minutes. I don't know how long this is. Nobody understands their clock either. That's the other thing that's weird.
Well, it is the only clock that goes up, not down, right?
Yeah,
all
and then even
clocks.
still, it's like, all right, it ended at 49 minutes, but when we come back out, it's going to be 45. Why?
Right.
Okay, this is it. And then them like jumping up and down the whole game. It's like that's just a poor use of your energy. Like that's inefficient. That doesn't make you a good fan. That makes you like kind of unintelligent to waste your energy that way. And so it's just a completely boring sport. It's never going to catch on here. It's one of those where it'll catch on in a niche way, the same way that like the Sex Pistols did or whatever. But like that's the extent of it.
It's punk rock.
It's not Punk. It's the Sex Pistols. Punk caught on. The Sex Pistols not.
Where's our DFW superstar representation? We have to show Shakira getting whatever that was. I couldn't tell if that's her little brother or what, but it looked like she was getting groped by somebody. But we had to go and look at her 3 different times on the jumbotron. That was it. It was just Shakira. Nobody else.
The previous game that was here. Was it the
Netherlands, Japan?
No, the one after. I guess it was Argentina and Algeria, maybe. Whatever. You had some local DFW athletes. Dez was in the booth.
Oh,
right?
Shoddy there yesterday. Shoddy was up there.
Todd Williams, Christian Parker. Yeah, it looked like the woman, I don't know if that's his wife, but Todd Williams' significant other was wearing Australia with Schottenheimer and his team. Now, can we get on Shoddy for rooting for Messi's goals while wearing the Team USA jersey, or that's fine?
Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting one because Team USA wasn't playing.
Yeah.
It's like wearing a jersey to a game where that team's not in.
Right.
You're going to a Cowboys-Packers game and you're wearing a Dolphins jersey. Just doesn't make sense.
Didn't you say you're rooting for like Scotland and Argentina and the U.S.?
Well, I am a Scotsman, okay? I'm a lord.
And you're rooting for the Argentina and Scotland and the U.S.?
But I would not go to a game wearing a different jersey.
Match. You uncultured swine.
That's right. I would not go to a match.
Choppy's World Cup update here on Sean and RJ. They're falling in love with something else that we have in this country, Bob.
Man, and I didn't realize this wasn't a common thing over in the UK, but I guess not. Ranch dressing. They love ranch dressing.
As Jake Ferguson had, I think, a ranch dressing fountain at his wedding. Congrats to Ferg. As I guess Dak Prescott was apparently a groomsman. I can't remember who officiated it.
It was Will Greer.
Will Greer officiating it, but apparently he had to have a ranch dressing fountain as he's obsessed with it.
And the Euros are understanding that as well. As the TSA has had to share words of wisdom for World Cup tourists. This is from The Independent. They said many European tourists have been documenting their first ever trip, and they've come to love all these different things about America, and one of them is ranch dressing. And they are obsessed with like bottles of Hidden Valley and everything else. And so people are trying to take ranch dressing home, and it has caused the TSA to put out a statement and a educational video saying you're not allowed to take bottles of liquid on the plane, and do not chug the entire bottle before leaving rather than throw it out, which is what some people have been doing. And you hate ranch dressing. You don't understand this.
I'm not a fan of it. By the way, people are saying, Bobby, don't watch the ball, watch the line formations. It'll change how you view it.
What the hell does that mean? What does a line formation mean?
Just how the teams are setting up. Right,
how they're setting up.
Because you could see more of the field beyond just the ball. I don't understand this, and I just found this out. There's mayo in ranch dressing. That's the white.
I don't know. Mayo, sour cream.
So there's 2 ways to make it.
Mayo,
One's
sour cream, and blue cheese for sure.
One is mayo and one is sour cream. 2 things I just can't stand. I don't get it. But they're discovering a lot of things here. They are going to go back home so bloated, so fat.
They're discovering sports. They've got to see baseball games while they're out here and other things. It's been really popular.
Kraft has to come out with ranch dressing TSA approved pouches. They're gonna have to come out with something like that.
Oh yeah!
I just want you to know if you're on the fan text right now, go in with
the troll.
This isn't the troll. This is dead serious. This is. I want everybody to understand how serious I am right now. If you are coming in on the fan text right now with the Bobby doesn't understand it, what a simpleton, which is already like what some of them are saying, you are the douchebag who looks at a boring movie and goes, you just don't understand the art of it. You don't understand that this static shot of a man pondering for an hour and a half is actually a commentary on the bourgeoisie or what it is. Shut up. It's and you can say, doesn't understand it's a popular sport. Yeah, with kids. And a little kid man is now your all-time leading scorer or whatever.
Kid man.
Fantastic.
Kid man.
Fantastic. Wonderful. What a great sport.
Kid man.
877-881.
And those photos of Lamine Yamal and him are weird as hell.
They are.
Get in there with the kids.
They are weird, man. But that Yamal touched by the hand of God.
Speaking of baseball, the soccer fans were representing for, maybe the Rangers. They just wanted to go see a game. But the Rangers get it done in Miami. Choppy's Diamond Cavs after this.
fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-0, lit 1-0. Did into center field, hit well. Marcy going back. He's back to the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Ezekiel Duran with a home run just a little to the right of straightaway center. His 6th home run this season. We've got some runs up on the board. It's 2-0 Texas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about bringing baseball to the UK? So the Rangers are responsible for, Bobby. Grade me.
Sorry,
Let's go.
What was it against? I just saw there was breaking news from the PGA. Apparently, the PGA is changing everything in 2028.
Like what?
I don't know yet. It says that they're changing the entire competitive system. They just released a whole page on it, and so I was reading through it when he said it. Sorry, I'm going to say 7.
I'm surprised you came up with that tease since you don't want the NFL expanding internationally. So why would you want baseball taken to the UK?
I don't really want baseball taken to the UK. I don't want the games to be over there. They did. I don't think they do it anymore. They did a game in London, 2 games in London. They did it for 3 or 4 years in a row. So I don't really want it, but the fact that people are getting to see it is kind of cool because they never see it. They literally never see Major League Baseball. But the Scotsmen in Miami, the Rangers are the official baseball team of the United Kingdom now. They are. I think that they're the only team. They probably think there was one of 3 teams in the entire sport because they've seen the Red Sox, Rangers, Marlins, Rangers, and then they saw a Yankee game. But they were in full force, doing their chants, doing their cheers. I got a buddy that was at the game. He just got back to his Airbnb an hour ago in Miami. They've just been partying it up all night. I don't know what time last call is in Miami. It used to be 4 o'clock in Florida. I don't know what it is now. But they just
probably all night with Giannis getting traded there.
Right.
They were just like, screw it, keep the bars open.
Yeah, keep them open. But the Rangers do. They took on the Marlins. They went 4-3. There were a couple of moments in this game. First off, Kumar Rocker, though. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings. They used an opener. They used Alexander to open the game. Then Rocker comes in. 76 pitches, 9 strikeouts.
The slider was filthy.
Yeah. It's a lot of good efficiency right there to get 9 Ks and 76 pitches. Didn't throw a ton of balls. I mean, his strike-to-ball ratio is 2-1. That's pretty darn good. Pretty darn good efficiency from Rocker yesterday. Did give up a couple of runs. So his ERA isn't really going to go down a ton, right? Because you give him 2 runs in 5 innings. It's not really going to go down at all. But either way, that was I think you got to put that in the positive category.
Yes.
Off his performance yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. No, that was a good performance from him, and it's not a start in the
Right.
clean way that it normally is. But I mean, if you were to look at it from, he's at this point second? Yeah, his ERA this season is at this point is better than Nathan Eovaldi.
What?
Yeah, he's better than Nathan Eovaldi. His ERA right now is 4.14. Eovaldi's is 4.24.
Wow. Gavin Spittle wanting his props. Mike Bassick saying it last night. Get Jacob Latz in the All-Star game as he was clearly out of juice and gutted out a 1-2-3 save. And Zeke Duran, what was his nickname? Self-appointed?
Oh, what was it? It was like the
solution,
the greatest of all time, or something.
The solution, getting it done offensively and defensively again. They tried to embarrass us with an inside the park home run. Zeke said, "No, not happening."
Hit that relay throw. He's done that a few times this season. He's done it in back-to-back games now, but he's done it a few times this season where he's one of the best on the relay that is out there in baseball right now. Jacob Latz, by the way, leading in pitching WAR on this team significantly.
Wow.
He's 1.8. Next on the team is DeGrom at 1.3.
I wonder if StatCast had the MPH on Durant's throw. I didn't notice it. I didn't see it. I didn't see it during the broadcast. But StatCast sometimes will do that. Like they'll say, oh, this guy threw the ball 100.4 miles an hour from the outfield.
And we are a game and a half behind Seattle, who is 1 game over 500. The Athletics are also a game and a half back.
All right, so you mentioned the inside the park home run. There were 2 plays in this game.
The attempt.
Yes, 2 plays this game. One, that inside the park home run where they got the out. What an exciting play! Like, the triple is the most exciting play in the sport. The only thing close to that would be the throw out. The throw out on the inside of the park. I think this is more exciting than the actual inside the park, because a lot of times when you do it inside the park, it's a stand-up. Ooh. Because the ball hits the outfield, then rolls and rolls and rolls, and nobody gets to it. And it's a stand-up inside the park. I think this might be more exciting.
I don't know, the inside the park home run is so rare that there's a little part of me rooting, even if it's against me. There's a little part of me rooting like, oh, come on, score. Yep. And so whenever they get thrown out, it's like, oh, okay, well, that just ended what I thought was going to be a unique play.
I feel like we usually get a play at the play with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like where there's the guy slides, the throw is way late, but there's the bang, bang. Like, if it's a bang, bang, it's one thing, but I love a good guy going for a triple and he gets thrown out of third. Right? Like, where you see both. You see the hit, you see the ability to run it, and then you see the relay. Like, you want to turn me on at a baseball game, a good relay, where you hit the cutoff man. Hit the cutoff man, kids.
How is it right? And this may be one of these things that I'm about to say it. Y'all are going to say, we read that stat 2 hours ago. But did you guys read the Jared stat on swing and miss percentage?
No.
So, Kumar Rocker now has the franchise record for highest swing and miss percentage in a game for the Rangers. Data goes back to 1988. He passed Jacob deGrom against the Athletics 3 years ago. 57% swing and miss rate.
Wow.
Last night at one point, 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned, 0 walks, 8 strikeouts that at the time tied the career high, 16 swings and misses, 14 with the slider.
Wow. It's working. It was working for him. The other one happened in the 4th inning, the other play. And Diaz singles, and Osuna gets thrown out at home. The Rangers challenge the call. And on the broadcast, they were talking about, like, if this is not overturned, then I don't know what the hell is blocking the plate is. I don't know what the rules of baseball are anymore. And I hate the way they're calling the blocking the plate rule anyway. You know, I like being able to, I like the catcher to be able to camp out there and just block the plate, you know, like block it. Old Mike Scioscia, you know, do something like that, you know?
Yeah, it's fun for the collision, but Corey Seager would never play.
That's right.
Can't have your high-priced guys getting hurt in that collision.
I get it. And they did it not because of the runner. They did it because of Buster Posey. That's why they changed the rule.
Yeah, or the catcher.
And the catcher Buster got rolled over and he broke his ankle. And it's like, all right, we're not going to lose Buster Posey. He was like one of the, he's an MVP. So I understand it. I just, but if that wasn't blocking the plate by the letter of the law, then I don't know what they're doing out there. Like, because he moved into the baseline before he got the ball. And that's textbook blocking the plate. And it just didn't make any sense to me why they would not overturn that, why they would uphold the call.
Sometimes I swear with Major League Baseball, they are just going like, we don't want to. But like honestly, the ABS is, it's stunning to me that like they would allow that at this point just because of how easy it is to verify. Nope, objectively they missed the call and that they put that out there, because there are a lot of times they'll just go no, and I it does not seem consistent at all.
By the way, Jacob Latz confirmed for the G-Bag Nation today at 2:40.
Look 2:40. At that,
Jacob Latz
in one of their 2-hour shows.
Shohei Ohtani. This dude's weird, man.
Oh, here we go. Don't give Bobby more fuel today.
Parlay Ohtani.
This dude's weird.
Parlay.
So he had a...
Oh, no. He's Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani?
Since he's taken his paternity leave.
Well, look, he had a second child. Congratulations. Good for him. But Dave Roberts said he only recently found out that Shohei was expecting. Do y'all think it's weird that you are in a clubhouse? You're in this clubhouse all day. Nobody on your team knows you're having a child? You don't think that he would have told a teammate and that word would have gotten around and it would have made its way to the manager in the first, 8.5 months of childbirth?
This is a bigger Dave Roberts issue than a Shohei Ohtani issue, I feel like.
Why?
Because I feel like I'm certain there were people who
private.
He is,
and
there's
private.
Obviously the language barrier and everything else. But I would assume that there were people there who did know he was like they were having a baby, and that this was probably a surprise to Dave Roberts, maybe some others too. But I bet there were others who did know, and it's just Dave Roberts didn't.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, because like you would think, like, you know, you're supportive. And it's like, hey, you know, like a manager would want to like make you feel like, oh, dude, this is awesome. I can't wait. I was like, wait a second. Did Shohei not tell Eddie? Because he was so secretive with the dog name.
Yeah.
For years, it was like, is he not just telling people that he's pregnant? Is there? Maybe there's a custom. I have no idea. But like, I just found it very odd. Like, the manager didn't know until very recently that he was. Don't you want to prepare?
Maybe it's because it's his second kid, so he's like, we have one already.
Yeah.
What's the big deal about a second one?
We do have some big news with the passing of a music legend.
Yes, the one, the only, Clive Davis has passed away. Now, Clive Davis is like legitimately one of the last of a dying breed, which is the super prominent, well-known, high-profile music like industry mogul. And he's somebody who, his biggest claim to fame, there's two artists that he always gets a ton of credit for helping to launch. It's Barry Manilow and it's Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston's the big one. But he had been the head of Columbia Records for 6 years in the 60s. He ended up launching his own label. He's been with a couple others during the time, but Whitney Houston was the one that he was most associated with. And he's kind of got a complicated legacy with some people because he platformed and gave a big voice to a lot of different black artists and helped expand the reach of soul and pop music and different things like that. But he was also viewed as kind of segregating out that music and making like its own, I think it was its own spot on the label at one point. And a lot of people didn't like that. And there were some complicated interactions at times with Whitney Houston, but
go watch his documentary. Have you seen it on Netflix?
Yes.
It's great.
No doubt about it. One of the...
it's fantastic.
He was a lawyer. He wasn't even like a music guy. He got into this as an outsider. It's like the Rob Manfred coming in from the outside.
Okay, so I'm seeing this. Man, it's like Whitney's amazing. Billy Joel, Bruce Springsteen, Pink Floyd.
I have a thing for
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Talent evaluators. I don't care what profession it is. Like, who can scout it, who can see it. And this is like a Jerry West of the music industry. Yeah. And I'm always fascinated how someone that you pigeonhole into a genre can be like, that hip hop, this is a hit. This guy's a star. And all the different genres because you just have the music ear for the talent.
Yeah. No, he was such a talented evaluator, and there's just not many people like that left anymore where you know the music industry mogul.
Time to set your calendars. The Cowboys training camp schedule is out. That's next in Below. Right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan, 7 and 10 tech.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Are the Cowboys defenders passing the first 9 weeks? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing.
And let's get that Mavericks pick in at 9 o'clock. I want to know who you want and why with the draft tonight.
Yeah, and they're dominating a lot of these shows this morning. This one, and then none of the other TVs that I can see. Just what I see on social media. But Dusty May is a dominant topic this morning on the talk shows. But before we get into the Cowboys and
props Patrick Dumont again.
He's been willing to shell out the cash to be able to make it happen, and he's secured everybody that he needs. Yeah, that's exactly it, Nico. Before we get into the Cowboys defense and the way that Christian Parker is just relentlessly drilling everybody in that room with pop quizzes and things like that. Training camp dates have been officially announced, as well as joint practices for the Cowboys.
Well.
Cowboys veterans and rookies alike will report to training camp in Oxnard on July 28th, writes Tommy Yarsh, as the NFL announced the training camp dates on Monday. On August 11th, Cowboys will make the drive up to Los Angeles and hold a joint practice against the Rams. A week later, on August 18th, the Saints will travel to Oxnard, and Dallas will hold their second joint practice. So that means Dallas is at least in Oxnard through the 18th, and probably a little later than that, which I think is a little later than they've done the last couple of years. I think the last couple of years they've split more evenly between Frisco and Oxnard than that. But for them to be in there till, oh my gosh, that'd be mid-July through at least probably August 20th. I mean, that's like a full month out there in Oxnard, which I don't think they've spent that much time in there, Jerry. That's what my point is.
I think it just depends on obviously when the where the preseason games are. Right? If they start out with 2 out west, which they've done, then they stay out there longer. If not, then they're back.
Over at Dallas Morning News, Joseph Hoyt has a new article up about Christian Parker and the way that he's trying to instill his defense with the various players over there. And he kind of referenced this. I remember when we played this clip a couple weeks ago, and it fascinated me that he talked about, like, whether we're using Kahoot or Quizlet. I'm like, whoa, what did he just say? That's the stuff that, like, Addison uses when she's trying to, like, do flashcard games to remember stuff in middle school, or it's the stuff that Jacob had done. And so it's something that caught the attention of Joe Hoyt, and so he had gone around the locker room and asked a bunch of different people about, hey, what has this been like dealing with kind of the teaching style of Christian Parker? And apparently he is a big fan, as Joe Hoyt writes, that on any given day inside the Cowboys facility, a surprise could be waiting for the players. They're prepared in a sense. They've already got pens or pencils in hand from taking notes during team meetings. They also know at any given moment, Parker or one of the team's assistants could stop everything and slide a paper in front of them. They have to be alert. And Kalen Carson says he's always randomly popping out quizzes. Says it's a practice that multiple Cowboys players say they haven't done in the NFL, and while it seems simple, it has been effective. Last year, the Cowboys defense was ailed by communication breakdowns. They were disjointed. This week, each week, seemingly quarterbacks that struggled against the rest of the NFL found a new life against the Cowboys defense that ultimately finished as the worst in the NFL. But Christian Parker has talked about wanting to make sure that he's just ingraining all of this. And so these tests apparently can be anywhere from 5 to 10 questions, players said. They're mostly based on schemes or formations. They include both written questions and those based on pictures of formations or other situational what-ifs, which is, I know, something that CP's talked about before in previous interviews. I don't know if he said it since he's been in Dallas, but he talked about a big thing to him is reaching guys the way that they learn and making sure that he's communicating the way they learn. So whether it be, all right, if they're visual learners, let's teach them this way. If they are auditory learners, let's do it this way. D. Winter says that so far doing it this way, he said it's huge. It makes you play faster on the field. I'm a visual learner, so if I can see it, it helps me definitely play a little bit faster, and that's what you want to do, especially in this defense. The questions aren't only limited to certain positions, Joe Hoyt writes. Carson, for example, has strictly been playing outside corner so far through organized organized team activities.
Thank you.
Yeah,
get it.
That's a good line, and you know that was a good line.
Get it.
Organized team activities at minicamp. He still gets questions on his pop quiz about what a nickel corner or a safety might have to do in a certain situation or against a certain formation. Reddy Stewart, who was pretty much a nickel corner only last year, said that everything is intertwined. Everybody's working together, from the linebackers to the corners to me in the slot and the outside guys. It says the quizzes are helpful for coaches too. Brian Schottenheimer said it's a data gathering tool. The coaches will actually grade the test. So this isn't just you sitting there filling it out. At the end of it, they're actually throwing a grade on there, and they want to see who understands the concepts and who might need a little more teaching on the side. So before I get into a little bit more of what's written in here,
you want to read the rest of it?
I'm most curious about RJ Choppy's thoughts on this. Because Chop, I feel like you are the one who, when you hear a story like this, you want to stop down and go like, this is try hard, or like, oh, this is just a signal that this doesn't actually help anything. Like, not necessarily this specifically, but these kind of things that get written about whenever you hear about performative things. So this test taking, random pop quizzes that you're dropping in front of a player, performative or helpful?
I got to be honest, man. I am so sick of hearing about Christian Parker.
Here we go.
I am just get me to the game.
Is this he hates defense? Defensive?
No, I'm sure. Look, I'm excited about him being good, but we're talking about this guy. Like, I don't know. We're just talking about him like he's the greatest defensive coordinator of all time. It's like, can we let him coach a game? Like, this is all project. None of us have any idea what kind of defensive coordinator he's going to be. I think he's going to be great. I'm excited about it, but I just don't know. So, yes, is it performative? Yes. Is it helpful? Probably too. Because I do want to know if these guys can actually, I think there is something performative about the Wonderlic. I also think there's something that I could take from it. I can take something from an IQ test. Not a lot. It's a data point, whatever you want to say. I think I could take something from it.
Look. We could do these stories about every new coordinator and coach. Mm-hmm. Everyone has their own tactics, and all these players, I guarantee we can find 5 glowing quotes about Rob Ryan and Mike Nolan and Eberflus and Mike McCarthy. But I am more hopeful. I'm more hyped about Christian Parker. I've read Mike Vrabel doing a lot of this stuff in Tennessee and then in New England with the pop quizzes. So we're going to have to wait and see. And then I like hearing from people after the games or after the season and where they're like, okay, this is where it really helped and was different and unique. Everyone has their own tactics and everyone has their own different drills. But we're going to see how long it takes to play out.
Yeah, I think So first off, I know, Chop, you being tired of hearing about Christian Parker, I get it because he hasn't done anything yet. It's also, I was having this discussion with somebody the other day who was like, boy, can we throttle back a little some of the love here? And I was like, the only thing we have to go on right now with him when we're trying to evaluate is we believe what he's going to be, and we know what his past history has been working with his position group, so we've got that to go on. This process right now, we're only able to grade how are you different. And I will say this, whether it works or not, I don't know. It's 100% different than any defensive coordinator I've seen them have out there. They run practice differently. Most defensive coordinators kind of do a lot of the same things. This isn't. I don't see corners in another defensive practice basically running up to a tackling sled and simulating that they're engaged on the offensive line and trying to put a hand up in the passing lane.
Look, here are the reasons that Christian Parker is being hyped and probably overhyped. It's the Dallas Cowboys, in no particular order. It's the Dallas Cowboys. It's the dead season. He's young. We think of him, there's a prodigy aspect to him coming from a famous, well-regarded tree in Vic Fangio. He's new, and he's different.
That's it. Yeah.
Those are the reasons. That's why we're sitting here, and radio dead period does have something to do with it, and the Cowboys. And you think that there's nowhere to go but up, that it has to be better. We know it will be an improved defense. 98% of people would say this will be an improved defense from last year because of how all-time franchise bad it was.
I understand it. It's just all right. Because
I think you roll your eyes a lot of times at different coaching tactics when we hear about different things.
Sometimes I do. I mean, like we're putting. I don't like the term we're setting them up to fail because I don't think that's the case. But like, I think that there will be people who are disappointed if this defense isn't like a top 10 defense just because of the coach. I'm like, well, that's not realistic.
No, look, I mean, 214 maybe nails it right here when they say Wyatt Langford expectations being put on Christian Parker, which is that was too much for Wyatt Langford early. Now, the second half of that is wrong. There's no way he can live up to the constant glazing Bobby and Broadus and others have done. I don't think I've glazed Christian Parker. I've just talked about it. I don't think I've praised it. I've said it's different. I have only explained how it's different. I've said I don't know if it works. I'm saying it's different, though. It looks different than Matt Eberflus was.
You're very excited about it.
I'm excited to see it. It could be completely terrible, but that's more just the unknown. It's not like I'm excited thinking it's definitely going to work. Look, there's a ton of...
Does Broadus love him?
Yeah. Broadus loves him because he got to chop it up and talk ball with him in Indy.
Thanks to us.
Exactly. Right. We gifted it to him, but it's the it's not like I'm standing up here and saying I guarantee they're going to be in the conference championship game and that book it. The Cowboys are going to play in the conference championship. I'm not saying that. I would never say that. But it's something where all I can do is tell you how it's different from what Matt Eberflus was. And what we know is Matt Eberflus was negligent last year, and Matt Eberflus was awful last year for this defense. And so I would think you'd want to hear that it looks different than what he did. And as somebody else just pointed out on the fan text, and I think it's correct, 443, this shows how much Eberflus mailed it in last year. That's what a lot of it is. But even Dan Quinn, who was here and was a good defensive coordinator, didn't operate the same way, so I think it's interesting.
But Jerry and Steven are also to blame. Okay, Matt Eberflus did have crap to work with. That's Jerry and Steven's fault. And Eberflus's for what personnel decisions, Kenneth Murray. But
it's Brian Schottenheimer's fault, too.
Yes, that front office put that personnel out there, and a lot of those people are going to be unemployed if they're not already in the National Football League. Below the Belt, every day at this time on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. This is the segment I'm waiting for the most. Let's get the final pick in, or picks. Who do you want the Mavericks to take tonight, and why? And how much will Dusty May have that say? Next on Sean and RJ. That was a lot of...
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and I'm excited for tonight. Tonight, cannot wait to recap the Dallas Mavericks draft with Chuck Cooperstein at 8 o'clock. Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, tomorrow at 9 for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Aiden Butler, Peyton Russell, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell getting it on the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the draft tonight. Who do you want? What do you want them to do, and why? On the Franklin and Franco text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Of course, while you were sleeping, Giannis finally got traded to Miami. Mavs fans, once again, bitter about the Luka return, as Tyler Hero is the main piece going to Milwaukee, along with 3 first-round picks, including number 13 tonight. So he does not end up going to Boston. What are the Celtics going to do with Jaylen Brown, who they've now tried to deal twice in 4 years? Is there a win-now team that wants Jaylen? Is there a win-now piece that could go back to the massholes? But Giannis is acquired by Pat Riley.
Yeah, they got their star. They don't have much to work with now in terms of pieces around him. They're going to have to try to find it on the trade market, the open market, however you want to put it. They don't have a whole lot of capital to be able to spend to get somebody, but they got what you need in Miami. You need a superstar. You need a name. You need a name to show up. Linen pants aren't leaving the house to go watch Jaime Jaquez.
Yes.
They're leaving the house to go see Giannis or some other superstar.
Well, and they're already thin in Miami. Brian Windhorst this morning apparently said Norman Powell will be gone unless he takes a massive pay cut to stay in Miami. So it will literally just be Bam and Giannis at that point.
God. But Bam's Mr. 83, so why not?
Yeah.
He's a hell of a free throw shooter.
All right, so Dusty May getting the glowing reviews throughout the sports world yesterday, leaving Michigan for your Dallas Mavericks. Matt Norlander, CBS insider, said it was the college environment that really was always going to push Dusty May away.
I'm not surprised whatsoever. Spoke to a source close to Dusty May just a short while ago, and it is the college environment that is pushing him to this decision. It's not an easy one. It's an extremely difficult one. He met with Dallas on Saturday when they made their final pitch and essentially offered him the job. He took all day Sunday to make that decision, decided late last night that yes, indeed, it would be the case, that he is going to take the Dallas job. He has not signed a contract at this point, I am told, but those things will get ironed out in the coming days. But ultimately, the state of college sports and where things are with a lack of guardrails and a lack of really true firm infrastructure. And
Dusty's like, I'm out of here. See you later. Not doing it.
Yeah, that's college athletics' own fault.
And many people believe that John Shire, as you mentioned earlier, he will eventually do this too.
And look, they've done it to themselves. I thought Stephen A. Smith made a good line. Is that college sports, they had a point, but they don't have our sympathy in terms of wanting to change and put guardrails on this, because they need to have guardrails on this because it's a mess. And you're losing coaches. You're losing really good coaches. You've lost your Jay Wrights and Mike Krzyzewski's, and you obviously now you lose Dusty May. You're losing a lot of guys to either retirement or the NBA, or in college athletics, college football, you lose them maybe to the NFL. Lincoln Riley's tried to go to the NFL. There was talk of Kirby Smart going to the NFL. Harbs left. He went to the NFL. You have this, that you've done it to yourself. It's a mess. And the fact that Dusty May is sitting there 90 minutes after they won the national championship
with an extension on his desk,
trying to recruit kids because the portal opens, is absurd. And the fact that you have kids on your team in the middle of the NCAA tournament entering the transfer portal and leaving your team is absurd. And that's what's going on.
It's nuts. I mean, it's an awful existence, but it's one they also created, and it's one that's chasing their coaches away. And I know they want to fix it and they want to change it, but again, it is a little bit like you created rules like these, you have to sit in them now. Like you have like this happened because of your negligence. You don't get like a bailout from the consequences of it. You got to feel it.
Listen to Dusty May and his coaching style and think about prospects and how this may. Now, Dusty May, how do you go about getting his opinion on what happens tonight if you're Masai Ujiri and the new GM? Do you just be like, all right, start with the Wolverine players and tell us who you absolutely have to have, who you absolutely love? This is Dusty May on the Way of Champions pod talking about his coaching style.
I coached when I was young, and I tried to be like Coach Knight, and I learned the hard way that they weren't any better because of it, and they didn't enjoy it, and they didn't grow the way they should have. And so I just made a very conscious decision that wasn't who I really was, despite that's the way I played hard for my coaches who coached me like that. It just wasn't how I wanted to do it. And it coincided with the time of Brad Stevens being at the top of our profession and Tony Bennett. And so it just showed when you're overcoaching, you're actually distracting them from what they should be focused on and what they should be looking at and what they should be listening to. And so I just always felt like if I couldn't say something useful, then I shouldn't say something at all.
To your point, you mentioned Brad Stevens. I have a quote here from Brad Stevens, and it says,
Stop. I don't know what has happened without me and you and our audio communication, but
that's Truman Capote.
We're 0 for 2.
It did sound like
in this segment. I don't know if things are jumping or what, but not great. Dan Wetzel, ESPN, said May's teams are known for their innovative offensive sets. He's known for his communication skills. He played numerous different styles based on whatever his personnel allowed for that season or even that game. That includes oversized lineups, as Michigan became the antidote for the small ball revolution in college basketball by effectively playing multiple big men. Until he got to Michigan, he never benefited from any kind of recruiting power to stock his roster with superstars. The NBA was always a focus of his. Even if it doesn't work, virtually every school in the country will fight to get him back. This is a good hire, Wetzel writes, and that's despite knowing the lengthy list of successful college basketball coaches who didn't get anywhere in the NBA. The NBA's success at mining the college ranks for coaching talent was so limited outside of Brad Stevens and Billy Donovan that the league basically gave up trying. NBA owners and GMs stopped believing March Madness success mattered. And I know you looked into a profile as well.
Yeah, real quick on the point about like coaches and the NBA stopped trying. The NBA never tried. Like when you look at like the coaches that they hired from there, okay, well, it's your fault for hiring Reggie Theus straight out of New Mexico State after 2 years of coaching. You went and hired Mike Montgomery from Stanford after he hadn't won an NCAA game for 3 years. They hired 2 coaches from Iowa State by the time that like it finally took them to go, oh, let's go to a big program. Let's hire a national champion before we do this. They've never like it. That's a little funny that I just think the NBA's process has been flawed throughout that. But MLive had written a profile piece on him a couple years ago where they had looked at a bunch of different things related to his philosophy, listened to different interviews, talked to various coaches that he had been with. And one of the things they wrote here, they said, May will prioritize spacing, cutting, and off-ball screens with the goal of creating deception. He'll tell his players, should they forget a play, to keep moving. Quote, at every moment, the ball needs help or it needs space. The guys off the ball need to decide. He then says shot selection is critical. Those who take a questionable shot are likely to be asked, do you think that's the best shot you 5 on the floor could generate? Defensively, May thinks about what would bother him as an offensive player and tries to replicate that. He prefers to switch screens and take risks at certain spots on the floor. Communication is important, with the volume and intensity of the speaker more important than the verbiage. Containing the ball one-on-one is required to make it all work. It prevents overhelping and limits offensive rebounds. And they said that one of the big things is, and he kind of referenced it there talking about Bobby Knight, is that he is initially was kind of a bit of like just copying what he had always seen. And that over time, what they found and why Mike Davis had a lot of praise for him, the old Indiana coach, as being, man, he is somebody who just, when he gets in a room, he understands every room that he's in. And he understands the people that he's with. And he understands how to connect with them and how to communicate. And that's the big check mark that he gets, is basically just an awareness of how he's connecting with someone if he's not, and how he needs to change it, and being willing to do it, not just stubbornly locking in and saying, nope, I'm going to do it my way because this is the way that I've done it.
All right, so right now, Masai Ujiri is getting his public flowers. What is going to happen tonight? NBA draft Cannot wait for it. I'm very, very excited. I have a reason to stick around for the middle of the first round versus what we usually do, top 5-6 picks, and then you haven't heard of a lot of people. So Jay Billis and Jeremy Woo and everyone else putting out their final mocks. How are they going to be influenced after Dusty May's hire? By the way, well, I'll get to it later, the Miami and Milwaukee odds changing. A lot of people change up their mock drafts after May's hiring as you compile picks.
So I compiled these this morning. SI has Burries, Braden Burries from Arizona. CBS also has Burries. The Ringer also has Burries. The Score, whatever website that is, also has Burries. Bleacher Report has Kingston Flemings out of Houston, and so does Yahoo. And then I saw Jeremy Woo, that was the only one that didn't have either one of them, had Nate Amen. I have not seen Billis's.
And within Jeremy Woo's stuff, he said a lot of people are starting to mock Michigan players here. He said, however, there is skepticism within the league about the extent of May's influence on this pick. So a lot of people around the league think this is just Masai's pick, and Dusty May is not going to impact it very much.
I am ABA. Anyone but a day. I am out.
Because of today's NBA?
Yeah. I look, I know he's good. He's a good passer. He's tall. You don't
think there's going to be zagging to the small ball zig in the league right now?
Perhaps there is. This team has put a lot of resources into that down low position.
Let's take advantage of the Lakers today and make them overpay for Gafford to make Luka happy. Let me put in a call.
That's what I think. That's a solid plan of attack. And if you do that,
I love Gafford, but
I do too. And if you do that, then maybe that changes. I think I like Gafford a lot more than Mara. I like Lively a lot more than Mara. He's too statuey. I just like in the modern NBA. To me, I think the modern NBA is Wemby.
Kevin O'Connor on his Yahoo mock where he put Kingston Flemings there, he circled back and had to put an editor's note in when Dusty May was hired, and he was basically saying this is less likely a match with Dusty May there, that Flemings wouldn't be as likely at that point. He thinks it's more likely that they would trade back now with May.
One thing
real quick, he did say he described Dusty May as, quote, one of the game's greatest coaches, both as a tactician and as a motivator.
Oh, one of the things that Fleming I really like in the NBA is that the NBA is little more up tempo, and he's so fast. He's not offensively gifted to the point of in a half court game like the college game where he can really take advantage of it. But his speed in the open court in the NBA, I think, could be just fun.
Who do you want? What do you want? Who or what? Well, you can throw in trade scenarios as well.
Dream is Acuff.
Okay.
Dream. If he's not there, I think trade back. I don't love Burries. I don't love Flemings. I don't love Keaton Wagler. I mean, I like them. I'd be okay with it. But if you were asking me my number one, it's Acuff, and then if he's not there, they could trade down a couple of spots, and then you're fine. Then you bring in a number of guys. You're Philon, Lindenberg, whatever, Lopez. So I think you're in a good spot there. But if they stay at 9. My no-go's Mara, and if they stay at 9, again, if they take Philon, Fleming, Wagler, whoever there, I'm okay with it. I would like to get a guard, somebody that can work, on the perimeter. Amen he's too close in size to Cooper. He's not a ball handler.
Too close in size.
He's a 6'10".
Well, why do you want another one?
Because I would like to have a guard. I would like to have a primary ball handler, and he's not that. He's a 6'10" shooter. That's great. Those you take those. But I would like to have a guard.
Bob,
trade up for Acuff or just trade out of there. Call Oklahoma City, see if they'll move around. But I don't think Acuff's getting to 9. So to me, it's trade either way. I want to either trade up for Acuff or trade back and get picks.
All right, let's hear from the Tolos on who and what you want. We'll give you all the latest mocks as well in the red zone here on Sean and RJ next on The Fan.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is the Red Zone brought to you by Jess Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ. We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Finish up Ask Reddit at 9:40. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On with the NBA draft tonight. And, of course, yesterday at this time, the humongous news broke of Dusty May leaving Michigan for the Mavericks. Pepe, what are the names coming in, or Bobby, on the Franklin and Frankel fan text as to who or what they want them to do this evening? 877-881-1053.
469 says Kingston Flemings. You've got 214 wants Acuff. Somebody else just wants them to make a push for Norman Powell if the Miami Heat are going to be having to purge people and have to figure out some sign and trade or something like that. 940 says just don't want any Michigan players. Mavs don't need those. And then we got a Burries.
We've carried over the Cowboy hatred to basketball.
Right. Burries from the 682.
My YouTube expertise is fine with Burries. I'm fine with Brown.
I like Brown.
Acuff obviously is fun and explosive. I'm looking at Yaxel. I got to do a little extra Michigan homework here after Dusty May. Man, this guy can finish.
Yes.
He doesn't raise up on his jump shot, and I noticed that in the tournament, but I just assumed it was the injury. But 6'9", 240, he's a nasty finisher at the rim.
Because he only had a handful of points in the final, right? He only had 6 or 7 points.
Yeah. And he was, at halftime, was like, I'm compromised.
Right.
I'm basically a decoy out here. I am not a fan of your boy Ament at Tennessee.
Well, he had the same kind of thing where he was basically like a decoy in some of these tournament games because he was hurt. He's a little slow. He's 6'10", that could shoot and handle the ball, so he's always going to get opportunities. I felt there was a tale of 3 seasons with him this year. The first part was when the early part of the year where he was not being aggressive with the basketball. He was kind of taking a back seat to Gillespie. And then you had a 5-week stretch where he was averaging 25 a night, and he was all right, you could see it click at this one game, and it was he took over, and he was really, really awesome. And then he had that really awful knee injury where he got bent backwards, and then he missed 2 games, and he came back, and they didn't think he was going to play for the rest of the year, and he was like, no, I'm going to play. So I felt like he was tough for that, but he's a little slow. His footwork is a little bit slow, and that's not always what you want to see.
Who fits the Ujiri profile for this evening, Bob? You feel like you have any feel on that?
Well, then that would probably be. It's going to be who is the Mexican forward?
That's
Lopez, a guy who they're we're not sure if he can shoot yet, but he's athletic and can really run the floor. And so that's honestly, there's a lot of these mock drafts that have projected various players to Dallas have leaned into just athletic wings or athletic guards. So it's they're still developing a shot. We don't know yet, but they're athletic.
Yeah.
Jay Billis had his superlatives. ESPN.com. He said he would take Darren Peterson 1. Mm-hmm. I heard Brian Windhorst say he has never heard as many compliments for a player that's not supposed to definitely go 1 as he has heard on Cam Boozer. Everyone is he's an analytical darling. He's the best basketball player right now amongst the 3, but Billis is still going Peterson at number 1. I think it's going to be AJ. Maybe Danny Ainge does something desperate to try to keep AJ in Utah. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't rule that out. But the superlatives for Billis: most talented, Darren Peterson; most built for the NBA, DeBonsa; best pure basketball player, Cam Boozer; most dynamic athlete, no surprise, Caleb Wilson; best guard besides Peterson, Acuff; best passer, Braden Smith; best defensive player, Jaden, is it Quaitance?
Sure.
And then favorite prospects outside the top 10, Morez Johnson Jr. and Phylon. Top sleeper, Bennett Sturts. So those are the superlatives from Billis. We have any final mocks coming in with write-ups that you like? Jeremy Woo, ESPN, went with Nate Ament. Dallas's hiring of Dusty May was an intriguing headline with all three Michigan prospects potentially on the board. We haven't talked about Johnson Jr. a lot. However, there's skepticism within the league about the extent of the influence, as Bobby referenced. Rival teams have come to view Ament as a candidate for the Mavs, with his reign starting at number 6 with Brooklyn and another potential landing spot at 10 with Milwaukee. He would be an intriguing front court player for Flag, creating a tall, skilled forward paired with plenty of long-term upside. The Mavs have expressed openness to moving back as well.
He's going to be very boom or bust. Like there's not like I could totally see him being just awful, and I could see him being like Chris Middleton or Harrison Barnes.
What's his size?
He's 6'10".
Yeah,
he's 6'10". He could shoot, handle the ball. Again, like
I could see some Harrison Barnes.
His comp coming in, and it was stupid. It was never fair. It was Durant. That was his comp out of high school. I'm like,
16 guy who can shoot.
What are we doing here, guys?
Where's the orange?
What are we doing?
Yeah.
We're not comping people who are one of the most unicorny players of all time. He was just a little slower than I expected him to be. He was polarizing on our group chat. There was no in between. Either you loved him on the group chat or you hated him.
Blake Elliott, he's not a fan, right?
No, yeah, he basically said if that's who they pick, then he's rioting. The 30th pick in that Jeremy Woo draft, by the way, it was that Jay Billis sleeper from Kentucky. Jaden, however you say it, Quaintance or whatever.
And people have said, Jamal Mashburn, Cooper Flag would go number 6 in this draft.
Well, Jeremy Woo says, I don't agree with that one. So he did basically, he combined these two draft classes. And at number 1, he says it's Cooper Flag. Knowing what we knew then and what we know now, he's the clear number 1. There were so few holes in his overall profile. The question was about what level of heights he'd reach, not about whether he would succeed. He finished college on the growth trajectory, good indicators he developed, not only as a shooter, but also all-around scorer. Extremely young for his level, solid positional size.
Will he have Dylan Harper go 2? I'm going to... I'll say no.
He has AJ at number 2. Will he have Dylan Harper go 3?
No, he'll have Peterson.
Peterson 3. Will he have Dylan Harper go 4?
Yes.
Cam Boozer 4.
Oh!
Mashburn was right.
Will he have Dylan Harper go 5?
No.
Yes.
Yes, he will.
Oh, damn it.
And then Caleb Wilson, VJ Edgecombe, Baylor from last year.
Edgecombe, he's great.
Ace Bailey from last year.
Did not want to go to Utah.
Keaton Wagler from this year at 9. Con Kneppel at 10. There's your top 10. That's it.
And Fran Fraschilla was a freaking treat. I went to sleep listening to the Hoop Collective when he was on there with Windhorse and McMahon, and he was in love with Caleb Wilson as well. He's in love with Boozer, and then I fell asleep.
It's not.
I'm not feeling it. Basic's not feeling Boozer either.
He's just not like I wouldn't. From the little bit I've seen, like watching him in the tournament and other things, like when I watch him go, like I would not be surprised if your career was not as good as your dad's.
He said he'll be instant 20 and 10.
He is. I think people are comping him to like Kevin Love.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, his dad was 20 and 10 for like 3 years.
Look, I think Cam Boozer might be the safest player.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you want out of the draft?
Though,
right? What do you want out of the draft? Do you want a safe player that you know is going to be good but never great, or do you want a player that could be great but might also be
like I think Caleb Wilson is scary.
He is.
Like he's scary freak athlete.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the bad type of scary. Like I don't know if he can shoot. I don't know if he's going to refine his game to be anything other than a major dunk highlight based upon my 5-minute study.
Yeah, and
Jesse Howard.
But like with Cam Boozer, like I mean he's going to be good, right? But
that's like.
Do you want for the third overall pick? Be like, he's gonna be good,
right? It's like when Emeka Okafor was coming out, and everybody's like, yeah, he'll be good, but like we have some questions about Dwight Howard, but Dwight Howard could be great. Right. So let's go with Dwight Howard,
and that's why you get drafted number 1.
877-881-1053 to let us know. Vegas with the final odds for who goes where. AJ's 1 to 10 from BetOnline. Darren Peterson, who apparently did not talk to Utah, 2-7. Third pick, Cam. Fourth pick, Caleb. Fifth pick, Wagler. Sixth pick, Acuff. Seventh pick, Acuff. Eighth pick, Mara. Ninth pick for the Mavs, or just to go 9, Burries, followed by Mara, then Yaxel, then Morez Johnson, then Flemings, Keaton, McCall. Kevin Hagelin has messed up my name, my head with the pronunciation. Then Ament, Acuff, Lopez, Philon at number 9.
Does it go out of the top 10 by chance?
No.
Ah, crap. I was curious if 12 was odds-on Michigan player, because they look at it and just go, about the range, and Dallas could trade back.
Yeah, who are the 2 or 3 guys that you think could be in a trade back range where then you're definitely okay with it? If they meant Mara, I know you don't want, but Burries,
well, you get him,
Brown.
Yeah, if you get him at 12.
You shouldn't like him at 12 if you don't want him at 9.
No, you're right. I don't. I'm just saying, like, I could deal a little bit easier with it if you're picking up another pick.
Okay.
Right?
But those guys I just named, are you okay with a move back in those scenarios of Lopez, Mara, Burries, Brown?
I'm pretty much out on Mara in a lot of situations. I mean, obviously, we trade back far enough. Obviously, we trade back far enough, or you get another pick.
Lendenborg.
Yeah, I think if you go down back to 12, Yaxel's in play. Philon is going to be in play regardless. Lopez. If Met's still there, it's a little bit better.
If they draft, how are we going to look into Dusty May influence if they draft a Michigan player? Will we say, all right, it's not Masai's show? I mean, they could have definitely liked one of the or two of the Wolverines themselves.
They very easily could go in that range. So, like I mean, especially if you're talking about if they trade back and take one of them,
right?
And so,
I haven't seen Yaxel the top 10 at all, hardly. So, like, if they took him at 9. Or if they took Morez Johnson at 9.
People think Morez Johnson could go in the top 10.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I thought that Michigan team had some good players on it, no doubt. It was Yaxel, they had another guard. I was not a massive fan of Mara or Morez.
Let's pay off the red zone, since it's usually football every single day. Brandon Ayuk at it again on Instagram.
Man, what's up, everybody? I had a great Father's Day. And before I lay down and go to bed tonight, I just wanted to say, go Commanders! Go Commanders, man. Go Commanders! Raise hell, man. Take command. You talking about?
That dude is just costing himself every single day. Yeah, and that's the concern with Pickens that people are always worried about. Same sort of thing is the meltdown.
He's on page 4 of the Let's Get Out of Here handbook. He's playing it to a T.
What are the other pages?
I don't know what the other pages are, but he's on page 4.
By the way, do you know how old Yaxel's going to be by the time he plays his first NBA game?
25, right?
24.
Yeah, he's over.
I thought he was like 21.
But
I knew he had like JUCO and stuff. I didn't realize he was that old.
Are we out on him like the NFL Cowboy possibility that we were saying no on? Was that D lineman? Who was that? Who was the?
Mesidor.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah. I don't think I want a 24-year-old first pick to go with Cooper Flag. No, that's not going to work.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit. Obviously, full recap tomorrow. Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, at 8 with whatever they decide to do. We finish up Ask Reddit with KNC after this. This is.
anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Bad giveaway. Chance for two. And Mbappe's there. Absolute disaster for Iraq. Kylian Mbappe on the receiving end. Unselfish from Dembele. And France double their lead.
Fox and FIFA with the call as the Messi all-time mark may not stand for very long. It's Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece featuring Blake Elliott in for Corey. Messi now with 18, Mbappe with 16. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Blake Elliott channeling some Bobby Belt by losing his wallet.
Yeah, it's somewhere around. It's either here, or at the restaurant, in my car, or at the house. So all four places are theoretically safe.
How do you know you weren't pickpocketed?
Because there's
with certainty.
Because there's nothing of value in there, so they would be dumb.
But do pickpockets
people don't know that?
Yeah, they find it out after the fact.
Yeah. That's a great point.
Because what's that brand of sweatsuit?
Oh, that's Comfort.
Comfort.
Is that expensive?
No.
Good, yeah. I mean, it can be.
Okay,
It's like $80, right?
I would pickpocket you.
Okay.
You know, because that is accessible.
Seems loungy, not paying attention with this outfit.
No, it's decent. You probably have some money in your wallet.
Yeah, okay.
With that type of brand, and that's a very. Now I don't know about all the stains on the
I got
sweatshirt.
some stains going on. I was eating. You saw me this morning.
That can't be food stains.
That's not from today.
That can't be food stains. That's drink stains.
Well, might be. I get a little messy at the house. This is my house sweater. This is my house sweater.
What did you eat?
I had fish sticks with syrup.
What?
Wait, hang on a second. For breakfast?
Fish sticks.
Okay, so
with syrup?
So
you like fish
or French toast sticks, you bet.
So it's a fish fillet. It's not like a fish stick. You throw it in the air fryer. Fantastic dinner. I feel like a king eating it. Throw some syrup. Throw some syrup over it. Try it. Try fish.
What?
Try fish and syrup before you knock it. Try fried fish and syrup before you try it. It was last night's dinner. I was a little too full. Baby girl said, put it in the fridge. Oh. Boom. Heat it up in the morning, or heat it up at night. I said, I don't want it to sit out that long and have it for dinner. I'll just have it for breakfast. I spared everyone in the newsroom and didn't walk and parade my fish that I went through the back.
Did you microwave it in the up here? Did it smell?
Yeah. I tried it quickly. I was like, hopefully no one knew that was me.
I'm not gonna insult you because it does make sense. People put like honey on fried chicken or chicken sandwich.
It's in the same realm.
You know what I mean? Yeah. McGriddle, a sweet, savory.
I'm very aware how it sounds for breakfast. It's not what I would pick for breakfast. I just wanted to.
But that's what I love the most.
Yes.
Because I eat lunch at 10:30.
Yes.
And if I could have my druthers, I would eat lunch over any breakfast meal. Basically. Very rarely would I pick I love these 1080 guys. Yeah. I go down here and I see at 6:15 in the morning, I see sushi. I see mac and cheese. I see lasagna because their clocks are totally upside down and backwards. And I'm like, yeah, only in other countries can you get they're eating lo mein for breakfast or curries for breakfast. That's what it should be.
You said you pick lunch over breakfast. What do you guys think of as a typical lunch meal? I think of a salad, a sandwich. When I think of lunch meal,
salad.
Yeah, I think a salad is like a lunch meal. Like, hey, I'm having for lunch a salad with chicken.
A rabbit's meal.
Yeah. Chicken, or excuse me, sandwich is kind of the main.
Yeah, sandwich. Yep.
Sandwich, salad, soup. Something light, something like
get you through.
I've got strict rules. I don't eat sandwiches.
Sandwiches aren't for dinner.
I don't eat sandwiches for dinner.
So is this
why is that?
It's not a dinner
because he's Rain Man.
Dinner's 4 courses, baby.
He refused. He literally
every day.
So I grew up in an Italian household. Yep. Salads before dinner.
Talk to us.
Desserts every day. Every day.
We were somewhere. We were in Indy trying to get dinner. It was taking forever. We're with somebody with the Cowboys going to another spot, and they got sandwiches there. Chop, you can eat that. Chop refused to come with us. And he's like, I'll meet you there. I'm not eating a sandwich for dinner. I'm not doing it. That's why I continue to argue that Chop is on the spectrum.
He stayed at the steakhouse by himself. We left.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Don't owe him. He's the one who
this is St. Elmo's.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving St. Elmo's to go get a
You were
hoagie.
at the bar top. Stop
Doesn't matter.
it.
I'm not leaving St. Elmo's to get a hoagie. I'm sorry.
St. Elmo's the establishment is better than St. Elmo's the movie.
But it's not better than St. Elmo's the song.
Yeah.
It's not better than St. Elmo's
That's a great
the
song.
Way
That
better
movie
than St. Elmo's the
sucks.
Fire.
What's coming up on the show?
We're going to talk right out of the gate about how maybe the Mavericks can jump in on the Jaylen Brown discussion.
Oh, let's finish up Ask Reddit. Have you done Ask Reddit?
I've heard you guys do it, but I have not been a part of it with you guys, so I'd love to.
Well, you can lead off then.
Okay.
Blake, what stopped feeling exciting once you became an adult?
What stopped becoming exciting when you became going outside?
Outside in general?
Yeah, leaving the house.
Are you a homebody?
Yes, now I am. Yes, but it was
You're
very
too young to be a homebody.
It was very fun. Obviously, when you're like young, when you're in middle school, riding your bike and stuff. But then even in high school, summertime, like it's summer, let's go outside now.
That's what it is. Summer was like
summer outside.
That's a good one.
Summer was great, but like now it's just like it's hot. I don't like it.
Well, you don't. You wear a
just
hoodie
hot.
though. That's
I just don't like it though. But the heat didn't bother me when I was a kid for some reason. Now it bugs me.
I feel like kids never get bothered by heat or cold.
Yes, exactly.
What about drinking for y'all? Was that like exciting?
Drinking was fun. Well, I didn't drink when I wasn't an adult.
Not when you have a child. That's not fun. A baby. That's not funny. Not the second day in a row. Can't do back-to-backs. Unless you're like on vacation.
Right. Very. I feel like I'm pretty happy. Very few things. Like I still like am youthful. Like I love stupid things from my childhood that I still love to do. But the only thing that I don't love to do anymore. Like, there was a time I would have absolutely been at Texas Live 20 years ago for the England game,
Oh, yeah.
for the Argentina game yesterday. And now it's like, I'm just not dealing with traffic. If there's a crowd and people and traffic.
I hear you on that.
Weeknight excursions.
Yeah.
Weeknight. I mean, Bobby, I had to overcome Bobby today doing this show because he went out to dinner last night. And Choppy's then why?
Because I watched soccer and it ruined my day.
You know, I heard
it ruined my next several days.
I heard that driving in. What was your disdain for soccer?
Oh God,
have you watched it?
No. I mean, just
get him started.
No. I'm just saying. I feel like we all are appreciating the World Cup being here, and I just heard Bobby poo-pooing all of soccer.
I love the World Cup being here. Like everybody being around and experiencing the U.S. is great, and Messi's great. The game itself is one of the most boring things you could watch for 2 hours.
It's a little bit slower. It's not as fast as
What
basketball.
about the movie Master and Commander?
I've never watched that, but it's better, I'm sure.
Will you be honest?
Better.
Will you watch more soccer after this is done? How much were you watching before?
None at all. I would definitely, because now you know a little bit more of the players. You're a little bit more familiar with, like, oh, I remember this guy playing for this team. I can see this. You're watching the records. I know there's fun stuff to watch in the World Cup, but especially when they go back to their teams. Now, will it be appointment television? I can't miss it? No. But if I'm flipping through the channels and I see it, I'll be more keen to staying on the channel now.
I know that's just not true. I lived through Caitlin Clark when everybody's like, I'm going to be watching women's basketball all the time now.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not. And you didn't. You know what? I'll say it.
Hold on.
You know who the World Cup is going to like bring in all this excitement? You know who those are? That's the Texas is turning purple, guys. It's purple. Just you watch. It's turning blue. Okay, whatever. You when it happens, I'll believe it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with his overall assessment of the sport. I'm just not as annoying and angry and bitter about it.
I'm not.
And I can appreciate. I do like tuning in. Messi's delivering.
Yeah,
like he's delivering every.
He's delivering every 45 minutes.
Atmospheres are great.
It's always great when the superstars are superstarring. You're seeing Haaland, Mbappe, and Messi all with 2 goals.
Who's Haaland play for? Who he play for?
Norway.
Okay.
And seeing all of them dominate match 1 to match 2 has just been fun to watch.
I just think it's like I said yesterday. When they're telling me 45 minutes into it, they're like, and the big moment from this match is the Messi miss. I'm like, him missing is the biggest thing that's happened in 45 minutes?
Will you agree with me on this statement? I don't think there's any room for argument. I think it's factual. Okay. It's not even an opinion.
I better agree.
If you have a problem with NBA flopping, you cannot overlook the flopping in soccer.
I do.
But at least
there's no different.
At least they call red cards for it. They got the VAR to look at. I mean, we've seen dudes get yellow and red cards for flopping in this World Cup. We even saw that one ref.
How many flops or how many times do these players hit the ground
30
per game?
Per match, 30.
They flop a lot, but what I do appreciate is they flop. The ref just goes like, I don't care, nothing happened, and they have to get back up.
Sometimes they're like, oh my God, get the stretcher, and you're like, nothing happened.
I hate like. If I was a soccer player, I
love
don't
how
know.
they use the stretcher.
I don't know how I would be able to tolerate somebody marching up to me and going. I think I would smack it out of their hand when they show me the card. I'm like, you
get you the red.
And I heard somebody, they're like, well, how's it any different from penalty flags? I'm like, it's totally different. Penalty flags are like in the middle of a play, like, hey, here's a signal, this is what's happened. This one is like, timeout, you, look at my card. This is for you. It's just goofy.
Next ask credit.
Next one. What's something that was considered good parenting decades ago but isn't anymore? Doesn't necessarily mean it.
Basically, everything Gen Z doesn't work.
Doesn't necessarily mean it is bad parenting. It just means that it's considered bad parenting.
Yeah,
Spanking's probably number one.
Talking stern to, putting someone in a corner. Oh, I got to go one. Putting
Especially
soap in your
maybe.
mouth.
Oh,
Soap
my
in the
mom
mouth?
did that.
Soap in the
Yeah.
mouth, I had that.
Letting your kids go out and all day and never knowing where they are.
Yeah.
Drink
It
with the
used to
hose
be just
stay
let them
hydrated.
go.
Yeah,
You assume they'll be home safe. If they get in trouble, if they get lost,
Yeah.
it's a learning experience, and now it's neglect. If they get lost or 2 towns over and you don't see them for a couple of days,
towns
it's just a
over,
learning
a couple of
experience.
days. Oh my
Nowadays, you get thrown in jail.
RJ, did that happen to you? Did you get lost
So
2
I
towns
did.
over?
When I was 3 years old, I crossed the. I was looking for my grandpa, and I crossed the highway. I literally walked across the highway into a convenience store because I thought he was playing his numbers.
You didn't think that at 3. You had no
I did.
recollection of
Do you
it.
guys- do you guys- I don't know.
You know,
Ask my mom.
all these
Ask my mom.
Jim Harbaugh lying. I knew when I came out what I was. I remember the moments. You know, 3-0 would remember that.
Because I was we were in the OTB every day.
You down with OTB?
Every day.
Yeah,
I thought he went to the. I thought he was playing his numbers, and turns out he was not.
Did you hear about his sister? What he told us last week?
No.
That he said, yeah, my sister until I was 10 used to hold me down and have her way with me, and she'd pinch my nipples, and now I'm so sensitive on my nipples, Sarah can't touch them because it gets me too excited.
She scarred your nipples?
Scarred my
Too
nipples.
excited? I thought
Excited?
Yeah.
that's what he just said.
You said they're
too
overly
sensy.
sensitive, and you go,
Yeah,
oh,
sensy.
You say even touching your chest that they will poke out, and they
Yeah,
do.
they will poke
yeah.
out.
And it's all because he said she used to just twist them. He goes, she held me down. She had
She
her way
didn't
with
twist
me.
him. She
Why are you
pinched him.
talking like that, Bobby?
That's what he said. I will
nips.
play you the clip. He talked like that.
Purple nips.
You didn't say had her way with me, though.
Yes, he did.
She would hold me down and have her way
He
with
said
me.
she could have her way with me till I was 10.
How confident are you have your wallet tomorrow morning at this time?
Confident.
Very confident? How often do you lose it a month?
Oh, a month, 0. I would say it happens maybe once or twice a year. And when I say loss, it's just misplaced. Like, I think loss is if you go to the park and you're like,
Yeah.
I have no idea.
So
where
you're
it
not
is.
panicked?
I'm not panicked. And also my ID, credit
Do you
card.
think he should be panicked?
All my cards are here on my phone.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
Costco
okay.
card, ID, credit
just
card,
getting
debit
started.
card, they're all on my phone. So the only thing in there is like nothing important.
Just your
How
Social
much cash?
Security.
0.
0?
All my cash is in my pocket.
Do you have the most cash on you right now? It has to be you.
100% is me.
How much you think? You have any cash on you?
Not much.
I got some cash going.
Is
We're
it
going
over-
band for
is it
band.
over 100?
We're going band for band on the band cam.
Okay. Well, I can already see
band
RJ
cam.
has
The
way
band
more
cam.
cash.
The band cam.
Okay, what you got?
I was
100 at
gonna
least.
say I
If you
have
got
like
100, you beat
20
me.
bucks.
3 something.
Okay, he won. He won.
All right, we're back tomorrow.
With me.
Let's go, Mavs. Oh, yeah, 8 to 10, a full
That's
recap.
right.
Cancel Brett Boone right now, Pepe. We're back tomorrow morning. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Coming up today. Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. We've got Blake Elliott with us today. And, of course, Khaki Kevin Walker. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. I have to tell you, I'm a little rattled this morning because RJ Choppy was still signed into his email, and it says that he has more than 32 or 33,000 unread emails, and that is freaking me out.
That's a lot of emails. How many do you have on your phone?
You don't want to know how many I have, Kevin.
Should we email
Don't
each other?
No, we should not.
Okay, I've got my number. What is yours?
0.
Kevin Walker?
62,549.
Wow, that's more. I had 32,000. I thought I had a bunch.
How do you live in the world? Doesn't that stress you out?
Not really.
That's the thing that Corey will do, and I hate it every single time. He'll encourage people to email me on my work email because he knows that I have to have my work email clean. I have to have my regular email clean. I need it clean, clean.
You're being
But I need to send you something. What's your work email?
I'm not going to tell you now. You should probably be able to figure it out. The only emails in my email inbox right now are pertaining to all of the segments on this show today. That is it.
I'm excited then. Someone said I have 115K.
Oh my God.
I got to compete.
How do you just think about giving up on your email and just starting over? How did all these emails get here? And how's Jaylen Brown going to get traded to the Mavs? Those are the questions that I have. How did all those emails get there and you just left them?
115K. That is a number that I feel like you're in like group chats. You know how you get that in your text messaging because you're in a bunch of group chats? I feel like that's almost the same for email. Like you're in an email chain that's just sending mass emails because I thought 32,000 was a large number, but I guess I've been surpassed.
Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
I wanted to see what the world record was for most unread emails because that's what was on the show sheet this morning. It is not on a Guinness, however you want to say it. Guinness World Record. I do. I say it wrong.
Guinness?
Guinness.
No
well, I said it like that on purpose. It is over 4 billion.
What?
Unread emails.
Billion?
Billion with a B.
Oh my God.
According to an alternative platform record setter.
That sounds like a really shady source that you just looked into.
Now that we're here, how many unread text messages does everybody have? Do you have 0 as well with that? Are you zeros on everything?
Correct.
Wow.
I can't. The only time it will only be like probably during the show or if I'm away from my phone. But the second I have my phone, I need to clear them out.
I'm at 448 unread messages.
Who are those text messages from?
I don't know. I mean, I'm in a group chat.
And you just don't think you need to read it? What if somebody's like, oh my God, he went to the hospital. He got shot.
Then I would hope they would text me personally.
But they can't. They got shot. Damn you, Peyton Russell. I see that email.
Alec Medford's one of them. He's mad that I haven't responded to him.
Yeah. Well, he's on vacation.
Yeah.
His
birthday's tomorrow.
I assume that's why he's on vacation.
Shout out to Alec.
Yeah. See, now I have emails and they're piling up and it's really annoying me. Yes, right now in my email inbox, I have 12 emails and every single one of them is pertaining to segments on today's show.
Let's go.
And that's it. All right. So, yeah, somebody goes, that's impossible. Emails can't have that much storage space. I don't know. It sounded like a very shady source that Kevin Walker referenced. From the 469, I'm with you, Kevin. I don't keep unread emails. Somebody said they have 1,200 unread text messages. You are super popular, or you're just like, screw everybody. My phone is for my convenience, not your convenience. And then somebody called you a jerk for not texting people back. That might have been Alec.
Is that valid for? I mean, they're not like somebody asking me like, Blake, can we hang out today? And
How do you know?
Because I can still see them just because you haven't read them.
Okay, no. Pause. Disagree. There's no way you can see all 434 of those chains right now. No. And if there's multiple texts in a chain, how do you know what that text is embedded in there? What if one of them is like, hey, Blake, you specifically, I really need you. No time to text personally.
So one is an old, when I did 7-on-7 football when I was a coach, and I'm still in the coaches group chat. So they're all talking about football-related things. I don't need to read that. One is with new guy Jake and Fred, and he said, sounding good, bro. I don't need to read that. One is from Paxson.
Why not just click on it? Just push the button so it goes away.
Because I click on things I need to reply to.
Oh, my goodness gracious. And I just want to I already told you Peyton, but Tolo, Daniel, Ryan, I dislike you this morning as well. I see your emails. They have emailed me now just to irritate me and make sure I have to delete them.
Someone said Kevin probably doesn't even have a junk drawer at home.
All right. Look, and then I promise we're probably going to talk about Jaylen Brown. I need my junk drawer to be organized, okay? I can't just have things laying around places. That is the OCD. I will readily admit it. I have OCD, in case you wanted to know. But yeah, I need my junk drawer to be organized. So my wife knows this. She's bought a whole bunch of little organizing things because it helps her out as well.
Sean Sharif just texted me and said, I found your wallet.
Where was it?
I just said, where? Sean Sharif just said, I found your wallet.
Imagine it's on the top of your car.
All right. Oh, no. All right. So everybody who's waiting back for a text from Blake, he just got that text 10 seconds ago, and he's texting that person back.
Wow. He said kidding, but you read the text.
Oh,
in your face.
That is...
Wow.
All right. That is objectively funny, but really messed up as well. All right. Let's talk about the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. He is on the way to the Miami Heat, which felt like the place he was going to go all along until this weekend when it felt like it really moved towards the Celtics, even as of yesterday. And instead, he does end up going to the Heat after all. So there's a variety of things. First, I want to get your take on this deal for the Heat. I don't totally understand what the Miami Heat are doing because I still don't think they can really compete at a high level.
To me, the Bucks are the winner of this, and we'll get to what the Bucks got in 2 seconds. But here's the Heat projected lineup. Bam Adebayo and Giannis. That's your front court. That's your centerpieces. It gets pretty disgusting after that, Tolos. Pele Larson, Andrew Wiggins, Davion Mitchell. That's the rest of your starting lineup. Now, you could throw in Nikolai Jovic, their young player, or Bobby Portis into the starting lineup, who they also got in the deal. Some other players, Jameer Young, Drew Smith, and Myron Gardner, who I'm 99.9% sure everybody listening has no idea who those people are.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know, Norman Powell is an unrestricted free agent right now, along with some other of their role players. So I'm assuming Miami is going to do more, because if they do not, this is not a championship level team, in my opinion. And to maybe
not even close.
Yeah, you get out of the play-in, you're now the 5th seed.
Yeah.
Does this feel like any better team than he played with in Milwaukee?
No.
And that was what
it doesn't.
What's what we would say on the night show is you're going to trade for Giannis just to be the Milwaukee version of them, because you're going to have to give away the good players and then be in the same position Milwaukee is. No good players in Giannis.
Yeah.
Obviously, Bam Adebayo is a good player. Shout out to Mr. 83. Sure. But I don't think anyone is scared of we got to play Bam in a playoff series. Him and Giannis are unstoppable. I assume the front court defense is going to be the best in the league. I mean, you've got 2 all-world defenders right there, but their guard play, and I don't know who's scoring the ball for them. I mean, Andrew Wiggins is dropping 30 a game with Giannis.
I don't think so. So I don't love this move for them, and I keep seeing all these things as the Heat have their superstar. They got their superstar, and I'm like, great, but what about the rest of what's around them?
Giannis was a superstar in Milwaukee.
Yes, and it didn't make a difference. So what's amazing to me is that the Celtics were unwilling to include players like Baylor Shireman and Hugo Gonzalez. We talked about Hugo Gonzalez yesterday. I think people thought we were kidding in the trade package, but they were readily willing to include Jaylen Brown. And so now I kind of wonder if the Celtics obviously have a Jaylen Brown problem, to which we play cut number 18 and an amazing bit of audio where Jaylen Brown was asked about if playing basketball in China.
How many points will I average with the Shanghai Sharks? Listen, y'all cut the check. Shanghai, I'm out of here. You write a check for $100 million? Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, Hangzhou, Wingcheng. I'll play for all the teams at the same time. I'll be the first player to play for every team at the same time. You'll be seeing on Twitter. Get ready to learn Mandarin, buddy. We out here learning Mandarin for real. Beautiful language.
All right, I really like that last part, but it feels like we might have kind of veered over into an inappropriate place with a couple of those teams he was going to play for. I heard Beijing, and I was like, all right, you're on the right track. And then he said Wangcheng, I believe, or something along those lines. Feels like we kind of stepped into a little dangerous territory.
I mean, I don't want to, spoil the plot here, but from everything that we've seen, Jaylen Brown has no problem playing for another team. We are not going to see tears from Jaylen Brown if he gets traded.
Right.
Now, this was obviously kind of tongue-in-cheek, the whole China thing that he was just talking about.
For sure.
But, I mean, it kind of points to his personality of, I want to be the guy, I want to make money and make accolades. I've done the team thing. I was the Finals MVP and we won a championship. Cool. I want to build my legacy. And as a human, cool, do your thing. Be the main guy. If I'm the Celtics, I have to move off of it.
Yeah.
Because this is now twice, Kevin, that they have lofted him out there in a package in the last 2.5 years. Because remember, Kevin Durant, a couple years ago, they were trying to trade him for.
Yes.
Now this one is open. Shams Charania says they are aggressively pursuing Giannis and putting Jaylen Brown at the front and center of it, saying, we obviously value you because we think you're as equal as Giannis plus some picks, but we're okay moving off from you. How do you go back into that locker room and be like, hey, it's all good, Jaylen. You're part of the team. You're part of the family. We weren't trying to trade you.
And so that's going to lead to an avenue that you want to go down to. I have a couple of questions about that avenue, but I want you to throw it out there. And also, it was Giannis along with Bobby Portis for Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, 3 first-round picks, a first-round swap, 1 second-round pick, and was it Kasparis Yakionis?
Yeah.
That is the package that got traded. All right. So then you brought up, and I believe you were talking with Fred about this. I don't know what his take on this was, but if they desperately want to move off of Jaylen Brown, what about Jaylen Brown to the Mavs?
Woo-wee!
Pitch me on it, and then you already know my 2 major issues.
So Kevin's good with the numbers, so he'll try to help me make the numbers work. But
I can make the numbers work, no problem.
If I'm the Dallas Mavericks and I see that we've got the 9th overall pick, not a great pick, kind of in no man's land. I've got some middling veterans as far as like money and role in a PJ Washington and a Daniel Gafford and a Klay Thompson, like solid role players to above average role players. Why not package everything that I just said and go get the disgruntled star in Jaylen Brown? That now fixes your defensive woes. Jaylen Brown's an all-world defender, so that's the guy next to Cooper Flagg and Kyrie Irving. Obviously, when Kyrie retires, it's still Jaylen Brown there. I just think having another superstar like that puts you over the top because I think they could already be good enough. Let me make that clear with Kyrie and Cooper. But Jaylen Brown being on the market and you are already trying to move off of Gafford. You are already trying to move off of Klay. So it's not as if, I'm giving up this player that I was building my core around. And I even threw out if they want Max Christie rather than Klay, or if they want Najee instead of PJ. All those players to me are in the same realm. I love Max Christie. But for a Jaylen Brown type player to have him, Kyrie, and Cooper Flagg. Fan text, let me know if I'm crazy. How would you guys feel about Jaylen Brown on this team?
So I think you can make the numbers work pretty easily, whether you want to just go straight down the board and go Klay, Gafford, PJ, and pick number 9 to make the salaries work. If you want to go something in the realm that might be more attractive to the Celtics, it would look like Gafford, PJ, Najee, and Max Christie, and pick number 9.
I would do it.
All right, you're talking about a lot. So 2 issues I have with this. First of all, I want to know how Jaylen Brown and Kyrie are doing, because that was a huge issue.
That's super fair.
Back in Boston. And then for Jaylen Brown, does he not want his own team?
Mm-hmm.
This will objectively not be his team.
I think those are both very valid claims. I think the first one's a little bit easier to bridge than the second one.
That's fair.
The first one, I think Kyrie has matured and kind of become the grizzled veteran and kind of spokesman of the team and like, hey, I'm just going to distribute and set up for you and Cooper all day long. The second part is a little bit harder because everything that we've said, everything you guys have heard, Jaylen Brown wants to be the guy. And it would be more of a Jason Tatum-like situation. Then Cooper Flagg has been comped to Tatum.
Right.
So you're now getting a younger Tatum in the situation. So I would hear it from Jaylen Brown's standpoint of like, oh, no, that wouldn't be my preference if you were asking where does Jaylen Brown want to get traded. But I think once he's here in Dallas, and it's like, hey, if he would probably average more than Cooper. Like if he averages 28 and Cooper averages 24.
And I actually think those are probably pretty reasonable numbers.
I don't think anybody would care. They'd be like, I don't think Cooper would care. I think let Jaylen think he's the guy. Who cares? Like, let Jaylen think whatever. You be our all-star. You and Cooper go toe-to-toe every time. And I venture to say that maybe Cooper would defer a little bit. Like, I don't think Cooper would care. Like,
is that what you want, though? Because I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't think Cooper would be like, I need to be in front of the press. This is my team. I need to answer this question. I think Cooper would be like, I'm 21 and a rookie. Go ahead, Jaylen.
Right.
You can have a little 3-4 year. Like, it is still Cooper's team, but if we need to placate to Jaylen a little bit, he is that good of a player. I would placate to him. Hey, it's y'all's team for 3 years. It's y'all's 3. It's a big 3, whatever, with Kyrie. I don't even care how you formulate it, but I don't know if I was off my geezer. I had that thought driving into work. I called Fred. I was like, am I tripping? And then I had to ask Kevin if the money even worked.
Yeah, no, and you can make the money work pretty easily. It's just those were my two big concerns. And then you get to a point, let me ask you one more thing. You get to a point, if you really wanted to try to make it the most enticing possible package of players for Boston, not to say that they wouldn't have room for all these people to roster them.
And I think Boston's a little desperate to trade him, so I think you can capitalize on that.
But if you went Gafford... Let's say Gafford, Washington, Christie, or Marshall, and pick number 9. There's no part of you that's like, what is still on this team depth-wise?
No. Oh, no. Depth-wise, yes. That's exactly Fred's point. What's the bench?
Yeah.
It gets a little spooky after that. You still have your mid-level exception, so you have to use that. You'll still have pick 30. That will be way more important now. You still have guys like a Nembhard, like a A.J. Johnson, a Pulikitis that all of a sudden might have to play a little bit more. Maybe you try to bring back a guy like Marvin Bagley, even though you don't have his bird rights, a Moussa Cisse. Some of those third-string guys now become second-string because you're giving them some of your depth. But I think the chance of having a Jaylen Brown on your team doesn't come around very often. And the fact that you already have tradable pieces you're trying to move off of, why not move off of them for an all-star level that you might get a little bit cheaper than usual because of the draft being today, or looming, if you will.
Yeah,
and
the
also,
draft picks are never going to be more valuable than they are in this moment, like in this day. So your starting lineup would look something like Kyrie,
Jalen
Cooper. Would you try to go a little bit smaller and go Kyrie, then Najee, Jalen, Cooper, Lively?
I think that works. So who would you slot in there? Because you've traded PJ.
Yep, but I kept Najee.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you would pair up Kyrie, Najee, and then go Jalen, Cooper, Lively. Like, I'd make you'd be going a little bit smaller.
In that situation, I would do a lot to try to retain Marvin Bagley. Because I think he could be super integral to being that stretch 4 guy and maybe start. Like, I think Marvin Bagley was underrated last year. I know people didn't watch the Mavs because they were horrible. Marvin Bagley was really good for the Mavs last year.
Offensively and rebounding. Yes. He can be defensively. Turn.
Jaylen Brown. Derek Lively, that's your defensive stalwarts. Cooper, that's your defensive stalwarts right there. You got 3.
It's interesting, but to your point, I think it's not being his team will end up being the biggest issue. But I'm really excited to see what happens. Do you think does he get traded today? Does Jaylen Brown get traded today?
Brian Windhorst said he thinks there's a good chance it could happen today. I'm going to go no. I think I would love to see it, and I think there is a possibility, but if I had to put money on it, I'm going to say no, because I feel like Boston's a little more calculated. Like, I feel like Boston realizes the value's low, and they're like, we'll wait on it a second. We'll get the best possible offer, but maybe we'll see.
Coming up next, another huge day for the World Cup superstars, perhaps a looming Dallas Stars trade, and the secret audio that Blake needs to hear. Next on The Fan.
is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Berger. And Pedersen's in again here. Cuts it back. And Noosa and Haaland got in each other's way. Plays back. Haaland again! Scores again! That's what he does! And makes it look like shelling peas.
KNC Masterpiece. Did he say shelling peas? Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a lot to get to. We have a couple of NBA updates like happening in real time. We'll talk about the Stars, the Dallas Stars, the Stars of the World Cup. And also, while all of these people are emailing me, you could include Zach Wolchuk,
please,
who emailed both my personal and work email to let me know that Jacob Latz is going to be on the G-Bag Nation today at 2:40. First of all, that's a great interview player-wise, but he's also very interesting dude to hear from. So I really like that. And then, Blake, I'm going to give you a chance at redemption from yesterday.
I'm ready. Another joke. Okay, Blake, deep breath. Give me 2 seconds. Deep breath, Blake.
I do want to let you know while he's decompressing over there, I told my fiance that joke yesterday, and she laughed instantly.
Good.
I am ready.
And also, Mike Babcock, speaking of jokes, has been hired as the head coach for the Edmonton Oilers officially. Why is it so cheap to throw a party at the haunted house?
Because everything's spooky cheap. Yeah?
Because the ghosts bring all the booze.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I get that one.
That's for you. That's why he likes it, because he understood it. That's for you, and that's for Daniel, who emailed me. Check your email. Also, let's hear a good dad joke. All right, let's go back to basketball with a couple of updates, and then we'll talk about interesting possible developments on the Jason Robertson front, but that's much more theoretical. What do we have with Clay and Jalen?
Okay, so let's go to the Dallas Mavericks. We know that a bunch of players from the Mavs have been linked to other teams and trades. So we have Chris Middleton, former Mav, linked to the Miami Heat, and then also linked to the Miami Heat, Klay Thompson. And I say this less about like, oh, Klay Thompson's on the trade market. We already knew that. But now we're starting to get the actual teams. So you can start looking at Miami, who obviously just made a big trade for Giannis. And you start looking at their team. Who were they trying to get off of to get Klay? I would personally do it for a draft pick. I don't know if there's a specific player I'm looking at in any kind of capital. Would you be okay with a second-round pick for Klay? Or would you try to keep him in some of our other packages, you know?
So that is a complicated question, and here's the reason why. You at least have to take back some salary, and one of the advantages of Klay Thompson is the expiring contract.
Correct.
So if you're getting rid of an expiring contract as an asset, I don't know, but I bet this front office would. I bet they would be. If it includes some sort of usable salary, like I'm not saying it has to be a stud, but like
Nikola Jovic.
Yeah, but yes, somebody like that you're like, you know what, I could see how you might get some run in this rotation, then I'm in.
So if I'm just looking at the Heat salary cap, which I do have right in front of me, Jovic, oh my gosh, Jovic makes the same. He makes $16 million. I didn't know that.
Oh, well.
So what price point? Like Bobby Portis makes 14. I'm looking at the Heat. Davion Mitchell makes 12, and then the rest of their guys make around 2.
Bobby Portis, I've actually been interested in the Mavs for 5 years.
And there's our 4.
So I mean, yeah, if we're gonna say you gotta kind of switch things up, if we're gonna go with Bagley, obviously I would go with Portis as well as an acceptable fit.
Good 3-point shooter too. But this I saw in the bathroom while I was not getting backsplash from the urinal.
Oh dear.
From NBA Trade Report, who I think is a pretty reputable little kind of rumor account, if you will. They got 80,000 followers on Twitter. The Dallas Mavericks are showing interest in Celtics Jaylen Brown. I came up with this morning, and maybe I should have tweeted it because it was just in my mind. I didn't know it was actually happening.
Right.
But it seems like some things are starting to pick up. Maybe Masai Ujiri goes, wait, I don't have to wait around. I got the 9th overall pick and a bunch of guys I'm trying to trade. Why don't I go get the disgruntled star and Jaylen Brown for a little cheaper than usual? Brian Windhorst puts out a tweet. He believes there will be a bidding war for Jaylen Brown. I've already seen some offers pop up on the TV and on Twitter. The Hawks, now this is all like theoretical. This isn't like official offer, so let me make that clear. The Hawks, Zachary Risache, Nikhil Alexander-Walker, and Kuminga for Jaylen Brown.
Meh. That package is not that great. They were looking to give us Ricochet last year before we...
Because Ricochet is a net negative in that. And Kuminga's cool. And
I still think Ricochet could...
I mean, the best asset is Alexander Walker, who just won Most Improved Player.
Yeah.
Like that's the guy. But if I'm trading Jaylen Brown, I would rather get the 9th overall pick, Daniel Gafford. They've been wanting a center.
Right.
Boom. You get shooting and Clay, and then pick between Najee, Christie, and Najee, PJ, and Christie, and take your pick. Have 2 of them for all I care. But that's all I got for you on the NBA front.
Okay, on the NHL front, just something to keep an eye out on, because I know people have been talking about the potential of a robo move. Is Kevin Walker, you brought this to my attention last night. Sportsnet, per Nick Kyprios, is pointing out that Dylan Larkin's destination of choice is the Dallas Stars. Now, we had kind of had some fun in the past about a Jason Robertson for Dylan Larkin swap and how that could or could not work. But if you want to go a little bit further, let's go back to a team like Ottawa. If you were to surpass the $11.9 million offer for Jason Robertson and sign him as a restricted free agent, which again, the Stars would still have the opportunity to match, you would owe major draft compensation to the Dallas Stars. I think it's like 4 first-round picks over the next 5 years, something crazy along those lines. Well, guess what? Ottawa has plenty of first-round picks now. It is true you couldn't start getting those first-round picks until next year, but it is an interesting avenue if you think Ottawa really, really wants to make a run at Jason Robertson and you would love to keep him. But at the same point, you're like, well, if we're going to bring in these new draft assets because he's going to move on down the road, maybe we pivot to a cheaper Dylan Larkin and move forward like that. So that is more theoretical. So while we were talking about things that like might actually be happening in the NBA world this very second, that is more theoretical, but just keep an eye out on this. And just remember that in the span of 1 month, Jimmy Haslam has traded Myles Garrett and Giannis.
Dude, I think someone said something about that, like the Myles Garrett trade kind of affected this decision making.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Why that was? It was because
I saw like a snippet of it, but I didn't get the full clip.
He was worried that if they made the move for the package that included Jaylen Brown, that Jaylen Brown would also be like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to bounce. And he's like, I just went through this twice.
That's the hard part with making trades for superstars, especially if they aren't on a contract. It's like, hey, yeah, I got the superstar, but does the superstar want to be here?
Right.
It's great for like making the deal. Like they don't really get a choice unless they have a no trade clause to get there. But it's like, hey, I don't want to practice. I'm going to have a bad attitude and I don't want to sign long term. It's like, okay, we just gave up everything for that. So you kind of needed to be a two-way street to make these big deals happen.
Now, I promised we were going to do some World Cup, but we're going to pivot and throw something else out there really quick. The Dallas, by God, Wings are still getting stuff done. Can you go ahead and give me a Wings highlight, please, good sir? Because they are rolling.
Wings and Storm trading haymakers. Beckers. The hesitation off the glass. That is so tough.
So the Dallas Wings are victorious over the Storm, 112-110 last night, which leads to this amazing factoid. Last year, the Dallas Wings in 44 games won 10. This year, in 17 games, the Dallas Wings have won 11. So they have already surpassed last year's overall win total in just 17 games, continue to stretch out the best start that they've had since they've moved to Dallas now at 11-6. So congratulations to the Wings, and congratulations to other WNBA coaches. I want to make this very clear.
Wait, can I get some love to Miss Fudd?
Please.
She had her highest scoring output of the season, 26 points last night. Had the game-winning layup.
In your face, Olivia Miles.
They hit another free throw at the end, but she had the game-leading layup. And then for Seattle, I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with her name, with her game. Dominique Malonga.
Okay.
Is that how you say her name?
Sure.
For Seattle, she had 37 and 12 last night. So
dang,
monster game. Wasn't enough to take down the Wings, but Paige with 27, Miss Fudd with 26. Like I said, a season high for her in her rookie year.
Hey, look, if those two combine for anything close to 50 points per game, like they did last night with 53, you're going to be winning some games. But I want to take you to a different WNBA team really quickly, and specifically a coach. And I don't believe you've heard this audio, but Cheryl Reeve is the head coach and president of basketball operations for the Minnesota Lynx. And this is what her captivating Q&A was the other night.
It was just the crowd, 11,600.
The crowd was amazing.
I mean, for a Pride night to get that type of crowd where the upper deck, every seat's filled, just...
We should have done it for the gays. we didn't get it done.
Wow.
What are your thoughts about that quote?
Go ahead, score. That's what I was trying to say. I was messing up. It's a quote.
It is a quote.
You know, I'm a big fan of supporting all lifestyles. So I don't know if I would have the same verbiage.
We should have done it for the gays.
Okay. I don't know if I'd have the same verbiage.
Which is interesting because right before that, she was like, the crowd was awesome. And she seemed like super pumped about that.
And then she was like, you know what?
I got jokes.
I got something for you.
So there is our secret audio just for Blake. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some Rangers Marlins. Maybe we'll talk about the World Cup more here and the College World Series winner in your face, Kevin Walker. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Latz with the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Elevated the fastball there. So Norby strikes out.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And that very same Jacob Latz will be on the G-Bag Nation today at 2:40. Also, we talked about it obviously yesterday. Mavericks pick up a new coach. The coach I thought they were going to hire, Micah Nori, is now going to be the head coach for the Portland Trailblazers.
Yep.
So Dusty May yesterday for the Mavs. Micah Nori pivots and goes to the Trailblazers, as I believe now all the NBA head coaching positions are filled up. Now, let's talk some more about your Texas Rangers. The Scottish fans were out in full effect once again. Maybe the Rangers are their favorite team. They also might think the Rangers are the best team in baseball based on the games that they've showed up to see the Rangers.
I love it.
Now, luckily, they didn't see some of those other Red Sox games around that one game, but the Scottish fans love the Rangers. They were there once again for a win last night, and there was a lot of positive to take out of it. But I want to mention one pseudo-negative because it gave Mike Bassick a chance to shine. It is the top of the 7th inning. The bases are loaded. You got Langford at first, Peterson at second, Lopez at third. It's a 2-2 game. There's 2 outs. Josh Young comes up to the plate. Early in the count, oh man, does he get fooled by a sweeper that trails out way to the outside of the plate. And then, right before the final pitch, it's 0-2. Mike Bassick on the Texas Rangers radio network, TV network. He is a alum from 105.3 The Fan. He goes, you really got to wonder if this pitcher is going to go for that sweeper again and see if he can get Young to chase way off the plate. The very next pitch, yet again, the sweeper that trails outside the zone, off the plate, and unfortunately, Josh Young went swinging for it. So that was a bummer. Josh Young has obviously
3
been
strikeouts.
Excellent for this team this year. That was not good. But I just wanted to mention, Mike Bassick had that thing on lockdown. And guess what? It all worked out in the end.
He knows baseball so well. I mean, he understands the game. I think when you get to the point where you're predicting pitches, obviously playing the game, but I'm like, when you can just tell by a player's mannerisms. Okay, he's feeling uncomfortable at the plate or on the mound. He's feeling jumpy at first. He's about to steal. I just think that's such a great nuance when you get to hear Bassick talk. Can I give love to a player that I don't think many people care about, but I want to give him love?
Please.
Correct me on saying his first name. Elias or is it Elias Diaz?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing his name right.
He's newer.
So he's played 12 games for your Texas Rangers, was on the Padres. How many games do you think he has not gotten a hit in? He has played 12 for the Rangers.
Ooh,
how many has he not gotten a hit in?
I'm guessing the answer is really good. 4.
That's correct.
Yeah,
4 games.
Go.
So that means in 8 games he has gotten a hit. And I just think that consistency from the catcher position, Higgy has kind of been, up and down this year. So I'll defer to you on how his framing has been behind the plate. But I think as far as from a hitting point of view, he's not giving you like great power or anything, but just a consistency of more times than not, 2/3 of the time he's getting a hit. As far as his games go, I just want to get some upset because at the catcher position, you have not been getting great consistency from the plate.
That is very fair. I do like this text as well. Mike was also calling for the scorekeeper's job in the top of the 5th. Hey, if you look at last week, was it a week ago? A week and a half ago, there was a very curious scoring decision with the winning pitcher and Jacob Latz originally getting the win. They talked about it, and guess what? Like 4 days later, Major League Baseball switched the winner on that. And so, hey, maybe they're onto a little something right there. But you knew this had the potential to be a good day for the Texas Rangers because they were playing a team above 500. Now, they should be fine today, but they could be in trouble going forward because if they keep winning, they'll knock the Marlins below 500. And if you recall, the Rangers are really good against teams that are above 500 and really not good against teams that are below 500. Going into that game, Rangers were 21-15 against 500-plus teams. That's the fourth best winning percentage in Major League Baseball and the best in the American League. So
we play the best against the best in the AL.
Yeah, and we win. It's just all of the other teams that we do not win against. And by the way, getting the win last night, Robbie Alstrom, which was his second win after the one that they changed that we talked about on the show. But let's talk some more about Kumar Rocker. So you go with the opener with Tyler Alexander. Works perfectly. Tyler Alexander breezes through the first inning, and then Kumar Rocker goes out there, throws 5 innings, only 76 pitches. He has 9 strikeouts, which is a career Major League high, and has one of the best swing and miss percentages the Rangers have ever seen. His stuff was on point.
So do you still feel confident about him being a young core piece of your starting rotation? Because let's be honest, there's been talks about should you move him somewhere else in the lineup, should you trade him, all that and the other. Do you still to this day feel confident this is a building block of our team, young staff? I want him on the team no matter what.
I think he is, but I don't know about this role. Now, I was a huge proponent before the season started of giving him a look at closer. I still think that is an interesting idea, except for the fact that Jacob Latz is dominating everyone in the world, and so why in the world would you move that away?
Do they still have the best bullpen ERA? I mean, it was tracking like that for 2 months. I'm just wondering if it still holds.
I believe our statistician is going to check on that, but it's still really, really good. But you know what? I've always kind of wondered this. Does the Tyler Alexander inning count for the bullpen, even though it was the opener? Because it is still kind of a bullpen-esque appearance.
I don't know.
Have never thought about that in my life, and I really wish I knew the answer. But we'll work on that. But for Rocker, I think he's definitely a usable piece for this team. It's just, I wonder if he would really uncork it.
Yeah, like what are you still trying to see from him? To be like, if you were in GM, like, okay, there's my guy. He just needs to, get older, mature. But
for me, it's really easy. More consistent and good use of his second and third option pitches, because that is something that sometimes he kind of shells up, moves away from his second, third, fourth tier pitches and focuses on one, which is not really going to hurt you anywhere near as much if you're a closer. Yeah. I also wonder about the consistency in his velocity, which again, if you're a closer, I do not think you would have to worry about that as much. But I get it, not just for the Rangers, but for any Major League team. You default to, do you want a closer or a starting pitcher? You want a starting pitcher.
Does it worry you that they have to keep using the opener for him? Like, I think in a team, since like who cares, get the win, whatever. What I'm saying, like in the individual of evaluating Kumar Rocker, does it make it harder because it's like we're almost giving him bumpers, we're giving him a little bit of a handicap? Yes, we won the game, we want to win games, or we're a baseball team, but when you're looking at Kumar Rocker individually,
it does worry me. But the reason why I think it's worth it is because I just want to point something specifically out. So the start before this, he gave up 6 runs. You go back to that start against the Astros where we got worked at the end of May. He gave up 4 runs. And then you look at the beginning of the month, 5 runs, 3 runs. You know what's littered all in between all of that? And a lot of those problems were in the first inning. No earned runs, no earned runs, no earned runs, 2 earned runs, 2 earned runs, 2 earned runs. So you see the flashes, especially with the swing and miss last night. I hear you, and you make a valid point. If this is what it takes to get over, I accept.
Yeah. Okay.
8th best.
Eighth best?
They were 1 or 2.
Is that in major leagues or just American
In major leagues. Major leagues. So 3.48. Atlanta Braves have the best.
Bullpen ERA, yeah?
Yes, bullpen ERA. They are the 4th best in American League.
Because they were 1 for the season for like the first 2.5 months.
And they've definitely run into some issues with that. But one thing I will say, and it's not just because he is going to be on the G-Bag Nation, is Jacob Latz is just a straight-up stud. He deserves to be an all-star. Consider this. This month, he's allowed 0 runs
pretty good.
In 8 appearances. He's pitched 7 saves, and in that span, he has now recorded his league-best 8th multiple-inning save. Because he had to come in the 8th to bail it out because you were like, ooh, this is not looking good. Junis was having some struggles, so you needed him to go in there and change it up. So Jacob Latz has been awesome. That's the person I thought should have been the fifth starter over Rocker because I wanted to put Rocker at the closer. But
so nailed.
I think you can make a reasonable argument that Jacob Latz is this team's MVP.
Oh, agreed.
Now, I understand.
A Josh Young, a Duran,
Yeah, and I would definitely listen to those two. I think all three of them are worthy of All-Star. I'm really pulling for Jacob Latz because, like, Josh Young's been an All-Star before.
Where's he at in the voting, Kevin? Latz.
They do not have pitcher voting. So they do positional player voting, and then pitchers are decided by the managers.
Well, then Latz should get it because Latz feels like he wouldn't win the fan vote.
Yeah.
But the managers would be like, this guy, we can't get a hit against him.
So sometimes
he has a better chance with the managers.
And I was going to say, it's a good thing that he is a closer because sometimes what happens is they kind of ignore the middle relief and they're like, let's take all the best starters and all the best closers
and just make them eighth.
Yes, but I mean, he has 14 saves, 1.46 ERA, and a lot of that is tagged out of one start.
877-801-1053. I want to know from the Tolos, do you still feel good about Kamar Rocker even though he has the openers? Are you caring, hey, we got the win and Kamar is playing good, or do you want to see him in a full opening start? Me and Kevin just gave our answers to that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Send those answers in because I do want to know. Coming up next, our Dallas Cowboys news of the day right here on The Fan.
Tennessee sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan, where people are answering your question, Blake. From the 817, I'm feeling good about Kumar if we need to do, or Kamar, if we need to do openers for him, that's fine. Anything to make him successful. From the 214, whatever gets us a W when Rocker pitches is fine with me. And from the 940, likelihood of a complete game from him was already low, so doesn't bother me to just flip the script instead of what you were going to use in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and instead throw him out there in the first. All right, it's time for our Dallas Cowboys news of the day. And let's start with this. Caleb Downs was named the Ohio State Male Athlete of the Year. So I know that is not technically for the Cowboys, but still an honor for now a Cowboys player. We talked about the training camp schedule yesterday with the team arriving on the 27th. Welcome to training camp presser on the 28th, and practice is starting on the 29th. The Cowboys will be the visiting team with the Rams in Los Angeles on August 11th, and then they will host the Saints August 18th in Oxnard. And I think that's a big deal because that's where you see the closest to real football.
Correct. That's their preseason.
Yes, because I think it's even more intense for the main players than in those preseason games because you don't see so many of the starters anymore.
Shotty's talked about it. That's where they get their work in. That's where we're going to play CD, George, the starting offensive line, and let the preseason kind of be, the guys that are fighting for a spot, those second, third stringers. And obviously every year with the preseason becoming less and less important, less games, less emphasis on it, that you won't see any big-time guys out there. My question, and I might have kind of already answered it, in a preseason game, you'll see obviously a sprinkle of starters. Do you especially on the defensive side? I don't know if anyone has earned it. Has anybody earned a way to not play the preseason games on the defense? I'm not worried about the offense, but like a Quinnen Williams, who is a vet, but it's like, hey, you were terrible last year. New defense. Out there for a series, not out there at all. Out there for a half. What would be Kevin's step?
I would definitely put them out for at least a quarter.
Pretty much everywhere, because I think Quinnen's the top of that mountain.
Correct. But I just don't, that does not seem to necessarily be the way that Shotty prefers things.
I think it'll just be the little practice scrimmage, and that'll be it.
Yeah. And because I know people will bring up injuries, and I'm like, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying play them all the preseason games. I'm saying play them one quarter, and injuries can happen whenever, unfortunately, as we see through football all the friggin' time. What about you?
And also just on the injury thing, injuries, there are some that are preventable and some that are not. Some come with your conditioning. Some come with how ready you are. So if a player gets hurt and it wasn't like someone stepped on his ankle and it was something that maybe you did a bad job training your body, then the same thing was going to happen in week 1.
Agreed.
The only thing that happened is it happened earlier. We're able to go sign somebody right before. So I always kind of push back, just like you, where it's like, well, injuries can happen. Well, let's not play them in the regular season either. Let's just wait till the playoffs.
They can happen whenever.
So you got to have your body ready. But you asked me something. What were you asking me?
What would you do on that front in terms of playing the defensive starters or the supposed starters in the preseason?
I would not play them. Because I think,
with the exceptions of the ones who are legitimately competing for the starting job, I gotcha.
I would Quinnen and Overshown. I'm going to assume that they are as locked in practice in these inter squad scrimmages with the Rams. That's going to be their work.
I could see not playing Overshown. I can see that one.
Deron Bland with his nagging injuries. It seems. I better see Jacoby Durant on every rep of the inter squad scrimmage and the preseason. I better see Malik Hooker. Obviously, we're going to see Caleb Downs.
Malik Hooker needs to work.
He needs some work. My point is, there's some veterans that don't get to be like, well, I'm a veteran. Y'all were ass last year.
Yeah.
You need to play. Quinnen was not the reason you were bad. Overshown was not the reason you were bad. That's why I'm giving those two a pass. But
would you consider every time you say they were ass last year, setting it up by saying, as the great Cam Ward would say,
they were ass.
Yeah.
We were ass. We ass.
Yes.
I wish I was fast enough to pull up the drop.
Is there anybody that gets a pass on this Cowboys defense? That's kind of what I was going at with the Quinnen and Overshown.
So I'm going to specifically go with Overshown then, because now that I understand and I don't want to chance it. But then again, do you feel like you're getting that? Maybe the joint practices will be a good way to test out green dot and kind of get those.
Do you think it's even a green dot?
I kind of do.
Shoddy has been weird about it.
I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I kind of think
him and Christian Parker have made it. They're very aware of what we're talking about now, that the media is talking about the green dot. They're like, hey, we know you guys love the green dot. Multiple players are wearing it. Overshown's worn it. Some secondary players have worn it. My question is, okay, let me get excited for a second. I don't want Overshown to wear the green dot because I want him to be a loose cannon. I want him to be an animal on the field. I want him side to side. This is Blake old school thinking. When I think of my green dot, that's my cerebral player. That's my more locked in kind of, let me make sure everyone's on the right path, let them do their thing, and then I follow and make sure, be the teacher, be the guidance out there. I need Overshown like a dog out there, whether it's rushing the passer and coverage. Like, I want him all over the field. I don't want him worrying about other people getting the call in. I would want that more to somebody else, but the problem is, who else are you going to give it to?
Well, and I know people brought up Caleb Downs already, but let me ask you something to go along with that. Do you think at least practicing more and more, because he wants the green dot opportunity, and if you're not familiar, so essentially you're like the captain of the defense, plays will flow through you and everything like that. Do you think that helps him learn all the different positions specifically across the linebacking board and gives him that opportunity to turn it loose?
So maybe he could do that in the offseason. He's the green dot, he's getting it. And then when the regular season comes, hey, we're giving it to someone else. Right. You know all the positions now, but I need you to be a loose cannon and be all over the field, not worried about calling plays. Like, you would rather it be in a perfect world like a Malik Hooker, where it's like, hey, I'm not really, I know he wasn't great at communication, but I'm saying, like, hey, I'm not really worried about your athletic ability. I need you to be a veteran, make sure everyone knows the play call and get this in, and I need everyone in front of me to just go react to the ball. I feel like with Overshown there, you might have a problem where he's doing too much thinking out there. Let me make this uber clear. I am not saying he's not have enough IQ to do it. I just want my guy to be like a dog off a leash running at the quarterback. Not like, okay, guys, we're running this play. Oh, Bland's in the wrong spot. Oh, Ezra, ball snap. I'd rather that be someone else's responsibility, and Overshown is the one screaming to the ball.
Would you go D. Winters?
Sure. Yeah, veteran.
I think that's a possibility.
I would be super happy with that. D. Winters be that guy. Malik Hooker be that guy.
Now, here's a fun addition for you when you're talking about Christian Parker. Do you know that he's been giving players quizzes?
Yes.
So,
I love it.
I do too. Kalen Carson's like, man, he's always randomly popping out those quizzes, and multiple players talked about it. The quizzes can be from anywhere from 5 to 10 questions. They're mostly based on schemes or formations. They include both written questions and those based on pictures of formations or situational what-ifs. I love the written question because that's where it really puts your knowledge to the test.
Anybody can kind of flub.
Yeah, you could circle something.
Yeah.
Or you could kind of half-ass it.
Yeah.
But like, oh, that's why we all don't like the written answers, right? Because you're like, I can't really BS my way through this. Or you could try, but
I can't say this enough, and people on the night show have already heard me say this, but the daytime, we'll get to this. I could not be more ecstatic with the type of person that Christian Parker is and the type of teacher.
Yeah.
And I'm going to relate this to Blake's life. At the restaurant that I'm at is a very nice restaurant. A lot of pop quizzes. I got pop quiz yesterday as I left KNC. And when you're doing your training, like I'm talking about middle of the shift. Hey, where is this wine from, and why is it important? What is the grape? Oh. And if you didn't study that, you're going to sound like an idiot in front of all your staff, your manager, your sommelier, the whole nine. But it pushed me to want to go home and put in the extra work and study, and I know all those answers.
So if I was like, it's from the grape region of France.
Grape region of France.
Yeah, then I'd probably send me out the door.
Yeah. I mean, you can get by. You can get by. If you say Chianti, you'll be good. That's
great.
Yeah, or Bordeaux, you'll be okay.
All right, I will keep that in mind.
But my point being is like that type of teaching where they're on top of you, like, hey, I know that you can. They know I can go to a table. This is going back to serving and be okay. But I want to make sure you got the full utility belt. And we're going to pop quiz you, and it's going to be annoying, and you're going to hate us, but you're going to be better in the end. And it's similar to this Cowboys defense. I'm sure a bunch of guys in those meeting rooms go, Christian Parker, come on, we know this. Okay, prove it to me.
Yeah, well, and Shoddy loves it because one of the things Shoddy was like, I think you can, this is as strong as you could probably say it without burying last year. He's like, I think you can definitely see the differences from a communication perspective.
And it drops.
Which was a disaster for them last year.
It drops off when the teacher thinks that the student already knows, so I'm not going to annoy / ask them. And then the student thinks it's too embarrassing or too beneath them to study or do this. But sometimes you got to ask that question like, hey, do you actually know? very simple. I'm just saying, like, do you actually know what we do when it's cover 6 and they do a jet motion? You're like, I mean, not entirely. Okay, let's go through it. Let's figure it out and do it, and let's do these quizzes. And I'd rather overdo it and you be annoyed, like Christian Parker keeps annoying us with his quizzes. I know all the answers, rather than this gap of misunderstanding.
Now, I got a couple of questions for you because I don't totally know your takes on all of this. Do you believe in Jalen Blue and his ability to step up as a human and a player?
That is hilarious. So I've been a big Jaden Blue proponent. So is Kevin Walker. We're big fans of the Longhorns. I was a bigger fan of him as a prospect coming out. And I was like, this guy can be something. He can be your punch. Fred went as far to say this could be David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs-esque. 2.0
to start.
Obviously, that didn't portray. Javonte was great. He was Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery.
Yeah, he was.
Jaden Blue was just the water boy. It's all maturity for Jaden Blue. I mean, I don't think we need to
spoke about that.
Yeah, I don't think we need to sit here and say that, like, I think he knows how to run through a hole and carry the rock. I mean, the fumbling. It's the fumbling, it's the maturity, and it's the understanding the plays. That's what the coach is
concerns you the most?
Understanding the plays.
Okay.
Maturity and fumbling can kind of go hand in hand with just getting older and getting more around the game. You didn't get to hear this, but I was going off last Thursday or Friday about this, and tell me if I'm wrong for thinking like this. Why in any capacity is Phil Maffa passing you on the depth chart? In any capacity. Drafted the same year. Yeah. You were drafted before him. People had higher expectations for you, Jaden. You're getting the reps. Phil Maffa was out the whole season. And the next upcoming summer, a.k.a. this summer, you're getting passed by Phil Maffa on the depth chart. I don't care if it's for one day. Yeah. Why is Phil Maffa outworking you? And this is not a diss of Phil Maffa.
Because you just said outworking.
Like, Jaden, what are you doing? And in this point of camp, there's no pads. So this isn't like, oh, well, Phil's, more physical. They want to run this type of offense. All you're doing is walking through the plays.
Yeah.
So does Phil have a better understanding of the plays? Does he understand where to be in his assignment? That's all that's really going on right now is walking to your assignment. If anyone's played football in the summer, there's no pads right now. Where am I supposed to be on this coverage? Where is my pass pro at? Am I going left or am I right? Am I splitting off? Am I running around? Whatever it may be. And I'm just reading from the outside in. I'm not in the locker room. Obviously, Phil Maffa is outworking him. And that's a disappointment for Jaden Blue.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, yeah, I guess one more note for you. Jake Ferguson and Haley Cavender officially got married over the weekend as well.
And they had a ranch fountain. Did you see that? A ranch dressing fountain. They love ranch dressing. They had a fountain of it.
The International World Cup fans would love that.
I hate ranch, but...
Because it's trash.
You're with that, too? You also hate ranch?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be on my side when it comes to food opinions, though.
Give me another one. I hate ranch. Like, despise it. Despise it.
I actually think, realistically, all sauce outside of barbecue sauce and buffalo sauce.
I'm closer to you than you would think. Yes. I'm with you on that.
Yes.
Buffalo barbecue. Have you tried Asian Zing from Buffalo Wild Wings?
I don't believe I have tried
Sweet and spicy from Whataburger.
No.
Both of those you need to add to your repertoire. They're in the same realm, but I'm with you. No mayo, no mustard, no ranch, no sour cream. That's just, I don't want creamy white stuff in my mouth. That is not what I'm looking for.
What? I'm going to doctor that.
I don't even think you really have to. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Holy moly, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA draft begins tonight. Who do you want the Mavs to select, and who will they actually take? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go.
105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is where Michael Brown needs to go. Give him a drag screen and let him make some reads. There's the screen. There's the three.
KC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. That was Michael Brown. Tonight, NBA draft, and we're getting news, especially with the new coach, that the Mavericks are more and more likely to stay put at pick number 9. So we asked the question, who do you want the Mavericks to select, and who do you think they will take? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Pulled up all of the scouting reports that I have put together on the 12 most likely candidates that the Mavericks could draft. So, is there somebody you would want them to select or somebody you don't want them to select? We could jump down to a scouting report.
Okay, so let's get through the don'ts. No Nate Ament, slow Harrison Barnes, Tennessee Vols. Had a tough season, too, kind of up and down on a serious note. Like, I just don't think that is worthy of Mavericks fans. You have to think about this. Forget about, like, where the pick is and all this stuff. Think about how bad the Mavericks were this year. The only reason you're that bad, the reward for that, in this new, in this old lottery system, I think this is the last year of this, right? Before we moved
Correct.
In this old lottery system, the reward for how bad you were this year is a good player.
Now, I think you'll enjoy this then. Many thought he had star potential. He had top 5 projection going into the season. But now more people think he's probably just a solid contributor. He's a jumbo wing, but not down in the trenches banger. And the question is, does he have enough strength to create his own shot?
I would bet on a good team picking him up and kind of burying him in the depth chart and then working his way up as he gets older, more than a team who needs a stud and needs him to produce early. So I would not take the swing on Nate Ament. That would be a guy I would stay away from, especially with the 9th overall. If we had like the 14th pick, maybe you could talk me into it. And
that's why some of these players were put in mind with, like, if you traded down. Now let's go.
I don't even want him in a trade down. I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
I don't even want him in a trade down. He is not on my board as high.
Is there another player that you really don't want?
Okay. Hot take. I don't want Burries at 9.
Whoa!
It is not because Burries is not a good player, but it goes back to the take I just said 5 seconds ago. I need a guy that is going to be next to Cooper Flagg for the next 10 to 15 years. And Burries feels like Max Christie, maybe Derek White at its like 6'4", positional guy, but all of his points were, not all of his points, a lot of his points were in transition, spot up threes, and he did have some as the pick and roll as the handler. So I want to make that correct. He did have some of his own self-creation, but a lot of it, he was a secondary guy. In Arizona, they moved the ball around a lot. There wasn't a lot of isolation anyways, but he fits more as a high-tier role player rather than a give this guy the ball. He's a lead guard. Him and Cooper for the next 15 are going to run all-star games and whatnot. That's not exactly how Burries traits out.
So to your point on at least part of the physicality aspect, he's similar to R.J. Barrett with his downhill physicality. He has a higher defensive ceiling, and then but some would say he's more like Derek White. I think your hopeful ceiling on that would be Jalen Williams. I don't know how much stock you put in this. He does appear to be a top-notch emotional leader for whatever that's worth if you look back at college, but
winner too. Arizona.
Yeah, that's true. Although he did struggle against elite competition, especially in the Final Four. He has a good-looking shot and a good rebounder for his size. He has not shown the ability to organize a team offensively.
Can you give me 2 things? One, people ask for the height and weight of the 2 players you just listed. Do you have those?
Burries is 6'4" and 215. And Nate Ament is, let me double check that, because I thought he was like 6'9".
Skinny frame.
6'10", 211.
Yeah. Okay. So those are those 2. And it's not against Burries. Like if in the trade back, 12 or 17, yes.
Yes.
But as far as the Mavs were horrible and they need a guy to go along Cooper Flagg for our 1 lottery pick, to me, Burries is a good role player, like a 2-3. I want another star next to Cooper Flagg. So.
All right. So.
The guys I do want?
Yeah, tell me the guys you do want, because I think mine is going to be controversial for the Mavs' overall philosophy.
I've talked a lot, so I'm just going to say the name, and I want you to kind of sell me or not selling on it. Kingston Flemings.
Ooh, Kingston Flemings. That's my guy. So, as opposed to Keaton Wagler, who we can talk about as well, Keaton Wagler is going to be more your prototypical shooting guard.
Yep.
All right? So Kingston Flemings, he is your playmaker on the ball. Now, you're going to think this is crazy. Just hear me out for a second. If everything were to work perfectly, remember, I'm saying the word perfectly, think injury-free Derrick Rose. He's very fast with and without the ball. He brings great downhill offensive pressure, and I think he's a very creative passer in terms of his angles. So that is super positive. Mm-hmm. Now, you're like, well, why isn't this the number one pick, for God's sakes? Here's some negatives. Folks have questioned his jump shot. Yeah. First of all, he has an unconventional release, and probably the worst part about that, he has a low arc on his shot. And oh yeah, for people that want to know, he's 6'3", 183. That's going to come up again in just a second. But he has a low arc on his shot, which has the potential to be problematic. He focuses a lot on the mid-range, and that does not seem to be the way, with the exception of like DeMar DeRozan, that the NBA wants to move. And that definitely doesn't feel like the way the Mavericks want to move. He is not a prolific three-point shooter whatsoever. And you could make the argument he relies too much on his athleticism. It's whether he becomes a big deal or not is going to depend on the progression of his jump shot. 38.7% from three, although that's on less than 3 attempts per game.
And see, I was thinking less about the percentage, more about the attempts.
Yeah, he only takes about 3 a game.
And we know what the NBA is. Everybody watches it. It's a lot of threes. The Mavs were a bottom 5 team at getting 3-point attempts up and percentage last year. So that's kind of my drawback of like, if we bring you in, we're going to need more than 3 a game. Maybe not your rookie year, but I'm saying like overall, we can't be having 2 a game from you, 2 from Cooper. We don't have Clay on the team, none from Lively. We're shooting 4 threes a game as a team.
In the NCAA tournament, in 3 games, he shot 4 total 3-pointers.
Yeah.
So if that's what you want, this is probably not your guy. But I know one of the people you really like.
Let's get to him. Mr. Acuff. I'm going to keep it short and simple. I think he's the best offensive player in this class, him and Peterson. I just think he is going to be the best overall player. He is not good on defense. I talked about it yesterday. Neither is Jalen Brunson. Neither is Luka. SGA is overrated on defense. You can get past a bad defending point guard. Kyrie Irving wasn't great at defense coming out of college last time I checked. I think Darius Acuff is going to be a 25 and 10 guy a night. I think he's going to be a future superstar in this league.
Where does he play on this team now?
Acuff now?
Because he's too small to consistently be your 2, right?
At that point, I love Kyrie. I love him. But at that point, if you have Acuff and he's what you think in the camp and you play a couple of situations, I think you could look moving off of him.
Okay, because that was the thing with like, if we go back to Wagler, I think would fit perfectly next to Kyrie.
Correct.
Whereas Acuff and Flemings, these are essentially your Kyrie replacements.
Correct.
But I want to throw out an old school
maybe
comp
the bench for a season. I don't know.
I don't know. Or you can run some small guard lineups. I don't know how many minutes per game you get out of your small guard lineup.
We see the whole, Cason Wallace, Caruso, SJ. Now those guys are 6'5", 6'6". I'm aware, but I'm saying you see it in the NBA where you go small. Derek White and Pritchard on the court at the same time.
I think he's got some similarity offensively to Tim Hardaway Sr. Mm-hmm. So I know we're taking it like a little back to the Run DMC, but I think that Tim Hardaway Sr. has got some offensive comp there. I love the Kyrie-esque style difficult shot making. I will tell you this. You'll easily have 2 of the best difficult shot makers with their weird angles and everything like that in the NBA. He's got a great handle, deep range. He wants the ball late in games. That's another thing I want to add on there. Some people you'll be like, oh, are they a shrinking violet or whatever you want to say? He wants the ball late in the game. He has most of everything you would want offensively in a player. And tell me if you think this is fair. Doesn't appear to give a damn about defense most of the time. Yet. I think that's fair. Yet. I think he can be better defensively because right now he's turnstile, man.
He can be better defensively, and I talked about this with Fred on the phone when we were talking about draft prospects the other day. None of the players in this draft are great defensively coming out. There's some players that are good and like better than their counterparts, but there's nobody in this top 10 that were like, man, this guy's Gary Payton on defense. This guy's Kawhi Leonard. It's like, oh, they can. He's 19, 20 years old. I hope the defender he was in college is not what he's going to be in the NBA. I hope all these guys are going to get better. And none of these guys have this surmountable, better defense. They are better than A-Cup, but not surmountable amount, where on the flip, his offense is a surmountable jump from a Michael Brown, from a Kingston Flemings. I mean, he was lighting it up. What was his averages for the season?
For Darius Miles?
For A-Cup, yeah.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, A-Cup. I don't know why I said that, because it's Darius.
Yeah, Darius Miles is a person.
23.5 points per game. Also 6.4 assists per game.
People forget about the assists. I mean, he had multiple games of double-digit assists. I think the fact that he can fill up the stat sheet, whether it's for himself or create for others, there is not I'm scoring 30 and not passing, I'm ball hogging. There's a lot of moving the ball around, some questionable decision-making and some shot diet where he kind of forces some shots, but I think he's the best bucket getter, and at the end of the day, getting buckets is what wins you games in the NBA. So I think Darius A-Cup is I'm planting my flag, my Cooper flag.
So somebody said, who's got the most star potential at 9? I want to run you through this real quick and see if you're going to make a move.
Talk to me.
So the betting odds are very much right now in favor of DeMonte at 1. They have shifted now back to Peterson at 2, Boozer at 3, Caleb Wilson at 4, and Keaton Wagler has kind of been entrenched at that 5 position for a minute.
Okay, cool.
Then at 6 and 7, it goes back and forth between Darius A-Cup and Michael Brown. It feels like those will be the 2 players taken.
By either team.
Yeah, but in what order? Let's say it's Michael Brown.
Yeah.
Now Darius A-Cup is there at 7.
I'm
You're
calling.
at 9.
I'm calling.
You want to make a move?
I'm calling.
Okay.
I'm not giving up a bunch. Let me make it clear. I'm not mortgaging the future. I'm not doing the Jaylen Brown package of giving everything. You're moving up 2 spots.
Right.
I'll give you Clay and 9 if you'll do it.
Yeah, and you'll probably have to take back your own questionable contract.
I'll give you.
Hold on. Pause.
Talk to me.
Sorry. Would you take back a fairly equivalent salary, but it's on the books for 3 more years as opposed to 1 year like Clay to move up those 2 spots?
Yeah, I would, because I think Darius A-Cup is going to be an All NBA player, an All Star. Like I don't think Darius A-Cup is just going to be like he scored 10 points on an average team. Like I think A-Cup, the moment he steps in the league, is going to be averaging 15, and then is going to keep growing, and we're going to be like, wow, teams really passed on Darius A-Cup because he wasn't good at defense in college, like every college guy, every college guard.
Right.
I would move up. Would you do this? Would you give up? This might sound crazy, so please tell me if it's crazy. Pick whoever you want. It's A-Cup for me. Would you give up 9 and 30?
Yeah.
To move up to get your guy at 7?
I absolutely would.
Okay.
I absolutely would. What's interesting, it feels like Flemings is dropping down the board, especially with Mara looking more and more potentially likely at 8. And so betting odds right now, pick number 9, have the Mavericks taking Burries first, Mara second, Lendeborg third, and then Morris Johnson Jr., who we had talked about yesterday, 4th, and Kingston Flemings 5th, with the idea that maybe Flemings will be off the board. So I think Flemings might be available for you there. I still think they're considering Nate Ament as well. And then we talked about yesterday, if you make the trade down, I think that brings Yaxel more into view. I think Christian Anderson is then in view if you make a trade down for like the double up first round picks.
I got this in front of me real quick before we get out of here. The top NBA draft prospects and who they model their game after.
Oh.
AJ DeBonza, who do you think he picked? I'll give you one guess.
Tracy McGrady.
Tracy McGrady's correct.
He's my Tracy McGrady starter kit.
Darren Peterson, who do you think he picked?
Ooh, I'm not sure about that one.
I didn't see this coming. He picked Devin Booker, who he models his game after.
I would not have gotten that.
Cameron Boozer, no, it's not his dad.
Okay, well then I'm out.
Anthony Davis.
Oh, I could see that.
Caleb Wilson.
Chris Bosh.
Kobe Bryant.
Really?
Caleb Wilson said he models his game after Kobe Bryant.
I mean, that's a good player to model after, but that's not the comp I would have thought.
Darius A-Cup.
Halliburton.
He wrote Derrick Rose MVP year.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking about Wagler. Wagler is who I would say Halliburton for.
Flemings. He gave 3 answers, so if you get any.
I think he might say Derrick Rose as well.
He also said Derrick Rose. He said De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
And he said Tyrese Maxey.
Ooh, I like that.
He put up some more threes.
Hey, just remember the day before the draft years ago, we tried to convince Donnie Nelson to take Tyrese Maxey.
Our boy Mara.
I think
it's a pair of brothers.
He is, the Lopez brothers.
Hal and Mark Gasol.
Oh, that's probably better.
Braden Burries.
Clay.
He said Devin Booker or Jamal Murray.
I could see Jamal Murray.
Kareem Lopez.
Kareem Lopez.
Think of the Eastern Conference. Red team.
OG in it. No.
Jalen Johnson. Cameron Carr. Mr. Dunk City himself.
Ooh. I don't know.
Russell Westbrook.
Oh, okay.
Our boy Phylon. He gave some crazy nut.
Okay, because Phylon, I was going to say Mike Conley, but that might be too old.
No,
Tyrese Maxey?
No, go way higher comp, like the best of the best.
Oh, Jordan?
He said Steph Curry.
Wow. We should take him.
SGA and Kyrie.
See, my hopeful comp on him was Tyrese Maxey or DeJounte Murray, but I'm low.
And then this last two, Chris, is it CNAC?
I believe so.
Okay, who do you think he models his game after? This last two.
Don't know.
Anthony Davis and Jaren Jackson Jr.
Man.
And then we'll finish with Morez Johnson.
Some really high comps right there.
He wants to model his game off of the Miami Heat, Giannis and Bam.
Oh, okay. Man, there's some. But I guess that's more fun.
That's from the players themselves, not from us, not from NBA writers. The players themselves gave themselves who they model their game after.
Because you're not necessarily like comping yourself at Karis LeVert.
No.
Which is it's quality.
Yeah. I'm trying to play like Tobias Harris.
Okay, yeah, but I can see how that's a little bit less fun. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, and we've got the NFL MVP Showdown next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got Mitch.
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. That was excellent. I've got some MVP showdowns for you in just 1 minute, but the top 100 is again trickling out 2 per day. You started it off yesterday. Cameron Jordan at 100, followed by Quentin Nelson. How far he has fallen. Bryce Young makes an appearance at number 98.
Shout out Bryce, man. What a comeback story. Everyone was ready to write him off. Horrible pick, and he absolutely bowled last year.
He's one more really good season from probably making a lot of
Dude,
money.
think about it. A couple plays, they beat the Rams in the playoffs. I mean, they pushed the Rams close.
That was crazy. But yes, his stock has changed quite a bit, although I know there are still plenty of people who have many, many doubts about him. And then Ernest Jones makes his debut in the top 100, the linebacker for the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. A few more quick things for you before NFL MVP showdown. We talked about the Scottish fans taking over Miami. They love the Rangers. They were in Boston, also got to see the Rangers. Because of all of this, Robert Kraft said he would like the Patriots to play in Scotland.
Okay.
At a time that we're expanding international games quickly. You want to see it?
That feels like it matches.
I agree.
Like New England, Scottish, like that feels like a match made in heaven. Those feel like
I would
similar.
like to see that. Yeah.
Similar lifestyles.
And the crowd would obviously be bananas. Since the end of the UFL season, 23 UFL players have signed with NFL teams. I know some of them might just be camp bodies, but do you like the UFL as an effective minor league system to an extent for the NFL?
Correct me if I'm wrong. The Dallas Cowboys have been one of the best teams at getting UFL players.
Indeed, they have.
So it's a great training ground. I mean, Aubrey, Turpin, they even picked up a couple this year as far as some UFL guys. I think it's a great training
Going back
ground.
to Mims now, too.
Denzel Mims. I think it's a fantastic training ground. I can't think of another sport where the training ground is better as far as your minor league system. I mean, obviously, like in baseball, it's like your players, so it's like guys
and it's
that
an affiliated system,
it's an
whereas
I think the UFL is fantastic for this because Joe Milton should be in the UFL, not because he shouldn't like be on the NFL roster, but my point is getting reps in.
Yeah,
you're sitting on the bench versus you could be in. You can correct me on the when the schedule is, isn't it like during the? It doesn't coincide with the NFL schedule, right? So you could do that.
They just wrapped up, I do believe.
Yes, they did.
Like if I'm Joe Milton's reps, I'm like, why would I not be getting shown in front of every team, us playing every week versus I get it, money, and you're on the Cowboys. But I'm just saying in theory, I think it is good reps for quarterbacks, especially who are backups. And I think if you're a guy, it's better to be in that than buried on a roster. Sometimes you can get on a team with that.
Now, who do y'all believe?
Guess you're already on a team if you're.
That's true.
By the way, the money-wise, Joe Milton makes a base salary of a little over $1 million a year. The highest paid player in the UFL is about $64,000
Well,
a year.
clearly the NFL is going to have to supplement this, okay? If the NBA could do that with the WNBA for 30 years, we can figure this out.
We can figure it out.
All right.
64,000? Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Sweet.
What's his name? Who's making 64 bands?
No, that's just like they don't have. Like, it's not like one player gets paid more. It's like a base salary of $64 for the year.
Okay. And I just want to point out, $64,000 is totally cool to make as a human. I'm just saying, as a professional football player, I could see how you'd be like, ugh, I don't know about this compared to millions. All right. Who do you think is the top quarterback wide receiver combination in all of the NFL? And the newly formed ones like A.J. Brown and Drake May, where do you think they would fit?
I would think number one is Burrow and Chase still.
That, at least per Fox Sports, is incorrect.
Okay, let me try again.
Matthew Stafford.
That
and Puka
is correct. Now,
great
I want you to pause right here. There are 8 more on the list. You guys got number 1 and number 2. Of those 8, how many do you think you could name?
Okay, we can name them all.
No, hold on. How many?
L8.
By yourself?
By myself. I mean, I can have
no incorrect answers.
No incorrect answers.
Oh, I was going to go with the bidding thing, but you went right to it.
Okay. Well, let's first look at the best receiver. So we already got Chase.
Not let's. You.
Okay.
You're on your.
Let's
own.
go with Dak and CD.
Oh, Dak and CeeDee Lamb is number 4 on the list.
Okay.
Correct.
They're not going to put Kyler on there, even though Justin Jefferson is such a good receiver. Let's go Drake May and A.J. Brown.
Drake May and A.J. Brown, smart to take my hint. Number 6 on the list. You've gotten 1, 2, 4, and 6.
Okay, this is fun. Patrick Mahomes doesn't really have anybody to throw to, so that's kind of weird. Josh Allen, who is he throwing the ball to? DJ Moore. I don't know if they're putting that on the list. Let's go Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Number 3 on the list.
Okay.
So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Drake London does not have a great quarterback, so I doubt that they're going to put him on the list. I feel like at some point I'm going to have to go to like Kyler and Justin Jefferson because they're going to rate him high.
Do you want me to make it really fun for you? You've 100% already said somebody who's on the list in passing.
Okay, that's great. Okay, easy. Jared Goff, Amon-Ra.
Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, number 5 on the list. So you have now gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, let's go with not Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce. That's not a good guess. DK's not.
I would agree that is not a good guess.
You said I've already said somebody. I said Justin Jefferson. I don't want to pull that one. I'm going to wait for the end because that will probably be my one incorrect answer. Nico Collins is CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud's horrible now.
Oh, man.
I'm starting to get to a blanker place. No tight ends, right? Just straight wide receivers?
Correct.
I'm gonna lean on Kevin. We'll do it as a team effort. Walker, is there one that you're thinking?
I'm trying to think. I personally...
You said we already said one, so I've already said one of the answers.
Yeah, but I think he's tricking you. I don't think it's Kyler and Justin Jefferson.
I don't think it's that. I said other names.
I'm not tricking you. One of the ones you passed by is on this list. I didn't say which
he didn't
one.
say which one.
But he said it right after you said Kyler and Jefferson. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think it's that one. Because I don't think they're rating him that high. I'm just trying to think of... I have the fan text away, so I'm not looking. I'm trying to think of good receivers. Drake London doesn't have a good quarterback. Nico Collins doesn't have a good quarterback. We already said Amon-Ra, Jackson Smith, Chase, Pickens, and T are already on their respective teams that have been guessed. What team? Let's just think of the teams.
You have 10 seconds to give me an answer.
Let's go with Josh Allen and DJ Moore.
That is number 7 on the list.
That is a surprising pick.
Still in the game.
How many more do we need to guess?
You need 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, so the back half. Okay, just think of the NFC. Bryce Young and Tet, maybe. Let's keep that there.
That could be 10.
Baker and is it Mike
Ibuka?
Evans? Ibuka, no.
Mike Evans ain't there anymore.
No, who did they bring in though? Is it just Ibuka?
I would really think about something that you just said, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, where is Mike Evans at though?
He's at San Francisco now.
Let's go Mike Evans and Brock Purdy.
That is number 8 on the list, as I feel like I had to bail y'all out on that
a little bit.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe the Chargers. Is Ladd still the top receiver, or am I missing something?
Oh, I think that might be a good one.
Let's hold it though.
But
Let's hold it though.
I do think that's better.
I'm going to go Bryce and Tet McMillan.
I was going to go the Chargers one instead.
Okay, you want to go the Chargers?
I actually think you have a legitimate beef there. That is also not on Fox's top 10. Number 9, Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers.
That is questionable.
That's what I said. I think you have a legitimate beef. And number 10, you should have gone with your gut. Kyler Murray and Justin Jefferson at number 10 on the list. The moderator never lies. Sometimes he steers you in the wrong direction, but he never lies. And by the way, I meant to mention a couple other things yesterday. Jahmyr Gibbs picked up MMA training to help him ahead of the 2026 season. And just in case you you thought this story was ever going to die, the Dallas Cowboys are number 4 in the betting odds right now to get Max Crosby if he is not on the Raiders in week 1. It goes Philadelphia Eagles, San Francisco 49ers, Buffalo Bills, and then the Dallas Cowboys. Whether you like it, I like it, anybody else likes it, that is the way it is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our brand new World Cup segment, Goodbye Yellow Card Road. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Plus Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in this hour, we will have our 4-pack ticket giveaway for Rangers Tigers on July 2nd. But right now, it's time for our brand new World Cup segment, Goodbye Yellow Card Road. And we start with this. The head of FIFA, and no one from FIFA would ever lie, says that President Donald Trump will be there for the World Cup final on July 19th to award the World Cup to the victorious country. So I look forward to that. If you had to guess right now, who will be the victorious country for the World Cup?
I mean, not a hot take. Number 1 ranked team. They got the best player. If Argentina does it, I don't think anybody would be surprised. And would this be, I don't want to speak out of turn, would this be Messi's last World Cup, or did he already?
For sure.
Okay.
There's already question about whether he would play
I just want to make sure. I don't want to say to like, Blake, he already said he's going to play in next year's World Cup. What are you talking about? So
I do not envision that. But at this pace, why the hell not?
For Messi's last hoorah, he's got a great team around him as well. Argentina feels like the pick, but Spain's not far behind. Or France, is not far behind as far as competing in a full team effort as well. So I'd have to go with France or Argentina.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the stars from yesterday. Go ahead and give me cut number 1, because Messi, Haaland, and Mbappe all had multiple goals yesterday.
Now Medina, pulled back here, lets it run. Messi! History in Dallas! 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
Thank you very much to Fox Sports and FIFA for letting us play these audio clips. By the way, for the Mavericks, Dusty May gets a 5-year contract. So one has to wonder if Michigan's probation will be over by then. But yes, Dusty May gets a 5-year contract to be the head coach for the Dallas Mavericks. So yesterday, Lionel Messi, 2 goals. Erling Haaland, 2 goals. Kylian Mbappe, 2 goals. Somebody at the Hard Rock bet $1,600 that those 3 players would each have at least 2 goals. Hit. That cash is out for about $148,000.
I think that's a lot of cheddar.
It objectively is. You can play in the UFL for like 3 years for that.
I want to say it was almost double. They show the proposition bet if you bet for both games for all those guys who scored 2. Like if you did match 1 and 2.
Dip. Which feels...
Nobody did that. But I'm just saying
because that would feel like a dumb bet, except it definitely happened.
Except it happened. The superstars.
Yes, man, they really have. And you get to see a faux superstar in Cristiano Ronaldo play for Portugal today. But only 3 players in World Cup history have scored at least 16 goals. There's Lionel Messi, and he was 38 when he did it. Miroslav Klose, 36 when he did it. And now Kylian Mbappe, 27 when he did it. Kylian Mbappe has like another probably 3 World Cups to go if he really wants to. And at the very least 2 more. It feels not maybe inevitable, but it feels pretty likely that someday he will take the championship or the most goals.
Mr. Soccer expert Kevin, if Mbappe does pass Messi, does that still mean Messi is the GOAT? to the general population of soccer fans?
I think so, because you would need some ancillary things from Mbappe in terms of, depending on if he bounces around leagues more, you'd want more, either it's, whether you want to go with La Liga or the Premier League, if he ends up moving some more league titles, and then maybe another World Cup title to go in there would be my guess. Plus, people don't seem to like Mbappe. He does.
You think?
It's a France thing, I guess.
I thought he was likable. I thought people were like, he's well-spoken, he's pretty humble. Is that a perception?
So the thing is, he's turned into a bit of a complainer. And so some people don't like him because of that. Whereas Lionel Messi, they're like, hey, you're small and you score lots of goals. I like you.
I'm a fan of both. Am I allowed to do that? I'm a fan of both.
I'm not here to tell you how to soccer fan.
I mean, I honestly, I'm new to enjoying soccer. All the superstars I've been a fan of. Messi is great. I've been a fan of Mbappe's game. Haaland's probably my favorite. I mean, he looks like a linebacker out there. Looks like Clay Matthews running, and I love the fierceness. And I love he's got some finesse, too. He's not just straight run down, brute strength. Like, he is brute strength. I will push you out of the way, have nice tackles, but also I can finesse you in the box and get some nice goals as well.
How would you guys like to hear some statistics while I also go across 3 lanes of traffic to take another shot at Cristiano Ronaldo?
Do it.
All right, so Erling Haaland, he has 4 goals in the first 2 matches. Erling Haaland is the second player in the last 50 years to score multiple goals in his first 2 World Cup appearances, along with Harry Kane in 2018. I believe that was the year he won the Golden Boot for most goals in the World Cup. Mbappe, he has 4 goals in his first 2 World Cup matches of this particular World Cup. For Erling Haaland, that's his first 2 World Cup matches ever. For Mbappe, just in this World Cup. And then Lionel Messi, he has 5 goals from open play in his last 2 World Cup matches. Cristiano Ronaldo has 5 goals from open play in his World Cup career. Red card! So,
Paraguay!
You get a red card. I am going to really do my best to not use that accent, though.
I really so excited.
Think that could be problematic. But when Messi, go ahead and give me cut number 2, because he had already set the men's record, but he was tied with Marta from Brazil for the overall men's and women's World Cup goal record until he did this.
Okay, Messi picks it up, what a touch. He's got the velvet slippers on, the little fella. Here come Argentina. Brilliant ball by Messi. Julian Alvarez, good save. Here's the chance for Paredes. He tees up Messi. Is this another one? Lionel Messi, there's the block. And Messi again. Oh, it's in! Lionel Messi in the double. Argentina get the win. And the little magic man gets his second goal of the game.
So what I really love, first of all, Little Magic Man, feels like that could be in certain shops across Argentina. But also, you could hear the announcer in the background laugh because he could not believe that he scored again. Like half a second before, he's like, he done it again, the Little Magic Man. But you can hear that guy laughing because he's like, are you freaking kidding me? He scored again? That is unbelievable. So congratulations to all of them. Would you like to go to the Mexico fans?
Yes, please.
So I was reading an article and then I became kind of obsessed with this. And it said Mexico fans can't stop picking up reporters during live segments. I thought they meant like they were trying to hit on the reporters and whatnot. But what they actually meant is they literally are going into these live shots while the reporter is talking and picking the reporter up and like lifting them up.
I love it.
While they're giving the report from the matches. That is super fun. And good job for those newscasters for keep going. They keep going.
It's similar to like when you have a Rangers sideline reporter or dugout reporter, if you will, and they pour the water and you have to keep going through it. That to me, that shows grit, shows determination. Yeah. And these reporters, you know what you're getting into when you're doing the World Cup. When these crazy fans get into it, the players are excited. I think it's all part of the fun. But they said no more picking up. Keep them on the ground. Keep them on the ground.
And we have new news to the World Cup desk. Cristiano Ronaldo has heard my continuous slander about him, and he has put the biscuit in the basket in the 6th minute. Portugal takes a 1-0 lead because Cristiano Ronaldo scores a goal. in my face. Good job, Cristiano Ronaldo. I apologize for, well, really absolutely nothing because you half-assed it in the last game. But good for you for deciding to show up for part of the game. I'm proud of you. France against Iraq.
I called that.
Yeah.
I called that. I said Cristiano Ronaldo's not going to fall on his face twice. He's going to score.
You did. France versus Iraq became the first World Cup match delayed by weather at this World Cup. And I want to talk to you about stickers. World Cup stickers are taking over because, well, Panini has come up with all kinds of different ways to distribute them. They have 375 million stickers hiding inside labels of 20-ounce soda bottles and water bottles and everything like that. But then the other thing is they gave away 10 million of these soccer albums to fans across the country. It is super cool. Now, the one thing I don't like is now you need like 700 stickers to complete the set, and I think you get like 6 in a pack. So they're like, good luck, everybody.
Spend money.
Yeah, I hope you spend lots of money on it. But it is super cool. My older son has been a big fan of that throughout the years, so I think that is pretty awesome.
I think that's a win. I think it's a win for both parties.
Absolutely.
It's another collection piece.
Is Portugal going to beat Uzbekistan today now that they already have the early lead thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo because he heard my slander?
Probably.
Okay. All right. Well, we will keep an eye on that as we go along. Do you want to go back to the United States, or is there any other news that I'm missing in the basketball world? Because it feels like every single frickin' segment we've got new news.
There is some basketball news.
Tell me.
I made some text messages. I reached out to some of my sources. One of them you already said, Dusty May, 5 years. I got Grant texting trying to figure out how much money Dusty May is going to be getting. Not that it matters too much, but just for specifics. Okay, do you want the good news or the bad news first?
Bad news.
I got 2 bad newses.
Oh, crap.
I'd rather give you the good news first.
No, because then I have double bad news. Sandwich
Why the
it
hell
for
would you
me.
ask?
Yeah, sandwich it for me.
Okay.
Bad, good, bad.
Okay, so first bad news. This is by Mark Stein, who's on a pod. The Mavericks, along with the Hawks, went to go see a player. I'll tell you the player in a second. Work out in Memphis in the last few days, according to Brian Windhorst. Do you want to guess who that player is?
Is it Ament?
It's Nate Ament.
And
if Mark Stein's putting something out last second, this isn't. He's not doing that just for the heck of it. Like, he's doing it because like the Mavs went to go see him work out.
I agree.
Pay attention to what I'm saying.
I agree.
So I'm not liking how that sounds. That's the first set of bad news. I texted my boy Jake Fisher. I said,
very plugged in as well.
I said, hey, what's up with this Jaylen Brown interest? Is it real? He said, get out of here. I said, come on, tell me. He goes, there's no Jaylen Brown to Dallas trade. Now, maybe he's just saying there is no trade that has happened. I don't know if he's saying the realistic and reality of it. We will still hold out hope. There is still a bunch of Twitter rumors going on, people offering pick 9, Clay, and Gafford and PJ for one Jaylen Brown. It has been said that the Celtics are shopping Jaylen Brown. They're open.
I bet they are.
They're shopping him. And then let's go to some more positive news. This is Dusty May. This is Kyrie.
Hold on. What do you mean more positive news? I didn't get any positive news in that.
Only positive.
Okay.
Let's hear what Kyrie Irving had to say about the newest head coach for the Dallas Mavericks, Dusty May.
Shout out to the new addition, man. Shout out to Coach May. Dusty May, man. Shout him out. Make sure y'all flood his messages, man. Flood his DMs, man. Tell him congrats. Welcome to Dallas, man. We got our GM set. We got our head coach set. Hey, we straight, y'all. Love y'all, man.
I love Kyrie. So inspirational.
Nice.
You can hear the smile in his voice as he's walking. Shout out to Kyrie, man. Inspirational.
Ooh, do you think if I showed off my shoes to him, he would come on the show now?
Love it. Okay, we might have to send it to his people.
Okay, hey, I would freaking love that. Can I give you another World Cup note or two?
Yes, and when you're done, I've got who's advanced and who's out so far so people can keep up with the tracker.
Yes, I definitely want to know. So the United States, they have Turkey on Friday. And we talked about, like, would you kind of pull it back for that match, which I still think
we're on the same page.
Yes,
pull it back.
Is the way to go. So the United States kind of spoke out about a couple of different things. Winger Alex Zendejas said he doesn't think past Thursday's match. Because even though it doesn't carry weight in terms of advancement, one of the things that he talked about is it will give them confidence for what's to come next. And he goes, look, that doesn't mean just because we advance, we have to let our foot off the pedal. And he goes, you want to keep the same confidence, rhythm, and showing each other in the world what this team is made of. So there's at least one player right there, and I know there's multiple players who feel that way. You do not want to backtrack at all, even if your spot is set.
It is the World Cup. It is the world stage. You're showing other countries what you're made of, and you want to put your best foot forward. I think the only players you pull back are the ones with the yellow cards.
Agreed.
The ones that are like, hey, you are going to be detrimental if you were to get one. Now you're out, and more people will be mad about that. But your regular guys, I would still want to see competitive effort. You don't want to just see me and Kevin Walker out there. You want to see, some U.S. soccer players.
And I mean, if you never won your first 2 World Cup matches, if you won all 3 group stage matches, you're setting like a high bar for the future for U.S. soccer.
These are the teams that are in, so I'll go quickly by group. Group A, Mexico has already advanced. Their Group A winner. They will be going in. Korea will probably get in as a second-place team. The Czech and South Africa fighting for third place. In Group B, Canada and Switzerland are tied at 4 points, so they're both, trending to go in. Bosnia and Qatar at 1 point fighting for third place. In Group C, Brazil with 4 points and Morocco with 4 points are feeling good about first and second, but Scotland's right behind them with 3 points. Haiti is already out in Group C. In Group D, the best group, the United States, with 6 points already to the knockout stage of the bracket.
Turkey is out.
Australia and Paraguay are going to be fighting for that second place spot. And like you said, Turkey is out. Group E, Germany is already into the knockout stage. You've got Ivory Coast, who's fighting for second. They have 3 points. Ecuador and Curacao, Ivory Coast will probably be second. Ecuador and Curacao. Curacao,
yeah.
Thank you.
We learned yesterday.
Are fighting for third place. They both have 1 point. Stay with me, guys. Bunch of groups. Group F.
You better hurry. We got to go.
Netherlands and Japan with 4. Group G, Egypt and Iran with 4 apiece. Spain with 4 at the top of their group. France and Norway in Group I with 6 points. They both have advanced. Group J, Argentina and Austria with 6 and 3 points. They are going to advance. And then the last 2 groups, Group K, Colombia with 3. They're going to advance. Congo and Portugal fighting for that second place spot. And then Group L, England and Ghana are advanced with Panama and Croatia out.
Very nice. There is some more of your World Cup date right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got a giveaway, NFL Overreaction Reality, and Baseball Nuggets. It is a stacked segment next on The Fan.
now. Good protection. Deep down the right side, Fenoy all alone. 15-10. Walk your puppy dog into the end zone.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got some NFL overreaction or reality coming up, but, I feel like it's about that time.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers and Tigers on July the 2nd. That is also Corey Seager bobblehead night for the first 10,000 fans. You can buy tickets from Rangers.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And in the meantime, it's time to fire up some NFL overreaction or reality. Blake, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm kind of excited for who caller number 10 is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be somebody from the area of Fort Worth.
Ooh,
that's
you
my
going
hot
Fort
take.
Worth?
I'm going to go Fort Worth as caller number 10.
All right.
That's my vibe.
I'm going to say...
I'm excited for this person.
The McKinney, Plano, Frisco area.
Kevin, don't answer because you got to be answering the phone. But
what I'm going to go with. McKinney,
yes. You kind of threw three places.
You picked Fort Worth. Fort Worth is way bigger than
McKinney,
those three
Plano.
combined. We'll look up
Addison, Lakeview.
Okay, we'll look up the population of Fort Worth compared to my three suburbs.
That's fair.
All right, so let's start with this. NFL overreaction or reality. By the end of the season, Brian Schottenheimer will be considered a top 10 coach in the NFL.
Reality.
Oh, man, you said that so confidently.
Reality. I think it was very understated what he did last year. The team was not good. The defense was 32nd out of 32nd.
So bad.
You lost a brother in Nealon. You had to go through that. You traded your best player in Micah. CeeDee Lamb missed some games. Overshown missed some games. Like, you had a lot of trials and tribulations and still put up a top 5, arguably top 3 offense. And as a first-year play caller, and I love the confidence that he has in the press conference. Bobby Belt told us about this before he even became the head coach. He said he's going to win you in the press conference, and he did. And even with that information, he still woos me over and says all the right things.
And it's not just the attitude. It's like the well-thought-out, appreciated answers that I like.
And I think you don't really see this from coaches. You see the vulnerability. Like, it feels like you're just talking to one of the boys. Like, he doesn't give you coach speak.
Right.
He's not like, this player doing good. And he goes, I'm learning about this, because he is learning on the spot. He's like, I'm growing in this area. Great question, Clarence, or whoever asked the question. So I've loved everything from Shotty. I think he will be a top 10 head coach next year. Or this year, if you will.
I hope you are right. I'm going to say overreaction. I want it to be true so bad, but I think you're going to be just outside that mix. Like, I think you've got a possibility to make a wild card run, but I don't know if that alone is going to be enough to get him up into the top 10. All right, sometimes I just put out these statements based...
I think one more thing. I think the top 10 is more based on... I don't know if the top 10 is solidified. We don't have to go through all the 10, but I'm just saying I don't know if there's like 10 coaches where it's like no matter what they do, because a guy like Dan Campbell, I think a lot of people would have, but I think now it's like...
Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay, maybe. Matt LaFleur.
How many of these coaches do you think are bumpable from the top 10? Sean McVay.
Uzbekistan has put one on the board.
Oh, in your face, Ronaldo.
Okay, continue.
Sean McVay.
Yes.
Andy Reid.
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Mike McDonald.
Yes.
Sean Payton.
Yes.
Nick Sirianni?
No.
Oh, Mike Vrabel?
Yes, they just went to the Super Bowl. I'll give it to him.
The Eagles the year before that, they won the Super Bowl.
I don't care about Sirianni.
Okay.
I'll give it to Vrabel on the Super Bowl.
Okay, yeah. Jim Harbaugh?
No.
Dan Campbell?
No.
And, this one could be bumped. DeMeco Ryans?
No.
All right, so there's theoretically four available spots.
I agree.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, like I said, it's more to do about the 10
me.
rather than Shoddy alone. Just like, I think Shoddy's great. It's more to do like, I don't know if the 10 is solidified and we just went through the list as people may think, because I think a lot of people with head coaches, we don't do the rankings every year.
Yeah.
You kind of have a general like, this coach is good. And then when you look at it, like, I don't have Dan Campbell as light years better than Brian Schottenheimer.
I got what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
What's the verdict?
Carson from Royce City.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, Carson. By the way, we're going to be doing that giveaway all week long. Now, sometimes these are just...
Someone said, can you have tribulations without trials?
That's a good point. Sometimes I just think of these things. Other times, my personal opinion is infused into them.
Okay.
See if you can figure out which one of these this is. Overreaction or reality? You are tired of hearing anything Brandon Ayuk has to say.
I am tired of it because
Agreed.
At the end of the day, I don't care about your talent if you're not being a professional.
Right.
And Brandon Ayuk is talented, but he's not Jackson Smith and Jigba or Cooper Kupp or CeeDee Lamb, where it's like, oh my gosh, this guy is the best receiver in football. We can put up with a little bit of the attitude. You're a middling receiver and you have a bad attitude and professionalism. Yeah. I want you nowhere near my team. I would rather have Jalen Tolbert on my team than Brandon Ayuk.
Last time he was good was 3 years ago.
Yeah, so I'm getting a headache who's expensive and thinks he's better than he is. Sounds like a bad mix for a football team.
What are you looking at on your phone?
What are you looking at,
Something
Kevin?
shocking is about to come down.
According to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this summer.
Oh my gosh, in your face, Brendan Sorsby!
Brendan Sorsby will have to wait until the 2027 NFL draft.
Okay, so I have to be educated on this.
Wow.
I know that the supplemental draft doesn't happen every year, correct?
It theoretically can be held every year. It's just frequently there are no players available.
Was Sorsby the only name we cared about in this?
That is the only name I'm even aware of, the petition for the supplemental
and
draft.
So Schefter, Roger Goodell can literally just be like, I just don't want to have it, or does it have to be these court proceedings? And
there's definitely not court proceedings.
No, the league is pretty much sending a message. This is your penalty.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I'm saying they're allowed to do that. There are no repercussions. Like, we just don't want him in the league right now.
That is one unfortunate part of the NFL system is, and that's what people complained about, right? Is there the judge, the jury, and the executioner. Yeah. There does seem to be there should be some separate mediation.
Because there was no deliberation with this. It was just
sure.
He just came up with the verdict, just boom, no draft.
Wow. That is pretty shocking.
So Sorsby has nowhere to go now.
He can go to the UFL.
Wow. Because not going back to college, not going to the NFL. Can you just go and be a free agent and be and just some team pick him up? Is that a thing, or do you have to declare to the draft first?
And so he's not going to be eligible. The NFL is going to say he is not eligible.
I wouldn't say this is unprecedented, but I could be wrong.
This is, it's really interesting, too, because, we had Brendan Sorsby's agent on, and guess what? I would be willing to bet there will be a follow-up interview with Sean and RJ. And that first interview set the world on fire. I cannot wait to hear the second one. I wonder if he'll be like, well, if it isn't the consequences of my client's own actions. Or probably not. But
no Brandon Sorsby to the NFL if you missed it.
It's interesting because everyone was just like, well, there's not going to be a punishment. His agent said that. Other people were saying that. And I was like, man, I'm not so sure about that. This essentially feels like a de facto 1-year suspension, does it not?
Correct. We don't want you representing our league.
Man, you know who is on this? And I know he's on vacation right now.
Took the goal away.
Oh, sorry, Uzbekistan. But I know one Corey Majors was like, I wouldn't touch him. And he was like, he needs to go play in the UFL or something for a year.
Agreed.
He needs to grow up, mature, things of that nature.
I'm with Corey. Am I crazy for thinking as an NFL team or a college team, the biggest decision maker on your team is who? That's on the field. Your quarterback, right? I need you to do high level decision making. If you can't have the bones and the understanding to know to not bet on your own dang football team, how am I supposed to trust you to carry my franchise to a winning championship culture?
Right.
Because a lot of people are like, well, Blake, he's young. One, he's not. And two, okay, then he's not ready to be the quarterback position. If he can't handle decisions of, I shouldn't bet on my own team, I don't have enough cognitive function to do that, then I can't trust you to run my football team and do all this high-level processing. It can't be both. It can't be Blake, he's a great high-level processor and a great leader, but he also has these fluffs where he bets on his own team and bets in general when he knows that's against the rules. So I got no sorriness for Sorsby. I don't feel bad for him at all. He's a grown man and he made choices.
Yeah.
He's got to live with them.
So this is from Pete Thamel. This is from a letter obtained by ESPN.
Pete
Quote,
Thamel is in the know.
This is, quote, your petition filed 3 business days before the deadline without any supporting information or documentation, and only after abandoning your recent litigation efforts to avoid NCAA sanctions does not provide a basis for the league to alter those plans.
Okay, can you summarize that in non-legalese?
I will summarize that for you. This is the NFL going, look, man, we wanted you to eat some humble pie and come to us with your hat in your hand. You chose not to do that. We choose to tell you to F off.
Okay.
It's a fascinating dynamic. And from the 641, look, I have very complicated feelings about this, and we've talked about this before. From the 641, so the NFL says gambling is worse than beating women. That is something, because you see it immediately followed up with from the 817. It's the number one rule in sports, and he did it thousands of times, is you don't gamble. Do I think it's weird that those are the bylaws put in place? Because like years ago, Roger Goodell said, well, we don't allow violence against women. And I was like, what? Of course you do. There's just a minimal punishment for it. It is an interesting dynamic that I have always thought is strange. Like if you were to get convicted in a court of law of assaulting feloniously or otherwise a woman, you could get a lighter sentence than for this. But that is also collectively bargained with the Players Association.
And also, not to defend anybody in this case, because putting your hands on somebody or betting on a team is both bad. Brandon Sorsby was found guilty of this. This wasn't like a speculation. A lot of the stuff that people are talking about is an accusation, and we wait and we go through the court case. So when you get accused of something, we can't imagine. People see the accusation and go, this player did this,
Devil's
this player
advocate,
did that.
Where was he found guilty?
Sorsby?
Yeah.
What do you mean, where was he found guilty?
Where was he found guilty?
Did they not find him betting on his own team at Indiana?
Whose investigation?
The NCAA or
and the NFL and the school.
Yeah.
I hear you, but like just when you say guilty, like this is not something that went through a court of law.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I absolutely have no question in my mind he did this, and I don't think it was the $5 bet per. It was thousands of dollars.
And they talk about having your hat in your hand. Oh, he had a gambling addiction and he had to go to rehab. They did the rehab immediately. Remember, as soon as he got in trouble, rehab, so they could cover it up and be like, see,
that I
he had
agree
a
with
problem.
you.
Don't play in our face.
I agree
Don't
with
play
you.
in our face as Americans that, oh, you have a gambling problem and everybody listening right now doesn't.
Yeah.
And Sorsby just had an addiction, guys, and like they're trying to finesse the law in a sense.
And just for the record, both of those things can be true, right? Like, you know what? I'll tell you what. I will concede to the point that Brendan Sorsby, I will take that for face value, that he had a gambling addiction or has a gambling addiction. But that doesn't escape you from consequences, right? Yeah. Like, I think both of those things can be true. I can absolutely say, I'm glad that Brendan Sorsby went to rehab for his gambling addiction, but also say that does not skirt you from all consequences involved. And man, I am glad that you read that letter, because right there, the NFL is telling you why. It's not just because you gambled. They did not like his cocky demeanor and the fact that he is looking at the NFL as an alternate option. Like when you heard that you only petitioned for this
Ronaldo
after
scored again. Another goal.
Well, look, there's two big losers for the day, Brendan Sorsby and me. Because clearly I called out Cristiano Ronaldo again and again.
And that was all him, too.
Plus, this TV over here is like 30 seconds behind, so I still haven't seen the goal. But yes, in my face, good job, Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm definitely going to hear it from my kids at Reading Circle because they love Cristiano Ronaldo. But that's 2 goals for him in the first half, in the first 30 minutes. You can see the relief. Yes. And also in my face, my idea that maybe you could bring him off the bench for the last 30 minutes. Sorry about that. But right there, they're like, we will not be an alternate option for you.
What an Adam's apple he has, too. He's got a large Adam's apple.
He can look however he wants when he makes $500 million a year. But yeah, so the NFL is mad that they felt like a backup and that he didn't come to them being humble. This is partially an ego decision from the NFL.
Oh my gosh, please look at the last text we just got, Kevin. I don't like to get mad at text. Look at the last one.
Is it why gambling is frowned upon? All right. So,
are we
I think I will say gambling as a whole, and I know there are some people who are very much against gambling.
He gambled on his own team!
And that is the issue. And I see multiple people brought this up. I hear what you're saying from the 817. Beating women doesn't mess with the NFL's money. That's your answer. Because remember, when it went back to the Ray Rice thing, when did that actually become more of an issue for the NFL? With the video, and when corporations said, ooh, too far, we're going to have to pull our money. Then all of a sudden the NFL was like, oh my, this is terrible.
A blanket accusation.
Yeah.
Geno Smith.
Yes. Yeah.
Video, sponsors, money.
Yeah, exactly.
You're out. You're suspended.
And then from the 4006, it can't look fake. Everything relies on the NFL being a real contest, and that's why you can't have players gambling in general on their sport, and most certainly not gambling on their own team, because that brings everything into question. And legitimacy is one of the things that the NFL, they have many things, but one of the things they have going for them. Whereas, and I hate to say this because I think this is wrong, but I think the NFL has made it clear, as long as it doesn't impact their money directly, you can knock some women around and you can still play in the league. That is the message that the NFL has sent.
I would never put Sorsby on my team. I'm sorry.
Never ever?
Never. I don't even understand the Sorsby defenders. I understand if you're like a Tech guy and you're just like, I just love Brandon Sorsby because he went to Tech. But I don't know how you let that guy in your locker room. He's not 12 years old. People are acting as if he's some 13-year-old kid, and his brain is still. How old is Brandon Sorsby? So I can stop saying he's just
21.
Is that true, Kevin? Walker, you follow Tech. He's 21 years old. Before I continue on this,
it's probably about that.
22-ish.
Okay, there you go.
He's 22 years old.
Yep.
I'm not letting that guy in my locker room that bet on his own team, whether for overs, unders, knew the stats. How could I be like, oh, it's just a 21-year-old mistake? I'm sure you won't do it when you're the backup here.
Right.
Like, even though he probably wouldn't, law of averages and just being smart, I can't have that thought process in the back of my head on my football team, let alone at any position, at the quarterback position. The position is supposed to be the most responsible, the most dialed in. Like, I would be surprised if any quarterback in the entire NFL even has a betting app downloaded on their phone. They've got too many things to worry about. NFL defenses, being great, championship, and Sorsby's got... What was it, over like 5,000 bets that he places? Wasn't one bet.
Yeah, I heard it's upwards of 9,000. It was a lot. And Cincinnati feels like there might be go back around consequences to them, because it feels like they've gotten off fairly scot-free with all of this because so much heat fell on Texas Tech because he was still going to be playing there. But I do not believe the idea that Cincinnati's like, what? He did?
Yeah.
I cannot believe this.
No, he would never be on my team. His name is Brendan, not Brandon. I do not care. When you make dumb choices like that, I'm going to call you the wrong first name. So
that's very Mike Bassick-esque.
Brandon Sorsby, you're a loser, yes. And I hope you never make it to the NFL.
Wow. Let me ask you this then.
And I stand on that.
To that point, what if the next couple of years changes? Like, what if he...
What does changes mean? He did the action.
No.
Okay, I'm listening.
I'm not saying he shouldn't be punished for now. But, like, here's an example I'm going to use, and I know it's going to drive people insane. Michael Vick. Mm-hmm. So Michael Vick, whether you think it's just because he had to or whatever else, he did work with animal rights groups and animal communities and stuff like that. Well, I'm not saying these situations are the same. I'm just using it as an example of trying to
rehabilitate.
Exactly, and make up for what you did. What if Brandon Sorsby did anti-gambling PSAs, or he talked to schools and he tried to put in the work? Does that, I'm not saying tomorrow, next month, next year, but does that eventually change your mind?
Zero does not change my mind, because one is affecting those guys in the locker room. What Michael Vick did was wrong, but it also was outside the football field. It has zero to do with football. That's like a guy getting in trouble for whatever. Like, that is, hey, you're making bad personal decisions off the field. I need you to stop. You do all the animal rights things. Cool. Michael Vick got what he did, as far as reprimanded from the league.
Prison time, yeah.
When it comes to Sorsby, this is not like, oh, he was late to class and all of a sudden he needs to, be more locked in, or, oh, he was stealing from a store and he needs to be more locked in. This was, he was on a collegiate football team and said, you know what? You know whose interest I should take? My own. That's what matters more on this team. I don't care about my teammates. I don't care about what could happen later. If I can make some more money or my friends can make some more money, that's the most important thing. I don't care about the integrity of this football team. And I know I'm being Mr. Moral guy here, but I mean, when it comes to an NFL team that I'm giving millions of dollars to at the freaking quarterback position, Brandon Sorsby would be the dead last name on my list of a guy that I'd want representing my team.
And let me make sure I got this right, Mr. Walker. Rappaport is rappaporting that Brandon Sorsby will not be eligible for the NFL via free agency either, but he can go play for places like the UFL, which the UFL is kind of what jumped to mind immediately, right?
Yeah.
And does that not, like, I know this is not really the point, but man, I feel like those first handful of UFL games for him, if this is the route he goes, would pop some ratings, to be sure. Whether it's people watching to see what he does or see if he fails, I feel like people will be tuned.
Yeah, I feel like now we have to do some investigation as far as what the UFL drafting landscape looks like. Like, how does the UFL, like, you know, are all the teams going to instantly text his agent and be like, hey, does he do a tryout? Is it an actual proper draft? Like, how does all those kinds of things work? But yeah, I'd imagine the UFL, you know, one man's problem is another man's gold. The UFL's kind of, you know, rubbing their hands together like this could be potentially good for us.
Yeah, man, I have to admit, so I was really excited to see what you were going to say because, like, we were doing NFL Overreaction Reality, which feels so long ago, and I saw Kevin Walker's face, and he looked stunned, and I was like, man, I assumed it was going to be in the Mavericks vein. I did not think it was going to be this. I have to admit, I'm pretty shocked by this decision. I'm not saying right or wrong. I just did not think the NFL would make this decision. There is no part of me that thought the NFL was going to be like, you are not eligible for the supplemental draft. Now, I thought they would make him eligible for the supplemental draft and still give him some kind of suspension. But essentially giving him a 1-year suspension, I didn't think that the NFL would do that. I'm surprised.
Now, I know I'm dating myself. Pete Rose, obviously, and all his stuff.
For sure.
We're going to set an example that betting is not what you do. Betting on your own team is not what you do because we want to protect all the money that we're going to be getting with these sports books, the integrity, like what Kevin said at the beginning. And we want people to keep giving us money. And if it looks like we're fixing games at any point, that money could start to drain. So I don't know how the NFL goes, well, after a year, all of a sudden that undoes itself and just come to the NFL and you have what you did in college, right, coming to the NFL. So I don't really get the thought process of, okay, well, it'll be good next year. And a lot of people texted in about Michael Vick and what he did. I understand that he hurt his team by, you know, doing what he did with dogs and then being in prison, not being able to help them. I'm not saying that. I'm not supporting that. I'm not rooting for any of that behavior. I'm saying I'm a lot more accepting of Michael Vick coming back into that locker room and be like, I made a mistake with dogs and doing this. It had nothing to do with y'all. Like, it wasn't like I didn't involve y'all with it. It was a Michael Vick dumb decision. Whereas Sorsby involved his teammates by betting on his teammates. You are involving everyone around you. Y'all are all in together as far as not as like the betting, but I'm saying I doubt Sorsby was the only one in on this as well. I don't think he was.
No way he was the only one. It is unfortunate. I'm going to go to you in just one second. It is unfortunate because one of the things that his agent kind of made reference to with Sean and RJ is it is unfortunate that Brandon Sorsby is like kind of become the poster child for this on the football level, when I think there is no way in hell he is anywhere close to the only person who did this. I don't even think he's the only person who did this on this scale. I don't think he's even close to the only person, but he has become the flashpoint for this. And with that in mind, let me go to Kevin Walker.
Kevin Walker.
Because Sorsby's attorney has a statement. And before you read that statement, I will not be shocked whatsoever when the word litigation is brought up in this, because I think that's going to happen for sure.
No litigation is brought up in this particular quote. Another one from Pete Thamel. Per Sorsby's attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, he told ESPN, it is a violation of the CBA and the law, and we will pursue this immediately with the NFLPA.
So that is an interesting. Okay, so we're talking about. I just assumed this was going to go through a court of law, but that is a fascinating conversation to have. Then, so it goes back to the NFLPA. Is the NFLPA going to file a grievance on his behalf? Since technically he is not represented by the Players Association yet, but he was going to be. Will the NFLPA take up this cause, or will they say, "Sorry, kid," and hide behind you are not technically a member of our group just yet?
I think it'll be the latter.
Okay, just because they're like, this is a losing.
When the ruling got that he was going to be able to play in college football, you saw the uproar.
Yes.
And now that it's saying he's not going to be able to play in the NFL, I don't think it's in the NFL's best in any kind of circumstance, NFLPA, agents to be like, we want to make sure this guy gets into it. I think the only winner of this is the UFL, like you guys said. I think the UFL should jump on this. I promise you it'll be some of the most, if not the most watched UFL game if Brendan Sorsby is out there and everyone's trying to see what he is.
You're right.
Especially if he plays well or if he plays bad. If he throws 3 picks, it'll be all over social media. If he plays great, it'll be all over social media. If I'm the UFL, I'm calling Brandon Sorsby fun right now.
And I want to make this very clear. It's for a year. Like, they are not going to have the mechanisms in place to prevent him a year from now to be able to at least go into the draft. Now, will there be suspensions once he does get drafted? I could see that. Or maybe he won't get drafted at all. I believe he will have the opportunity in a year to get into the NFL, or I guess now in 10 months, or whatever the case is, to get into the NFL. I don't know if a team will draft him or not. I don't know if the NFL will strong-arm teams into not drafting him, but in at least 10 months, I believe he will get that opportunity. Now I'm really excited to see what the NFLPA does. I don't know if excited is the right word. I guess interested to see what the NFLPA does. But man, oh man.
The fans they're up in arms in the text messages.
And I'm telling you, I would be willing to wager, although I've already lost a couple today with Cristiano Ronaldo and thinking the litigation would be in that statement. But I am thinking that Brendan Sorsby's agent will reappear on Sean and RJ. I don't know when that's going to be, but I think it is definitely going to happen sooner rather than later.
Ronaldo was about a half inch away from getting a 3rd goal.
He's going to score 4 today, and I'm going to look like the biggest dumbass in the world.
He almost just had a hat trick in the first half.
Man. Okay, so you know what I like is I've seen multiple. Wow, that was really close.
Right at the edge.
I'm going to argue own goal if that would have gone in. But man, that's a hell of a job by the Uzbekistanian defender right there from keeping that. He did a jumping stop in midair just in front of the goal line. But yeah, so this
last
is
chance you.
Ooh,
that's for sure.
They're not technically part of the NCAA.
Last chance you.
Okay, yeah. And I'm gonna go all the way back to this because somebody texted in, Sorsby failed to demonstrate accountability. And we talked about this when we first made the announcement, like 25 minutes ago or however long that was, is the NFL's statement is worded very carefully and very pointedly to you waited till 3 days before the deadline. You did not give any corroborating evidence, and you only did this after you dropped your litigation against the NCAA. And so they very much were like, I need more. I thought you were going to come to the table immediately with all of this information, and instead you're like, all right, well, since that didn't work out, I'll go to the NFL. And the NFL, they will not tolerate that.
And I think it's not just Sorsby. I think his agent, I mean, he's kind of given off the cocky, we're going to win this, we're going to get this done too. So I think it's part of that. I don't think Sorsby is like strong-holding this. I'm sure he's listening to what his agent and his people around him saying. Sure. And from everything that's happened in the past 2-3 years, Sorsby obviously doesn't have great people around him giving advice.
That I actually really do agree with. I will tell you this. Because I see this prevailing line come through again and again. I agree with every single person who is saying, why the hell isn't the NFL concerned about domestic violence?
I'm with you.
About players beating up women.
I am there too. For all the people on the fan that you're defending Mike Vick, I am with you on that. I don't think that's good either.
And the issue that you run into there is those suspensions were collectively bargained with the NFL Player Association. Now, would I love to see the NFL as a league put pressure on the Players Association, or the Players Association put pressure on the league, depending on who you think's at fault, and say, you know what, let's change those right now. Because it'd be a really hard defense to take up if you're the Players Association, to be like, yeah, no, 12 games feels too harsh if you are convicted of a felony of beating up a woman. Like, that's a tough stand to take. But for now, those punishments are collectively bargained. I think it's awful. I think it's stupid. And I don't know how it passed to begin with. But it is the agreement that they have created. So if they want to pick that up when they redo the collective bargaining agreement, I really hope that they do. But in the meantime, Brendan Sorsby not eligible per the NFL for the supplemental draft. I believe that will be challenged many times over. We will see how that goes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sure lots more people have lots more thoughts. We can talk about that more, but also we will try to lighten the mood to a certain extent with some Blake It or Leave It. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Deep dives into this Cowboys offseason with Love of the Star.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we will continue to do that Rangers ticket giveaway against the Tigers on July 2nd all week long. Speaking of the Rangers, Jacob Latz is coming up on the G-Bag Nation at 2:40. And in case you missed it, Brendan Sorsby ruled ineligible for the supplemental draft by the NFL. But right now, it's time for Blake It or Leave It.
Let's do it.
Denver is the state, Colorado's the city, Louisville's the country. But Ojo's Locos, I'm just going to get OJ with the boys. It's a very family-friendly area.
Where is Balake at? No Balake here today. Yes, sir.
My name's Blake.
Are you ready?
We've had a lot of news that hasn't been so great today and negative, whether it's Sorsby, whether it's Nate Ament working out for the Dallas Mavericks, whatever's going on in your day. Let's lift the spirits.
Do I have to mention Cristiano Ronaldo?
Cristiano Ronaldo, 2 goals, almost 3. So it has been the vibe's been a little low as far as some news going out. So let's bring it up. Let's get some positive news as you get through your work day on a Tuesday. A Blake It or Leave It edition. We are going to be doing movies/TV shows that you put on when you are in a bad mood. Maybe you're Brandon Sorsby and you need something after you just got this bad news.
You're still not going to call him Brendan?
No, Brandon.
Okay.
What show or movie are you going to put on the television? I think that kind of shows a lot about the person. So the category is movies or TV shows that you put on when you are in a bad mood to then put you in a better mood. And instead of Blake having a list, which I could, and have them select. We did that yesterday with Team USA. Who would you want them to play in the World Cup? If you missed that, go listen to that after our show is over, 1 o'clock on the Odyssey app. But I thought, why not do a draft? I'm a big drafting fan. I like seeing people's personalities come out, what they feel the most conviction in. So we will do a snake-like draft of picking our favorite TV shows and movies to put us in a good mood. Everybody understands? Let's go. Let's start off with Kevin Hageland, the star of the show. With the pick 101, you will not pick again until pick 106 will be your first pick in the feel-good draft.
The show that makes me feel good and happy is King of the Hill.
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill makes me unreasonably happy. I love that show. I'm so glad it came back. The comeback season was shockingly good, so I'm ready for the next one.
First pick in the draft. So you've had a horrible day. You go home. This is what you're putting on to, hey, this will make my mood better.
Yeah, because it's not high stakes. It's usually not terribly mean humor, although I can definitely be in the mood for that, as you'll see of one of my other choices, and it just makes me happy.
Okay. Let's go to Kevin Walker for pick 102. What is the movie/TV show you are putting on after a bad day to feel better?
I just want to preface that I am more of a TV show guy than a movie guy through and through, and I also do frequent the YouTube quite often. Yeah. But I'm going to go ahead and snag this show because it's going to get taken after me. I'm going to go ahead and take The Office.
Oh, he did. He took it.
That would be my wife's number one for sure.
I'm going to take The Office.
The Office is gone. That's such a good, I'm in a bad mood and I just need a dumb laugh answer. I was going to take that, so that's good on you. Okay. I'm gonna go the movie route right here. I'm gonna take 2 heavy hitters out. I'm gonna go with Superbad at 103. Big fan of that, putting me in a good mood.
That's a good one.
And then I'm between 2 right here. I'm gonna go with this one because I don't think y'all will pick the other one. I'm gonna go with Step Brothers.
Oh, that is a great movie.
Step Brothers, you're in a bad mood. There's no way you're gonna stay in a bad mood after watching Step Brothers. If you do, you have no soul. All right, let's go back to Kevin Walker snake style. You've got The Office on your board. What are you going to add to your board?
Oh, I'm so glad that Kevin didn't get a chance because I have a feeling this might be on his list. I'm going to go ahead and take Seinfeld with my number 2 pick.
Seinfeld is a good answer. The one I was going to go with, though, I got nervous, starts with an S. I'm going to go with Give Me Scrubs.
Scrubs
is next on the list. Scrubs is next on the list. And I get to go again, you chumps.
Yeah, you do. Pick one of seven.
I'm going to move into the movie spectrum. This is one of my all-time favorite movies. Always makes me happy. Tommy Boy. Give me Tommy Boy as my selection. What do you think about that, Kevin Walker?
That's such a good movie.
So-
I love Tommy Boy.
So far on my list, only one of mine have been taken, being The Office. Hey, have any of your answers been taken?
They have not, although Seinfeld is a really good one. That was like just outside.
Walker, have any of your choices been taken?
Nope.
Okay, so we're all feeling good. Our boards are still open. We still feel pretty good about our boards. Okay, Kevin Walker with pick 108. You already have The Office and Seinfeld. Hagee has King of the Hill, Scrubs, and Tommy Boy, and I have Superbad and Step Brothers. What will you make with pick 3? 108.
I'm going to stick with the TV realm, though the top two options I've already picked are going to be my go-tos. Everything else is going to be coming off the bench. We're going to go...
He doesn't have anything else on
Man,
the
did you
board.
only write 2 down?
No, I wrote
board
down
is
a lot.
open.
I just don't think I like my movie options as much as my shows.
You also got to think what might me and Hagee pick, so you can pick that one later.
Oh, there's one that if you take, I'll be very sad.
You know what? I'll get clowned for it. I'm going to take New Girl with my third option.
Ooh.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
I already got compared to Schmidt this
Can
morning.
you give me a New Girl 20-second synopsis from someone who's never seen it?
New Girl is a show that features a one female roommate with 4 men.
Okay.
And it is about all of their relationship issues and everything about them growing up through their mid-20s to early 30s.
What's the setting? New York?
LA. LA. It's in LA. And there's so many iconic quotes. And look, guys, don't be put off just because it's called New Girl. It is a literally hilarious show.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Jake Johnson is a star in that show.
I agree.
Zooey Deschanel is great as well.
What I liked about that show is it was built to be the Zooey Deschanel show. And then they realized, this is not really where our show is at. And then they moved more and more toward it being a real ensemble show.
Yeah, it was like everybody had a part in it. It's a great show.
Okay, this would have been my pick 101 if I had the first pick in the draft. I didn't pick it because I knew you guys wouldn't, so I could still circle back. I was a little more scared about Superbad and Step Brothers. Number 1 movie that Blake's throwing. That's my favorite movie, Ted. Easy, Ted 1 and 2.
You love Ted. Yeah,
I love dark humor, and Ted 1 and 2 is that for an entire movie.
Yeah.
I nothing better than Ted. Ted at the 109.
Ted 2, not so great.
It was all right. Superbad, I've already said. Step Brothers.
Man,
I don't know where I want to go with this.
While you think about this, a lot of divisive opinions on New Girl.
817, you tick me off. New Girl is the Star Wars of shows. Absolute trash.
Wow. Okay, how are you going to go after the most popular movie franchise in the history of film? And from the 469, what a great pull from New Girl.
Thank you.
Very divisive.
Someone knows ball.
Right there. Very
okay,
divisive.
I'm gonna go with a pull that I don't think people are gonna say. Early 2000s TV show. Me and my lady are watching it. We're enjoying it. It's a great after a long day. I'm gonna go with Burn Notice at
I
pick
do not
110.
believe I have ever seen that show.
Chia Follow's a big fan. Burn Notice.
Is that the backpack he
That is
carries
the
around
backpack.
season 3 of Burn Notice?
One of the greatest shows of all time. So I've only got one pick left. We'll go back to Kevin Walker, who's got The Office, Seinfeld, and New Girl.
There's no chance that anybody other than Kevin Hagelin might have this show. Since the creation of this show, there's been a lot of controversy with the characters. But give me that 70s show.
Oh, man.
70s show.
Especially that one guy who's now in jail.
Shout out to Red. Is that in that one of the characters?
Red Foreman, heck
Shout out
yeah.
to Red. He's hilarious.
Yeah, I do really like that show. I'm not going to lie, I don't think it was very popular. I even like that 90s show.
Yeah.
Even though it got canceled pretty quickly. But I do think that's an excellent show. You have to deal with the problematic version of Danny Masterson, of course. But I do like the show itself. All right.
This is your last 2 picks, Hagee.
I'm going to go back to movies. Very much in the vein of Tommy Boy. Give me Happy Gilmore on the list. Happy Gilmore on the list. And then I thought a lot about this. I almost went with the TV show, very obscure, Happy Endings, which I think is just the most clever show, and it fits very much my sense of humor. But instead, I'm going to go back to animation. Give me Family Guy.
Family Guy. Fantastic. Fantastic list. So, King of the Hill, Scrubs, Tommy Boy, Happy Gilmore, and Family Guy.
Yes.
For our boy, Kevin Hagelin.
In case you're curious, I didn't say The Simpsons because I get too invested, especially seasons 2 through 8 of The Simpsons. And so, like, I'll take that more seriously than I probably should.
Walker?
Kevin Walker is furious right now.
The same person that said the New Girl is the Star Wars is absolute trash said that 70s show is the Spaceballs of shows, absolute gold.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Made me throw my pin, 817.
And as Mike would say, I'm shocked that Kevin didn't say the Bart Simpson show, which is what Mike calls it.
Final selection, Walker.
All right, I will pick a movie here because it is TV shows and movies. I'm going to go with...
Yeah, you don't have any movies.
No, I don't. TV shows. So I'm just picking one pretty much because I kind of feel like I need to.
Okay.
I'm going to go with... Who do I want to go? I'll go with Sandlot. Yeah, I'll go with Sandlot. Sandlot puts me in a good mood.
You giving him a weird look.
No. Okay, okay.
Talk to me.
I have a maybe controversial opinion. The first half to 60% of The Sandlot is tremendous, just as good as it gets. It is in the back half or last 40% of the movie that it kind of peters out a little bit.
Okay.
Once we get to about 4th of July, right after the CPR at the pool, kind of peters out a little bit.
Your thoughts, Kevin?
I definitely get what he's saying. It is probably not my number one go-to show. Just off the top of my head, that's the one that has...
First half of that movie, first 60% or so, just as good as it gets.
See, my favorite sports movie would be Remember the Titans, but I don't know if I'd say that puts me in a good mood if I'm in a bad mood, so that's not going to be my
I really
go-to.
like the shows, like the first couple of seasons of Money Heist and House of Cards, but I'm not sitting down and be like, oh, what a crap day. Let's throw that on. Like, that's not going to cheer anybody up.
My last selection, it comes down to this is the last pick of the draft. I'm going to go with 21 Jump Street.
The movie?
Yes, the movie.
You do know it's a TV show.
I did not know there's a TV show.
Shut your mouth.
Is it good?
Okay, so at the end of 21 Jump Street, when they have the undercover officers, Johnny Depp and that other fella, those were the kids from the TV show 21 Jump Street.
I need to go watch that. Yeah?
I don't know. It's not very funny.
Okay.
Can we do honorable mentions?
We can do honorable mentions. I'll read our list back. We'll let the Tolos pick which list they like the best, and then we'll give the names of our honorable mentions. Blake's list: Superbad, Step Brothers, Ted, Burn Notice, 21 Jump Street. Obviously showing my age with that list. Kevin Walker, The Office, Seinfeld, New Girl, That 70s Show, and Sandlot. And then Mr. Kevin Hagelin, King of the Hill, Scrubs, Tommy Boy, Happy Gilmore, and Family Guy. Which list do you like the best? Which person would you sit on the couch with and watch those movies and you enjoy the most? Some honorable mentions. Kevin Walker, what you got?
One that really kept popping up was two shows, but I do like one more than the other. Big Bang Theory has to be an honorable mention for me.
I've never seen an episode of that show.
I've seen
I think you would like it, Kevin.
You would like it.
I've heard some people think I have Sheldon-esque qualities to me.
For sure.
You would like it.
For sure.
And not the good qualities.
Okay, so 21 Big Bang Theory is valid.
Okay.
I see Wedding Crashers on here a bunch.
Wedding Crashers was close to making my list for sure.
What about Blue Mountain State? Does that count for like a feel good?
I've never seen an episode
I
of that
don't
show
think
either.
you would enjoy that as much.
Okay.
It's like American Pie for football and a TV show.
What about the Hangover?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's on the list.
I got a couple movies that I want to shout. Kids movies, because I feel like a kids movie, it's light. Ratatouille, I think, does not get enough love. Fantastic movie with
I
Remy.
put Wall-E as a considered movie because that's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Great life lessons.
Wow.
Another one.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Scooby-Doo, the movie, when they go to Spooky Island.
Oh, I have a Scooby-Doo animated impression for you if you want.
Do it.
You're welcome.
That was really
That was
good.
actually fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm a little nervous now. Harry Potter, can that make the list?
Ooh.
Don't want a Harry Potter on a cold
I
night?
wouldn't say that's going to put me in a good mood.
I think those are too long.
Okay,
Just
that's fair. That's fair.
Just because, like, Tommy Boy, you can get in and out in 85 minutes or whatever it is.
Someone said Ted Lasso.
Oh, yeah, Ted Lasso. Ignore how terrible the third season is. They really nailed it with the
A
finale.
couple people texted in Rick and Morty.
So, man, that is an interesting take. I do like Rick
agree.
and Morty, but there's some effed up humor on there.
So a lot of people really like my list, which is kind of confusing because everyone just keeps saying Kevin, which but some people
he's picking it. So they like my list.
One guy said
like Kevin's list.
From the 817, the new girl pick is dog ass, but the rest of the list is fire. So I'll go with that one.
Okay, but that's what I want to know. Would you sit the whole day? So you have to stay and get through New Girl to get to...
I pretty much do. That's my fiance's favorite show.
Oh.
Because she's a teacher, so Zoe Deschanel's a teacher.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
That's a good answer.
Grown Ups with Adam Sandler.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Are you the one who pitched that to me? All right. Here's the thing, Kevin Walker. I want to let you know, I take movie recommendations seriously. I looked into watching Grown Ups, and perhaps the next one. It is not available for free on any of the streaming services that I have, which is a lot of them, unfortunately. And I was like, am I supposed to pay for this freaking movie? And so I still haven't seen it. But I said I would consider it.
I thought it was on Netflix.
Someone said Rush Hour 2 is a feel-good movie.
Oh, not the first one.
Yeah.
I don't remember the second one. I think I've got them all kind of like...
I got them all kind of confused. I don't remember the last time I actually threw it on front to back. Talladega Nights.
Yeah, that's another fun one.
That's a snub.
Home Alone and Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Goonies. So
Goonies is great.
I'm going to date myself right there. And then Bob's Burgers, I think, and Happy Endings would be my
the other guys.
Mentions. Oh, that is a really good
I watched that movie for the first time last year, and I really like that movie.
The best part, I think, without question to me, is just Mark Wahlberg being stunned at Will Ferrell's wife and him just talking down to her, and she's like, "Oh, you're so funny," and he's like, "No, seriously, who is that?"
Identity Theft is good. It's got the girl from Pitch Perfect, I think, in there, and it's got, I can't think of the other dude's name. It's the dude who's in Ozarks, the main character.
Oh, Jason Bateman.
Yeah, Jason Bateman and Identity Theft. That's a good one to watch as well if you're in a bad mood. But keep texting them in.
The gal from Pitch Perfect?
I think she's in it.
Isn't it Melissa McCarthy?
Don't give me the lion.
Okay, all right.
214, why are both Kevins into teachers?
That's a good point. And that's the thing. That's another reason I feel like I'm contractually obligated to like New Girl, because I am married to a teacher named Jess.
Melissa McCarthy. That's exactly who it is.
There you go. There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can do a little bit of baseball nuggets because we never even really got to that. And maybe a little bit more NBA draft. All of it next right here on The Fan.
truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-0 lifted into center field, hit well. Marcy going back. He's back to the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Ezekiel Duran with a home run just a little to the right of straightaway center. His 6th home run this season. We've got some runs up on the board. It's 2-0 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. The Rangers would go on to win that game 4-3. They've now won 3 of their last 4 after losing 3 straight. Things are not looking so good for Uzbekistan, who is now down 4-0 because their keeper just punched the ball into the net. Now, it was a very jumbled box off of the corner, but still, it looks like he is the one who ended up knocking it in. It is now 4-0. Right now, let's fire up a little bit of some baseball nuggets. Now let's go back to those very same Texas Rangers. I wanted to bring this up because you keep hearing this name. MLB.com had listed Jake Burger as somebody who might be on the trade market, and now The Athletic jumps into the mix as well by saying Jake Burger could be on the trade market. And prior to last night's game, he had an 8-game hitting streak that was snapped last night, even though he did score a run and had a .378 batting average with a 1.086 OPS in his last 13 games. But blurb from The Athletic, even though the Rangers are looking to improve their offense, Burger may be traded yet again. Burger doesn't get on base at a great clip, but he does hit for power. With so many contending teams focusing on trying to acquire right-handed power, he could move in a deal where the Rangers can upgrade a different part of their Major League roster. So we have heard this multiple times from multiple different sources, so just keep an eye out.
Do you want to keep Burger?
That. I love Jake Burger, the human. I would certainly listen to trade offers on that front. I really, really would.
What do you, if you had to, I know we could say there's a bunch of issues, but what do you think is the central issue that you would want to get from a Jake Burger return? I
mean, obviously, you would look at, are you capable of upgrading at first base? I also might listen to some chatter about a corner infielder, just to see. I love Alejandro Osuna, but I just to maybe hear what kind of offers are out there. All right. So, Kevin Walker, you brought this to my attention. We're going to go with cut number 16 here. I'm going to set the scene for you. It's the bottom of the 9th. The Red Sox are up 2-0. There are 2 outs, and they need but 1 more out. I believe there are 2 outs, right? There's 1 out.
I'll have to go double check, but I want to say it was 1 out at least.
Okay, 1 out, bottom of the 9th, but the bases are loaded, and let's let Colorado take it away.
Jake down the line, fair ball. This is going to tie it up. The trail runners carry. He's going to score. It got away in the left. The Rockies win it. Hadia right back. 8 straight hits between the 8th and the 9th, and the Rockies walk off the Bo Sox.
Now, it's going to count as a triple. You could make a pretty strong argument. It was Jarren Duran just doing his thing in the outfield that actually led to a 3-base error, even though it goes down as a triple. Colorado scores not once, not twice, but thrice on that play, and they win the game 3-2. So congratulations to the Colorado Rockies. Let's talk about Byron Buxton. Byron Buxton became the second player in Twins history to hit 25 home runs before the All-Star break. The only other player who had ever done it, Harmon Killebrew, who did it 5 times for the Twins. There is a reason that he is in the Hall of Fame. Do you guys want to stick with Major League Baseball, or would you like to go to the college game?
Major League Baseball, please.
Yeah, I'll bet you do want to stick with Major League Baseball. All right, let's go to Ellie De La Cruz. Ellie De La Cruz scheduled to be back in the lineup today. for the Reds. It was thought that he would miss at least this entire month, but he's been trending ahead of schedule for a while. He wanted to play yesterday. The manager thought he was obviously joking, but he wasn't, and he should be good to go tonight for the for the Reds as they get after the Milwaukee Brewers in Game 2 of that series. So the return of Elly De La Cruz, certainly a welcome thing. Now, on the college front, had to do this for you, Mr. Walker. Let's go to cut number 11.
Oh, he's going to hate to play this.
Because I like in parentheses, he wrote, "Who even cares?" I will let you figure out why that is the case.
Yes, sir. That's it. And Boomer Sooner baseball in a blowout wins the national championship 13-2 over Carolina.
That doesn't sound like the game was close.
No, it was not. 13-2. How much did it pain you, Mr. Walker, to have to pull an audio clip that said Boomer Sooner?
It didn't pain me as much as I thought. Playing it hurt more than anything. That's what hurt.
Were you invested in this game from a hate watch perspective?
No, I was watching the Texas Rangers whoop butt and the Scots. That was cool too.
I like that. Man, yeah, the Scottish fans absolutely love the Texas Rangers. But yeah, Oklahoma, they win their first national championship since 1994. And for North Carolina baseball, despite the fact that they have been very good for a very long time, made multiple College World Series appearances, they still have not won a men's baseball College World Series. So there is that.
So they're not just a winner of Monday, Oklahoma.
Yes. I mean, they were both.
No, they only won one day, okay? Not winners of the weekend.
Okay, so they're not the winner of the weekend for Saturday's win because they also lost on Sunday, but they can be just the winner of Monday, I guess, for winning the College World Series.
And I guess the World Series itself.
Okay, all right. Now, let's go to the winner of really the whole week, Keith Tkachuk. I'm going to move away from baseball from here, if that is okay with you guys.
Is that the Chuck's dad?
That is the Tkachuk's dad.
Context clues.
Did you know that he was also a hockey player?
I did now.
He was a damn fine hockey player. Yesterday, he was elected to the Hockey Hall of Fame. So think about it. On Sunday, the Senators trade Brady Tkachuk to the Florida Panthers so he can play alongside his brother Matthew. And then the very next day, Keith, their dad, after finding out that his two sons are going to play alongside one another, he gets elected to the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Apparently, they found that out, the trade, at a Father's Day dinner as well.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
He's a winner.
A better, let's say, 24 to 28 hour period than what Keith Tkachuk experienced.
Hitting that parlay with all the soccer goals.
That is a good point. That guy who won 190,000 or whatever by saying all three of them will have multiple goals.
He's feeling good.
Clearly, I would have lost a lot of money today because I would not have bet on Cristiano Ronaldo scoring any goal, let alone already scoring 2 goals and having really 2 close chances to score 2 more goals.
Yeah.
So
that'd have been a big bet if you did it again in the last 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, of like the Stars scoring 2 goals again.
Yeah, and again, it feels like a wager that you would look at and you'd be like, okay,
that's too obvious.
That is foolishness. But hey,
exactly what happened.
Yeah, it paid off. It paid off. And Cristiano Ronaldo, he is the first player to score at 6 different World Cups, going all the way back to 2006. So props to him for that. I know obviously the last couple of days I've been dumping on him pretty good. So congratulations to him for getting that done. Now, let's go back to one of the things that we started with. On a day when Giannis goes to the Heat, Jaylen Brown looks like he's available. Julius Randle essentially got traded for absolutely nothing. In fact, they gave up 5 draft positions, 5 spots in the draft to get rid.
They just wanted off that contract.
Yes, of Julius Randle. Give us your prediction right now. Who will the Dallas Mavericks selection with their first round pick be today?
We've heard Nate Ament talk. We've heard Braden Burries talk. Something tells me the Messiah jury is going to stick a 9 and pick Kingston Flemings.
I think I would be inclined to agree with that. You'd rather them take Burries than Ament, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because Burries, I don't have a problem with the player. I have a problem with the position, like the draft position at 9.
I got you.
Nate Ament, I don't want at all. It's not like a 9. I mean, pick 30, sure. But I'm saying in the lottery,
I understand.
I don't want Nate Ament. Burries, I'd be fine at 12, 17, somewhere around there. But I would want a superstar next to him. It's going to be around Cooper Flagg, and I feel like Cup is that guy. We already talked about that. But at 9, Kingston Flemings is a fine second option.
I think that I'm probably inclined to agree with that, and those are probably my top 3. I think it's most likely Flemings, then Burries, then Ament. I think it would go in that order of who I think they will pick. Kingston Flemings would be my guy, but I just kind of wonder, too.
What would make you mad? I've heard a lot of Mara talk, even today.
Yeah, I don't love that just because I appreciate how gigantic he is. He's not as good of a rebounder as you would think at that spot, and he is very slow-footed left to right. I think the other one that would kind of irritate me is if they didn't move and they took Christian Anderson.
Or what about Lindenberg? If they didn't move, they're at 9. And you still have PJ Washington on the team.
Yeah, I don't totally understand that fit then, because is he a 3 or is he a 4? Yeah. And if you're going to run him at the 4, obviously you've even run PJ up to the 5. If you run him at the 4, you're going to be doing a lot of small ball. I will say, there are some positives with him. He is definitely a hustle guy, and that gives you good rebounding. I think he has more defensive versatility than a lot of players in this class.
Agreed.
And then the other thing is, if you want to break it down, his last 11 games, what he shot from 3?
I'm going to go 45%.
53% in his last 11 games. Yeah. But the question becomes, because that went from 37%, was that the outlier, or is it going to be kind of meet in the middle? Because if you meet in the middle and you're 45%, you're like, well, hell yeah. Yeah, so...
How many was he shooting a game?
Let me go back and double check. I knew you were going to ask me that too, and that is a valid question, because I know you can have a crazy percentage, but if you're not really taking a whole lot of 3-pointers,
a la Trae Young,
yes, or you can have a terrible percentage and be shooting a lot of them. He's shot about 5 3-pointers per game.
Fantastic.
While he was shooting 52.9%.
Fantastic.
I do kind of see the appeal of that. I also understand the appeal of trading down, but I think
it's also 23?
Yes, and he's older than most of the rest of the prospects. I think if you skip out on Flemings and he's there, it's a mistake that the Mavericks will potentially regret.
Ronaldo just missed another wide open kick.
All right, good. So that means he still has 2 goals, but he could have had 4
he could have had 5. I mean, he just got set up perfectly, and it was similar to match 1 where he's just not even on par, but set up perfectly.
He didn't really get that rotation, but I'm sure he's blaming somebody else with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. Hey, some grudges die hard. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to ClassicChevrolet.com. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
He has been hurt as Antetokounmpo gets his own rebound and throws it down.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we got a lot to get to, including the NHL is looking into Texas expansion, specifically in Austin and Houston. Let's bring on and chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you, and what do you think about these potential hockey happenings?
Tremendous. Happy draft day, Hagee. I know this is a big day for you.
Indeed.
I'm excited about this. I think that the Houston Aeros were very, very popular. You know, Eric and I, we went to school with Zach Babb, who was our original producer for the Nosebleed Seats. You know Babb as well, Blake. North Texas Mean Green legend. He did work here at the Fan for a little while, but he was a big Houston Aeros fan. So I think Houston certainly
was the only one.
Could, yeah, probably.
He was their one giant fan.
He's also a weird Canadian Football League guy.
Yeah,
he's a fan of all the obscure sports.
He is. All the obscure countries and sports. That's bad.
100%.
Had a weird experience the other day. I watched a CFL game end on a missed field goal that ended up being the 1 point.
Yes, it's a Rouge.
The Rouge, yeah.
I do believe.
So the dude yanked the field goal, no good. They got the 1 point and secured the victory on a miss.
For you can get having that on.
You can get a point after a miss.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow. Which would be kind of fun because you're like, I don't know, make it or kick the hell out of it.
I think in the NFL they should have it if you miss a kick, you lose points.
Ooh, on
maybe you lose one or two
on
field goals, because then those teams that just trot them out, we'll just do it for the heck of it. Like, not only are you going to have bad field position, but you'll lose a point for missing a field goal.
Well, that might eliminate, like, or is shoddy to relying on Brandon Aubrey.
That would definitely help things. Yeah. A lot more
I think
going
a missed
for
field goal is like a turnover anyway.
It is. I'm just saying double whammy.
Yeah.
Boom, -1.
Yeah.
Now, we can get to NBA stuff.
I got some more
Houston
drop
Aeros, I
for
liked
you.
him with the Howell brothers and then Gordie Howe playing back in the day.
Yes.
I saw that.
That was one of the auction items we had, is a Houston Aeros autographed team stick this last piece-a-thon that had Gordie Howe autograph.
Yeah,
Gordie Howe.
I think Houston or Austin would both be great.
But 33 teams?
Well, they'd have to go.
They'll add another one.
They'll
I'm
add.
sure.
Yeah, what would be because Seattle, they now have, Vegas has been added, but the South has really been kicking ass with Florida, Tampa Bay, Carolina just winning, and then the Stars are going to win it this year.
I got 3 notes from
predictions.
Another bold prediction
from Jake Fisher on the Mavs. Which one intrigues you the most? First one: the Grizzlies are interested in trading up from pick 16 with the Mavs. That's nugget number 1. Nugget number 2: Dusty May has been providing other NBA teams information about the 3 Michigan players all throughout the draft cycle, so he has a lot of league-wide knowledge about who is actually interested in drafting them.
For sure.
Nugget number 2.
Yeah.
And then nugget number 3: Boston and Atlanta have significant trade interest in Daniel Gafford.
Okay, Boston and Atlanta. There you go. The Jaylen Brown trade.
Look,
centered around Daniel Gafford.
I will say
Otherwise,
I did text Jake Fisher directly about that, and he said, "Ha, there's no Jaylen Brown Dallas trade."
Okay.
So,
Well, there's people, though, in the world that are saying that Boston has a Jaylen Brown problem.
Yeah. They're shopping him. They're shopping him. They're shopping Jaylen. But whether it's the Mavs who jump in on it, which we all kind of gave our little mock trade for it, Jaylen Brown, I would suspect, will not be on the Boston Celtics. That's an awkward situation. Hey, we've shopped you twice publicly after you were Finals MVP and in the MVP running, and you're making an absurd amount of money. How do you come back in that locker room and be like, hey, you're still the guy? No, we still believe in you, bro.
Tell me the teams on Gafford again.
Atlanta and Celtics.
All right. Gafford for pick 8. And then you have pick 8 and 9. I realize you'd have to
totally do that.
Okay, I realize you'd have to make it match financially, so you might take some junk back, or maybe they really want to get rid of Ricochet.
Can they? Would they really do that?
Is Porzingis still around?
Would you give up the 8th pick?
No, I think we'd have to give him more. We'd have to give up like Gafford 30 and throw in a player. I don't know.
Najee.
Najee might be a little rich, but somewhere around there, a Najee type player.
What's the value for Thompson, Klay Thompson? What's the value for him?
I don't.
16 a year, expiring contract.
That's the value is the expiring contract.
The expiring contract is the most intriguing part of it. I mean, the Heat have already said they're interested in him. Maybe a guy like Nikola Jovic, a second-round pick. Like, that's where you're at. You're not going to get anything. To me and Kevin talked about this, he's better as an add-in with the trade. Like, hey, you're getting a good shooter who's on an expiring contract, pluses. But him
we
by
need
himself,
to make this money work.
Yes.
Sure. Every time you tell me a second-round pick, I think I'm getting Brunson back.
Gosh,
that's my attitude.
I do not think highly of NBA with a second-round pick, so that doesn't do a lot for me.
Usually it doesn't work out, but in the case of Brunson,
Bronny. I mean, there's a long list.
That's true.
What if
Jokic?
What if they really wanted to get?
it.
That's true. Taco Bell draft pick.
Yeah.
What if they really wanted to unload Reese Shea's money, and they're like, "We'll give you Reese Shea and 8."
There you go.
For
Done.
Gafford,
Done.
and maybe
Done.
30.
Because pick 8 is more valuable than Gafford. So
For sure, yeah.
And I love Gaff.
I'd be down with that.
Yeah, I will take Reese Shea, and it'll be a little project, and I have pick 8. Because then at that point, now it's good. Our boy Mara going up the board is the best thing that could happen for the Mavs. Because these guards are starting to fall. The more Lindenborg or Mara or some of these bigs get moved up the board. Kingston Fleming's at 9 didn't even seem fathomable a couple weeks ago, and now it seems like, hey, this might actually happen at 9.
Is it because everybody watched Wemby play and they're like, we need to get bigs too?
Does anybody think they're going to make a Wemby stopper? Like, you're not going to stop him.
Well, it was Derek Lively. Now he just can't stay on the floor.
And I'm so holding
But
out
don't you
hope
try
on
and
that.
match size with size, height with height?
Good try. The guy that could do that, we saw that in the Western Conference Finals. So good try if you think you're going to draft somebody this year that's going to be the Wemby stopper.
Well, and the note I had to that point specifically about Mara a couple of weeks ago, I put on the bottom of the profile, is he going to be a reach for somebody? And so you could see this possibility because of his tremendous size. And you brought up yesterday, he does have very good passing ability for his
Really good
size.
passing ability, really good rim protection. Just watching him play, he doesn't shoot worth a damn.
No,
but like around the basket, I think that there were some passes that he made where I'm kind of like thinking, well, he really saw that guy. So
I'm worried if he'll be slow-footed at the next level.
You know what? I saw
Zach Edey-esque.
laterally.
I saw some. Okay, I didn't think
Edey's okay.
I don't think he's that bad. Because just watching him, to me, it looked like there were times like I was watching like the Illinois game, and it's like he's coming across, he's over on the weak side, and then he comes across, and he's like, going up, knocking the ball, blocking the ball right there. So the footwork as far as the lateral movement, the slide and stuff like that, I didn't think was terrible.
I haven't gotten y'all's thoughts on this. Me and Kevin spent most of the show talking about this. Would you do the projected trade for Jaylen Brown where you're giving up pick 9, boom, gone, P.J. Washington gone, Klay Thompson and Gafford for Jaylen Brown?
And you might have to throw in Najee.
Oh,
yeah, I think
I want to see how bad you want this. Don't tell me Najee Marshall's
you
your
threw
deal
out there
breaker.
the trade, and all of a sudden you cowered back when you like one player.
I think
you can have Najee. You can have Najee.
How bad do you want this?
I want it. I would do it.
You're like the general manager in Jacksonville on draft day. What do you?
He was so damn good in that finals run against the Mavs.
He just won.
Clearly was their best player.
He was in the
over Tatum
MVP
to
race
me.
this year. It wasn't even just like he was in the MVP race this year that just happened.
The issue is, and I think you brought up the point earlier, Hagee, about what's his relationship with Kyrie, which I think that Kyrie has smoothed over a lot of that, but also him just wanting to be the guy.
That's
why
the
I wonder,
number one issue.
Minnesota, who's making moves, does Anthony Edwards say, like, F this? Do they flip, like, what if you do a mega blockbuster and you're flipping Anthony Edwards for Jaylen Brown? And Brown gets his own team. He starts over in Minnesota, and AD goes and pairs with Tatum. Ant goes and pairs with Tatum. They're in Boston.
That would be a pretty stunning turn of events, but haven't we said that a lot in this last 24 hours? So I can't rule it out.
But I'd be interested because on paper, the Mavs look really good. With a healthy Kyrie, Jaylen Brown, and Cooper Flag, you can contend for a championship.
Right now. Would you do it?
I don't think so.
Would you keep the guys that we said? Would you keep pick 9, in your role players?
Yeah. I like the idea of young cost control teams building together the flag, whoever 9 is going to be, plus the rookie head coach.
I get you.
With Dusty May. Like, I just like where this is kind of heading. And I don't want to interrupt it, especially with the new landscape of how challenging it is when you get some big contracts. All of a sudden, you become handcuffed.
That dude coached an older team at Michigan.
He's kind of
an older coach.
Lindenberg's 23. I mean, and that's one of the.
I'm asking you tomorrow, like 25.
No, I think he's just.
Is Lindenborg the oldest?
I think Lindenborg's the oldest.
I think the guy's like 21. I think the other guy's 20.
Mara's 21.
Yeah.
Then there's Johnson.
2005.
So this is where I'm at. What do you do to help the young coach, or not the first time coach and the NBA coach? What's the best plan of attack to help him?
Having Kyrie out.
Keeping Kyrie out.
Yeah, but making a trade like this, though. I mean, I see what you're trying to do with the young bodies kind of a thing, but I'm kind of thinking like maybe you want this coach to get off to a good start. You don't need him floundering around like the last Michigan dude that was coaching.
And Jaylen Brown definitely.
Surely he'll be better than Beeline, right?
15 and 40, whatever that record was. I mean, you know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
I think,
but you have Cooper Flag.
Yeah, it got us 20-something wins.
You have Cooper
year.
Flag and Kyrie Irving. You didn't have Kyrie last year.
Okay.
No point guard last year. Ryan Nembhard was your point guard. G Leaguer, who's 5'6".
And it doesn't put
Fleming's coming.
It doesn't put the immediate expectation of, oh my gosh, you have Jaylen Brown now. Now you better go do something. You better not fall short.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking I'm trying to help the first year coach.
No, I get that.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I think you've already helped him with having Cooper Flag, Kyrie, and then whoever this next pick is going to be, and you get an opportunity to actually build something without immediate expectation of we better do some damage in the postseason.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Eggy. Thank you so much for asking. We will have future All-Star and the most dominant reliever in the game, Jacob Latz, coming up for a Rangers Players Show at 2:40. Paul Biancardi, ESPN draft analyst, at 3. And then we're talking with Michigan play-by-play voice Brian Bush at 4 to give some more insight on Dusty May. So we're pretty loaded.
Do you think you're going to call him Brendan Sorsby, or do you think he will still be relegated to be calling Brandon Sorsby like Blake?
I've been calling him Brandon.
I'm Team Blake, so Brandon it is.
Okay. I always thought you might be a Let's Go Brandon guy. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Look, tomorrow's a weird show. It's 10 to 10:30, so listen in for that. Also, I'll be doing the last 2 hours of Sean and RJ if you want to hear more of that. Tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy Tolo Tuesday and NBA Draft Day, and we're not even 2.5 minutes into the top of the hour, and Eric has already disappointed me. What a glorious time it is in our world. The sports does not stop. Portugal has just destroyed Uzbekistan 5-0 in Group K of the FIFA World Cup as Cristiano Ronaldo. What just fell? What in the world just happened? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. It was thunderous. Something under the studio desk here just fell off. I blame Blake Elliott. It was in the vicinity of where he was sitting and perhaps doing some kicking, and he's, I guess, burning the place down. We okay over there, Broadus? You got headphones today?
I just leaned forward and a little bit of gas dribbled out.
Oh.
Not a little bit, just kind of a lot.
Just a little gas dribbler.
It could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Hey, it's an NBA draft day.
Hey, how was, can we get an oxtail report, guys? How was it?
Oxtail?
That was so freaking good.
Yeah. My oxtail is lined up for tonight.
Okay.
My oxtail is lined up for tonight. The charcuterie board, though, when I left the house, they was already getting busy on that charcuterie board.
Yep.
Yeah, they had bikinis on. We're going to go suntan and eat the charcuterie.
We're going to go suntan. Let's get this thing going.
I double dinnered last night. That's what I did. Came home, wife had some stuff ready. I was like, okay, sweet.
Wow.
And I said, hey, you and me, we put the kids to bed.
Yeah.
And we're going
all the way
face first
around the rim
into this oxtail, baby. Yeah, it was incredible.
Good deal.
I didn't expect it. I opened it up just to look at it, just to make sure. I was like, oh, yeah, that looks authentic.
Just a little smell.
Yeah, no, that was made by a real Jamaican.
I wish
so
Jamaican was playing soccer on television at the time, so I can eat oxtails and watch Jamaica play soccer.
Hell yeah.
Jamaica good. Jamaica real good.
Michelle, real good.
Yeah. She's listening, so thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Miss Michelle.
To the chef. My goodness. So we're all talking down, waiting on the minutes, the hours here to the draft. Now, I told Eric, I was like, Eric, you need to show up today, and you need to be like fully suited up like Brian and I for the NFL draft.
Yeah.
This is your moment. You're our NFL draft insider here of the G-Bag Nation.
NBA.
Yeah, of the NBA, of the association. I was trying to prop you up here, and then you just show up. And granted, it's a wonderful FIFA World Cup shirt. I love it. But
Thank you.
what the hell, dude? I wanted you to embrace the moment, and you gave me the Heisman.
Actually, jersey swapped with a guy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, had my FC Dallas shirt, and he had the World Cup shirt. He was like, I really love FC Dallas. I said, well, I really love that shirt you got. So we did a Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers jersey swap right there in the walk-off.
Have you washed
beautiful. I have washed it a couple of times, but he had a nice cologne on, so it smelled good. And I punted on the suit idea because I couldn't find my suit jacket.
Did you actually look?
I don't know where the jacket is. Yeah.
No, don't lie to me. Did you look?
When I went to Peyton's wedding, what did I wear? I wore like some dress pants and a button-up shirt,
But
no jacket.
No coat. I remember that.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
I was coatless.
Did you make a note?
Coatless.
Did Brian make a note?
I think he made a little bit of a judgmental
No,
note. Like, really? No jacket?
No, I made a note when we were all sitting in those chairs while the ceremony was going on, and you guys were like lingering in the back
the bushes.
by catering over there. You guys were hanging out as they were rolling in the tuna croissant sandwiches. I think Wolchuk had a couple of them while he was standing back there waiting.
Those chicken salad croissant sandwiches were
good.
delicious.
They were good.
Yeah.
Gosh, they were good.
Shout out to Pepe for that.
Those were some of the highlights I thought of the whole dinner.
No suit jacket. Don't think I own a tie. So it was like I come in here with just like a button-up shirt. It would have been a half-assed effort.
Nah, it still would have been better than what you got on now.
Okay.
All right. And now I don't even know. Like, can I trust your NBA draft opinion anymore?
I guess we're going to have to find out.
I hope you give us all the nuggets. I can't wait for it. I am excited. The latest mock drafts, and we already have the Michigan players that are just getting in a line like, hey, please, pick me, Dallas. Pick me. We want to go back with our coach, Dusty May.
Yeah, is it a personal affront for you as one of these players when the Mavs are on the clock at 9 and you're available and your coach who just helped you win a national championship or you helped him win a national championship, he's like, nah, I'm good here.
Not good enough. Well, Yaxel Lindeborg said I'm going to tell him he better pick me. If he doesn't, I'm going to be mad. I might block him.
It could happen, dude.
There you have it.
It gets a little personal. You see what happened with Jaylen Brown right now in Boston.
Get a little bit upset about it. Now, I did notice some of the mock drafts here as I've been going NBA mock draft crazy.
Can I do something real quick?
Yeah,
just real quick here. If these go ahead, Lucius, play the sounder. Go ahead and play it. Just real quick.
You got it, brother.
Play it. Just go ahead and play
Interruptosaurus
it. You got it right there
Rex.
somewhere?
You got it.
All right, you got it. Teams that have of the teams that have multiple first round picks, who's in the best shape? If you can just just kind of evaluate this, right? Best shape with multiple first-round picks. Atlanta with 8 and 23, Hornets with 10 and 18, Bulls with 4 and 15, Mavericks with 9 and 30, Memphis with 3 and 16, Thunder with 12 and 27, and Bucks with 10 and 13. Is there a particular team out of all that? As I was going through, I know you probably didn't get to write it down, but
I got it. I like what the Bulls have going for them.
Does anybody like what? Let me just ask you this: you have Bulls at 4 and 15. Is that better than the Grizzlies at 3 and 16?
Yeah, just because you get ahead of them at 15. And I think the Bulls are pretty locked into Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. I think he's the only player that they've worked out, or at least that's the only place that he's worked out.
They're trying to sell the next young Tar Heel taking over the sport like Michael Jordan once did.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer, and he's awesome. He's an awesome player.
He is really good.
And he's gonna be special for the Bulls. Yeah, I mean, the Bulls or the Grizzlies are sitting in a fantastic spot, especially if you're Memphis and you want Darren Peterson, and all of a sudden Utah punts on him for Boozer, and then Memphis is able to get maybe just the most talented player in this draft, even though he's got some questions. More off the court a little bit. But, yeah, I think that Memphis and Chicago are sitting really, really pretty right now.
So do you anticipate a team like the Bulls or the Memphis with 3 to wanting to move, or the Bulls at 4 wanting to move?
I don't think the Bulls do.
Because those are the two teams we've kind of determined that have the best looking draft right now, or the best looking slots.
Yeah.
But can I get them to move because or are they just going to want to? You think they're just going to sit in there and make a pick? Because I was thinking about how do I try and get to 3 or how do I try and get to 4?
Yeah, it's tough to imagine any one of those teams really wants to get out of those top 4 spots because there's a little bit of a drop off after that. Are we
all the way to where we pick at 9? Aren't we kind of in that range?
Well, I think 5 with the Clippers. Is that correct? And our NBA draft insider, GFL, that's kind of where I've heard the draft starts, is with the Clippers at 5.
Yeah, the Clippers are the big question right now because everything's kind of locked in. I think your top 4 teams are, you have questions like, is Boozer going to go 2 or is it going to be Peterson? Yeah. But it's going to be just a flip-flop who goes 2 and 3. I think those teams really want to stay in the top 4. The Clippers are definitely the biggest question right now, which is, okay, are they trying to move that top 5 pick to go get a veteran player? The Clippers do weird things. So, yes, I do think that's sort of the pivot point in the top 5. If you wanted to move up, if you're Dallas and you're trying to make the case that you want to move up, I think the Clippers are pretty much where that would start for you.
Okay, let me ask you this. You talked about Peterson, and there was a lot of talk about, during the season, it was really, I was always talking to Fred about him, and sometimes he's playing dehydration, muscle cramps, whatever. Is that all cleared up? Is he clearly the second best player in this draft, or where's it falling? We all cleared up all the issues that he had at Kansas?
Not necessarily. I'm sure every team with they have changed the way the medicals have been allowed to, you get a really good perspective now in the NBA. There were some years where that wasn't really the case, so there was more question marks. I think most of these teams will have a good understanding of what the case is. There are no reports that there's some teams that are like, oh no, we're staying totally away from Peterson because we're concerned about it.
Okay.
But when you're doing the hair splitting at 2 and 3, Boozer maybe just a cleaner prospect. Everybody seems to love him. It's like, my gosh, every time you talk about Boozer, you're going, this sounds like the number 1 pick in the draft. He's not going to be, but I think that's where the hair splitting comes in. Otherwise, Peterson, for the most part, I think the boxes are checked enough based on his talent to where he's still going to go in the top 3.
Jeremy Wu of ESPN has Nate Ament, the small forward, power forward. He is mocked to the Mavs at pick 9, and that would not make several Maverick fans happy. RJ, who is a Tennessee Volunteer, is not into that pick at all. I know Blake would be rioting, he said. But he had this note in his write-up that the hiring of Dusty May was big, but he's not sure how much he's going to really have input here. How much is the influence of Dusty May? today with the team president, Masai Ujiri, set to make his first selection. And then Mike Schmitz, whose background is this. Like, this is what you probably hire him for, which is his ability to assess talent and then draft. So maybe this is where it's like, okay, it's awesome that we hired Dusty May. We kind of have a plan of what we want to do anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like, though, that Dusty May has a really good understanding of player personnel himself. So now you got, 3 guys, but with Dusty May being on the job, I mean, just matter of like 48 hours or so.
Yeah.
But he does know college basketball.
For
Let's
sure.
not act like he doesn't.
Oh, absolutely.
But
especially those Michigan kids.
Yeah, I wonder how that's all going to work out, the dynamic. I wonder if Dusty May is just going to sit back and let these guys pick them out, or is he going to say, hey, listen, man, when we played Illinois or we played so-and-so, man, this guy was a problem.
You can just give a little bit of input here. Like, okay, this was my experience playing against a man in the Elite Eight or whenever they played. Braden Burries is the Finkelstein mock from CBS Sports at number 9 to the Mavs.
And in the other one, where in the mock where the Mavs take Ment, they have Burries was still there. Yes. He was still on the board. I would struggle with the Mavericks passing on Burries for Ment.
Yeah, Adam Finkelstein has been very constant with Adam Burries. That's been his consistent
Is this a real name? Is that a real name? Finkelstein?
Finkelstein, bro.
Adam Finkelstein.
Get out of here.
That is him. His final first-round mock loaded with selection intel and trade rumors. He is the CBS Sports NBA draft insider there.
Every night's a matzo ball Monday.
You to know Adam
Finkelstein.
Eric. I'm a little bit.
Fish.
Again, I don't know how much I can really trust your insight on this anymore. If you don't know who Adam Finkelstein is.
You see what Finkelstein said about us?
When it comes to the NBA draft. All right,
we're on Finkelstein's S list, boys. You might watch our next move.
Sounds like a pencil neck geek.
Yeah, I mean, I just I like Finkelstein because he's giving us berries. That's what we want.
You want some Braden.
Well, I want
know
Burries.
the couple of guys I know in the league were saying, hey, you would love this guy because he does everything.
Does a little bit of...
Yeah, he plays defense.
A little bit of this,
he's
a
an
little bit of
offensive
that.
player. He could shoot. That was several weeks ago. We were like throwing that around. I reached out to my gang of 2, and they're like, no, you want this Berries guy. He could play.
Yeah, I definitely want him over Ament because Ament he's physically very, very impressive, but he's like, there's going to be a lot of development with a guy like that. I think Burries could sort of hit the ground running a little bit. I can't believe this, but the least efficient half-court rim finisher in this draft class is Nate Ament at 6'9.5".
Wow, that is craziness. That is absolutely nuts.
That's going to be our pick.
You think so?
No,
They're going to come away with the least efficient guy.
Come on, Ujiri, don't do that.
Please don't do it. Oh, man, shout out to the Rangers for getting a gutsy victory last night. They needed it. It went down to the wire.
How about Asuna?
They were Asuna.
I was trying to explain to my dad, like,
ricochets.
Slug.
I was like, Dad, don't look at the 247. Look at the 359 with runners in scoring position. That's the one you need to look at right there.
But, hey, how about Ezekiel Duran getting a throw out at home? That saved him, to keep the score 4-3. Durant's been tremendous. Not only does he hit the home run, but then also defensively he's been great. And then you get our guy Jacob Latz, who's going to join us at 240, just dancing out of the fire.
Did you hear Mike was kind of just talking about how the whole time the guy was tired pitching?
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Mike was trying to
It was a really fun listen, the breakdown of okay, here's what I would throw.
Gosh, he's running on fumes here.
Yeah.
I throw it high 97, see if he swings at it, probably a few miles less. Mike does a really good job of trying to kind of walk you through. He goes, "Hey man, this guy does not have his best stuff right now. This is how you got to pitch these guys."
Well, and I thought it was a good insight when it comes to he's a former starter.
Yeah.
So he's got more pitches to his arsenal than your typical reliever.
Yeah.
So he's able to throw out. Here's a fourth pitch, right? That you're probably not expecting.
He got an out on a curveball. I didn't expect that one to be.
Absolutely. He was brilliant, and now you'll have Cal Quantrill get the start today because the Rangers are struggling with the lighter now on the IL. So you're probably going to have a little bit more of a bullpen day. But we'll see. Cal Quantrill is a former starter in the league, so maybe he's able to give you a little bit of some depth.
He's kind of like the crash test dummy guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You throw the crash test dummy guy in the car, and you kind of get data for how hard it hits the wall. He's like the stunt man. He's the stuntman pitcher. Like when things are awful and it's 12-2, he's out there.
Cal out there.
He's out there pitching for 4 2/3, and you're like, Hey, it didn't show up, but man, the guy saved the bullpen from some wear and tear.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's got the revenge game going up against the Marlins.
Absolutely, he does. And Skip also, going up against his former team. I completely didn't put that together yesterday, going back to Miami. Burger. Hopefully these guys can all go ahead and get the sweep out, to get the broomsticks.
The Tartan Army was good last night,
Gosh,
too.
they were fantastic.
Dad's like, what's that going on
Just
in the
a
background?
party.
What am I hearing? And then they show them up there. I'm like, it's all those folks up there drinking beer, Dad. They're here for a soccer match.
Probably the highest attendance they've had for a regular season game in Lone Depot Park.
It got loud there in that ninth inning.
Yeah.
What is going on right now? All right, so much to get to. The source me news is crazy. Paige Beckers and the Wings get an overtime win. Oklahoma, congratulations to the Sooners. They knock off North Carolina. It wasn't even close. They just absolutely crushed them to win the College World Series in baseball. We got our G-Bag of the Day champ, and then our top 10 NBA draft steals of all time. What's been your all-time favorite NBA pick? That's next in the nation, but let's chat.
right, here we go. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. We got you the G-Bag of the Day champion. We have the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. It is NBA Draft Day here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Jacob Latz set to join us here in about 15, 20 minutes. Looking forward to that. Rangers get the victory in Miami last night. Latz is the absolute man, LSU Tiger, and he joins the nation here in just a few minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's Lucius.
Okay, going for 2 tomorrow at 5:30. Stick around for that. 2 tomorrow at 5:30. Didn't want to move around too much because we promo G-Bag today at 5:30, and if we do it at like 3:15, somebody be mad at us. Man. It comes from the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? This is the morning show here on 105.3 The Fan, and RJ was talking about his sister used to grab his chest, his nipples, and twist, you know,
the twist. It's called sad nipples. So basically, where your nipples have zero feeling, no sensation at all. So somebody, or they have over sensation, like they're overly sensitive.
That's what I have.
Where like somebody brushes against you and it like sends a shiver down your spine. Yep. Is that what you have?
That's what that song by Ed Sheeran, "The Shivers," is about.
Yeah,
nipple
sensitivity. My sister used to give me those purple nips as a kid. You know, where she would like twist them. She would like hold, because my sister was like 11 years older than me. So like, until I was like, 10, she could have her way with me. Stop it, man! Stop it! Like
she twisted, maybe flick him.
Sweet Home Alabama. She could like hold me down and tickle me, or just twist my nipples, or whatever. So she would do that. And
Chop, have you talked to a therapist?
No, I'm fine. And
I'm fine.
Now I'm very sensy. I'm very sensy on my nips. Like I don't like anybody touching them.
No, I'm fine. I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
There he is, Gaylord Choppy in all of his glory, reminiscing on the good old days with his sister. All right, now it is time for the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. Better be good.
Always is. And now we will do NBA draft steals. All right, that's going to be the subject matter of today's top 10. I did just see, I don't know that this would fit into everybody's childhood, but the Magic School Bus certainly was a show that we grew up watching.
For sure.
They're doing a live-action version starring Elizabeth Banks as Miss Frizzle. That's tremendous casting. I think she's perfect.
Is that
Miss Frizzle?
Was she Miri and Zach and Miri?
She was.
Make a video.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the first one? She was also Beth in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Oh,
we
that's
got a great
right.
section on Do-It-Yourself.
That's right. Okay, so she is going to be the star of the show. Live action, like they're doing the Moana thing.
Yeah.
How are they going to go into a human being's stomach?
I know, that's the episode that always stands out, too.
Like, how are you going to go in?
Maybe you skip that one.
How are you going to go into a human being that way?
Maybe it ends up just being terrible. Maybe they shouldn't do it. But I'm excited about it. I'm sure the kiddos will enjoy that. It's amazing the difference in text that we get. 972. You fools need to stick to football. You fools. Burries isn't it. Burries is not a shot-creating guard. Poor shot selection and is soft when driving to the hoop. I agree. That's Eric Chiafalo.
That's what bad guys say on those cartoons. You fools!
You fools!
You'll never be able to follow my plans.
I had two NBA scouts tell me the complete opposite of what that person just texted in.
But hey, we love you, and thank you for listening to the show.
Thank you for doing that.
But 945, Zach in Frisco, who is texting every day. Yes, Braden Burries is the guy I want the Mavs to draft. What are the chances the Mavs up to try and get Boozer, give Dusty May, and good young core off the bat? I don't think they're moving up to go get Boozer. I think if they moved up, at least some of the chatter we've heard or seen reported is Acuff is a guy that they would like. If you're moving up, that's the dude that I would target. I would really love to come away with a guard with their first selection. But we'll see, how this thing falls. And I can't wait to talk with Paul Biancardi, ESPN NBA draft analyst, about this a little bit later. Brian, Lucius, Eric, which year, which NBA draft class do you think has given us the most Hall of Famers?
Which draft class?
Which draft class?
In NBA history?
In NBA history.
The LeBron
has
draft.
produced the most Hall of Famers. The LeBron draft?
Wherever Jimmy Butler was.
Was he in 03?
No, Jimmy Butler was not 03.
No, like 2010, 2011, 2012.
How about the Jordan draft?
The Jordan draft?
Is that 84?
03 gave you 4. You've got LeBron, Carmelo, Bosh, and Wade. And LeBron obviously will get in. He's not in yet. 85 with Ewing also gave you 4.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
84 is the Jordan draft. That gave you 4 with Hakeem Olajuwon, Jordan, Barkley, and Stockton.
I was thinking 84, 85. I didn't know which one.
I mean, both of them back-to-back were outstanding drafts.
Right.
The Jimmy Butler draft is not one of them on here.
I just looked at it. It's 2011, had Butler, Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard.
And that has maybe that's just like those guys aren't there yet. So it will be on there, but all those guys are going to be Hall of Famers.
I can dig it.
100%. But number one, I would never have guessed this. 1970.
1970.
7 NBA Hall of Famers. Bob Lanier, Rudy Tomjanovich, Pete Maravich, Dave Cowens, Calvin Murphy, Nate Archibald, and Charlie Scott.
1970.
Just household name after another.
Unbelievable.
Dave Cowens? Is that who you're saying?
And Bob Lanier was the first overall pick in that draft. I mean, I don't know if he was even the best player out of that bunch. I mean, Pete Maravich, Pistol Pete, 3rd overall.
Yeah.
The 2nd overall pick. I mean, the top 4 all ended up in the Hall of Fame. So that draft ended up crushing it. But then you had 1950 with 6. That was the Bob Cousy draft. But, man, I would have guessed as well, like that LeBron draft. That's one that people still go back to as maybe the best of all time. But Alicia, I didn't really even know that all those guys were in the same draft.
Maybe
class.
I'm looking towards the future. I just remember Jimmy Butler went so late in the draft. When you talking about steals, that came to my head. Like they picked like Jimmer Fredette or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Above Jimmy Butler.
Holy crap. Well, because Jimmy had like a weird path to the NBA. Didn't he play community college in Tyler, Texas?
Yeah, he's got just an interesting backstory. Like they could probably do a movie on his life. Pretty sure he was homeless for an extended period of time. So, yes, he's got an interesting rise into his NBA dominance.
Dave Cowens.
98, the Kobe draft from 8-3-2. That one stands out to them. If I'm Dallas, if anything, I'm moving back and getting more picks from the 903. I think all options are going to be on the table here for the Mavericks, whether that's moving up, whether that's moving back. Maybe they do end up trading Daniel Gafford. We heard yesterday that they were shopping some players. We also got Dusty May. It's a 5-year deal for him. So he will be here hopefully for at least 5 years with an NBA championship on his resume sooner than later. Coaching, before we dive into who are the top 10 greatest draft steals, the Oilers have named Mike Babcock as their new head coach. After he was cleared by the NHL to coach again, he was with the Columbus Blue Jackets, then he was fired before even coaching a game because there was public criticism over his request to look at the personal photos from players' phones. And that was deemed to be a no-no from the NHL. But he's a Stanley Cup champion with the Detroit Red Wings back in 2008, and so the Oilers have a new man behind their bench. And then the Sorsby stuff's crazy, as the 2026 supplemental draft will not happen, as Brendan Sorsby has been told, sorry, your application, it's got a lot of issues. And the core of game integrity issues are the number one reason why we're like, we're looking at, we're not doing this. Jeffrey Kessler, his attorney, certainly going to sue and push back to the NFLPA. So I don't know if we've heard the last of that, but here are. Yeah.
Well, have you been? Yeah. I've got people out in Lubbock, and they were telling me that this kid had no idea. They had no idea that the league was going to do this to him. He thought all along he was going in for the supplemental draft, and my guys out there in Lubbock say he had no idea.
Yeah, of course.
So I kind of felt like that. You fight it out. I mean, the reason why you step aside is because you kind of feel like, listen, I don't want to cause any problems for Tech, but I kind of feel like the NFL usually just kind of folds when it comes to these things. They usually just fold because they don't want to fight it. They don't want to fight. That's why they have it. They don't want to fight. Like, okay, here's an opportunity to do this. And, man, this just seems very much their message, like, okay, you're going to gamble. We don't care. It sounded like the kid went and got help, but that's a terrible situation.
Very shocking, because I don't think anybody really saw that one coming. But, hey, I guess Sorsby's going to have to sit out and then enter what hopefully is a loaded quarterback class for next year. Here are your top 10 NBA draft steals with the NBA draft tonight. Your honorable mentions here. You've got Kawhi Leonard, 15th overall in 2011. Pascal Siakam, who I believe was a Masai Ujiri selection, 27th overall. Isaiah Thomas, 60th overall. Marcus Saul, 48th overall. Rudy Gobert, 27th overall in 2013, which is good because this is all kind of hovering around the Mavs' second first-round pick area. And then Jalen Brunson, who I think is going to be making his way up on most of these lists after he just won a NBA Finals championship and NBA Finals MVP, but taken 33rd overall by your Dallas Mavericks. In fact, I'd probably kick out number 10 on here, but I guess when you're a four-time champion, Defensive Player of the Year, and multiple all-defensive awards, your resume looks pretty good. And it's Draymond Green, 35th overall in 2012 by the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, there's been a handful of dudes that you're like, oh my gosh, how did that happen? And he ended up in the perfect situation.
He did.
There's no question that he did.
9, here it is, LA. Jimmy Butler.
Let's go.
30th overall in 2011 by the Chicago Bulls, late first rounder with a junior college background who became a 5-time All-Star, perennial All-NBA threat, and playoff Jimmy superstar, leading the Heat to an NBA Finals run.
Two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bubble and
that's true. I forgot,
the one that people forget.
I forgot the bubble.
The
run.
Nuggets.
Yeah. 8, Steve Nash, 15th overall, 1996. Skilled passer who won 2 MVPs, led the league in assists multiple times, and revolutionized the pace and space of NBA offenses. He was a transformational player despite not getting that elusive championship ring. Number 7, 27th overall in 1986. It's Dennis Rodman.
The worm.
Rebounding and defensive specialist who won 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards. He led the league in rebounds for 7 straight seasons and contributed to 5 championships between the Bulls and the Pistons. Also Hall of Famer with massive second-round impact. Tony Parker, 28th overall in 2001. The Spurs actually did a hell of a job, and I know we kind of look at like how lucky do you get with the number 1 overall pick. They did a nice job in the early 2000s because they're going to have somebody else on this list.
Oh, yeah, Parker, Kawhi, and then Ginobili.
What a play by me.
John Stockton at 5, 16th overall in 1984. 10-time All-Star and Hall of Famer, formed one of the best pick-and-roll duos ever with the Mailman. 4 is Giannis, 15th overall pick. The Greek Freak, 2-time MVP, NBA champ, Defensive Player of the Year, and now a member of the Miami Heat.
Yeah, man. He gets his wish. Him and Bam Adebayo. Oof. That's going to be big-time defense.
Yeah,
you know
it will. They'll be a formidable force there.
You know they're desperate for shooting when they're thinking about, can we get Klay Thompson?
Could we please? Maybe. Hey, give us one for him. Kobe Bryant, 13th overall in 96 by the Charlotte Hornets, then traded to the LA Lakers. High school prospect many teams passed on. He was traded for Vlade. Became a 5-time champ, 1-time MVP, 18-time All-Star, and all-time scoring legend with the iconic Lakers. One of the biggest what were they thinking misses in draft history.
The Black Mamba.
18 All-Star appearances.
Crazy, dude.
It's pretty incredible. 11 first-team All-NBAs. And where does he come in on this list?
3.
Okay. All right.
Your top 2, Manu Ginobili. Number 2 NBA draft steal of all time. 57.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. 57th overall.
Ginobili was a hooper, bro.
Holy crap.
That man was a hooper.
Long hair and cul-de-sac.
Yeah. Ball spot, long hair, Euro step.
Nice.
What a dog, man. I used to hate Ginobili so much.
He was a big-time flop guy.
Oh, big-time flop guy.
But, gosh, he was leading Argentina in the Olympics.
Yeah.
They were a tough out, man. Number 1, though, is Nikola Jokic.
41st?
Yeah.
40th?
In 2014.
41st, yeah.
Hagee said it during Cross. They're showing a bleeping Taco Bell commercial while he's drafted.
That's what they do. That's what they did. Shout it out. Okay, Jokic number 1. Walchuk, thank you very much. There's your Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day here on an NBA Draft Tuesday in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk with the man himself of the Texas Rangers, badass closer, super beast, LSU Tiger. It's Jacob Latz joins us next right here on The Fan. But
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time for the Rangers Players Show, brought to you by Golden Chick. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And we are joined now by the man who posted his 14th save, the soon-to-be, if we had it our way, all-star of your Texas Rangers, my current favorite player, the one and only Jacob Latz. Latzy, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Good to talk to you guys again.
Man, it's fantastic to talk with you. You've had quite the season. And have you had this conversation with anybody about how rare it is what you're doing with this plus more than one inning type of close where you're doing 4+ outs at a time?
Yeah, a few. Definitely getting asked the questions after the game, post-game media-wise. It's definitely something I didn't plan for, that's for sure. And each time it goes out there, I try not to get caught up in it. But doing it a few times now is getting a little bit easier to manage. But a game like yesterday is really, you got to bear down and try to keep the team in the game, like coming in that situation, and then ultimately going back out there for the ninth. You're kind of pitching on fumes a little bit, but you're able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, knowing that you only have to get 3 more outs after the first inning there.
So how's the arm fatigue? Has that been different for you when you go from you were a starter, then you were kind of a long reliever, now you've really slid into this closer role, and you don't know if it's 1 inning, if it's 2 innings. Has that been an adjustment? How are you keeping your arm right?
Yeah, I mean, luckily I've had just kind of been through the ringer, going through college, and then ultimately in pro ball, dealing with injuries and learning about myself and kind of what works from a recovery standpoint. And then I truly feel like the workload in spring has served me really well for this particular season and these back innings where the importance and the adrenaline is a little bit higher than some of the middle innings or just a regular relief, even long relief. But the fact that I had 75, 80 pitches under my belt before I left camp made it a lot easier to navigate 30 pitches or less and go 1 to 2 innings. I think that's serving me well. So we're doing well from the arm standpoint, and we're managing kind of the day-to-day stuff to make sure I'm in a good spot, and the communication is there this year. Our staff is doing a really good job of keeping us all in check with trying to be honest with where we're all at, even though it gets tough to say you don't want to be available that night. That's the competitor in all of us are trying to be available.
Hey, Jacob, was it, when you were in the bullpen warming up last night, was it like warming up for the World Baseball Classic with the Scottish fans, chanting the whole game and stuff like that? I mean, that had to be like a unique feeling for you sitting there watching all that, listening to that, and then being able to kind of pitch with those fans, the noise like that, the way it was.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that's 2 games we've gotten lucky to have the Tartan Army in our stands for us. Well, not really for us yesterday, but it's unique. I mean, coming into the 8th inning in particular, when the bases were loaded and everyone was on their feet, in the moment I'm literally thinking wow, this feels like a playoff game, and especially seeing the WBC in Miami. Typically they don't have a crazy environment, but that's what it kind of took all of us back to yesterday with how loud that place ended up getting. I don't know. I think we definitely have to adopt the Scottish fan base.
Would pitching in a kilt be out of the question then? Would that be difficult to navigate that? High leg kick might be a problem there. Maybe I don't know.
Might be a problem. A lot of slide steps.
A lot of slide steps.
Yeah, you can't free ball that, lad. So you got to wear some compression shorts under there, right?
We may or may not have a player who does that, but I won't name that here. So definitely would be off limits for that guy.
Okay.
Could I guess the player? Is it Tyler Alexander?
I feel like you might know the answer to that.
He's one of our favorites.
Okay, great.
It's Jacob Latz with us here at the G-Bag Nation. So in terms of your mindset and the role that you have right now, you've clearly embraced it with your production being in this role as a closer. Are you starting to view yourself that way, or is it still, hey, big picture, I need to get back in that starting rotation?
I think I'm definitely more focused on the here and now and kind of narrow-minded on that. I do really, really enjoy the closer role, if we want to say that. I know that word has been kind of off limits this year, but I seem to be really thriving off of this, and whatever happens down the line will take care of itself. I just think that we're in the middle here of trying to get back on track, and that's where they got me right now, and I do thoroughly enjoy that role. Obviously, it's going well, so it's kind of easy to do that. But there's something unique about finishing the game and coming out with a win that gets pretty addicting.
With your full arsenal, your 4-pitch mix that you have, a lot of other relievers that are in this spot, maybe they've only got 2 pitches they can go to. Have you noticed that that's an advantage for you, that you have a little bit more that you can dial up to challenge hitters?
I do. I mean, I don't believe that, any one pitch is truly elite. I do believe in my fastball, don't get me wrong, especially my changeup. But, some of these high-end closers who throw 100 and have wipeout sliders, it's easy for them. But I also feel like in today's game, when there's so much data being thrown at everyone and there's just too much information to go off of, you can kind of get pitchers in a predictable pattern that may end up catching up to them, later on the year or even in playoffs and whatnot. And I feel like having 4 to keep them off balance is going to serve me well in the long run. And then especially on days when a certain pitch doesn't really feel, that good out of the hand, I'm able to lean on that, and the hitter doesn't know that, so I'm able to kind of stay unpredictable and keep them kind of in the in-between there instead of keying in on one pitch.
Jacob, we were watching the game last night, and was it one of those games where we watch you pitch and it seems so effortless the way you go about your job? Was last night kind of one of those times, Stan the Mountain, it was a gut check game for you? That maybe you didn't feel like I had my best stuff, but man, I got to throw a curveball here and it's got to be a strike, and I've got to, was it one of those games for you last night?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think yesterday, to your point exactly, I had to kind of just bear down and kind of will my way through that one. I physically, honestly, I felt all right. I was probably a little bit tired in the 9th inning after going through what we did in the 8th, but I think just more so the command wasn't quite there than what I've been used to. I got ahead of the first 2 hitters in the 8th, but then kind of had some uncompetitive pitches and put myself back into a corner. And the one thing that stuck out to me was kind of just, all right, I'm gonna bear down. I'm gonna throw this pitch, and he's not gonna hit it. And luckily Marcy rolled over that one. We got out of the inning, and then ultimately got 3 outs in the 9th, and we're here celebrating on a big win for all of us. So yeah, definitely.
Jacob Latz with us here in the G-Bag Nation Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Golden Chick. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. We are on the push to try and get you into the All-Star team, sir. And I know a lot of players, like when you ask this, some don't like to talk about themselves. But for you and the journey that you've gone through, what would it mean if you were selected to the Major League Baseball All-Star game?
Yeah, it would. I don't know. It really is tough to describe on what I would feel. I've been asked it a few times now, and I think it might be something I wouldn't really fully grasp until I actually got there. So, if I'm recognized in that way by the players, because that's how it works on the pitching side of things, and I think that would probably mean more to me. I mean, obviously, it's good to have the fan base around you, but to be recognized amongst your peers as a top player in Major League Baseball would be something that, I've worked my entire life for, but, maybe would have put that on the bottom of things I thought were truly realistic. And so, definitely praying that it happens. And if it does, I'll be very appreciative of that and probably voice myself a little bit better. But I'm definitely someone who doesn't like to talk about things before they happen, so we'll see.
All right, so you're in Miami right now. We doing any beach action? We doing some cafecito? We doing some Cuban sandwiches? What's the move?
Yeah, definitely some beach. We're at a pretty nice hotel here along the water. Unfortunately, there's a seaweed type issue going on where the beach has an interesting odor, so it kind of tainted our experience there the last couple of days. But good food, good coffee. Yeah, they got a good setup here in the clubhouse where they'll make some Cuban sandwiches, the Cuban coffee, to your point. There's one without sugar that I gravitated towards because a little bit too much probably, I don't know, it kind of it definitely hits you different ways. So, but they got both options for us, and yeah.
Are you a big caffeine game day guy?
I am, yeah. Ever since 2020, really, I started getting into coffee, and I've been probably upping my caffeine intake since then. And then, especially being in the bullpen, it's gotten a little out of hand because I'm having caffeine at 8-9 p.m. But it's a gig now.
Yeah, how hard is it to go to sleep after like a night like last night? God. You got caffeine coursing through your veins, the adrenaline, you get the win. How long is it before you can actually settle in?
And it takes a good couple hours. There's no doubt about that. I've shifted my routine a little bit to try to work out after the game to accelerate that process. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, if that's the biggest struggle that comes with this role right now, I'll take that.
Jacob, did you pick that up from somebody, another pitcher, another athlete down the line that had that kind of a program where you go out there and you perform, and then you kind of maybe have a little quiet time to yourself while you're kind of working out? Did you pick that up from somebody that you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate with the veterans that we've had. I've talked about that before, but in particular in the late inning guys, Kirby and D-Rob, David Robertson, had a really good routine about them. And then the other one, honestly, that made a lot of weight last year, and even though I was only down there for a couple of weeks, was Craig Kimbrell. And after one of the games when I was in AAA, I talked to him for a good hour about what he found really worked for him in his career.
Sure.
And he was big into working out right after he pitched. And that really stuck out to me. And so it helps from getting the adrenaline out of the system, and then also breaking down the body on the same day instead of coming the next day and maybe wearing yourself out and then having it linger and affect you down the road. So really, really cool to pick the brains of some legends like that.
Well, you're awesome, man. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the successful season. Keep it up. We're pulling for you here, and hopefully another win tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys so much. Good talking with you again.
Thank you. There he is, Jacob Latz of your Texas Rangers. Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick. Let's keep the guests rolling. Paul Biancardi, ESPN NBA Draft Analyst, going to join us next here in the G-Bag Nation.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Going to catch up with Paul Biancardi, ESPN's longtime national recruiting director and NBA draft analyst, as we are now just getting closer and closer to the first round of the draft. The Mavs have officially made it official, as Dusty May is their new head coach. They've inked him to a new 5-year deal, and Dusty May, when it comes to being the new Mavs head coach, is right now talking to the media. Masai Ujiri on the hiring of Dusty May, courtesy of Mike Curtis, said, "We set out to find a leader who embodies the values we wanted to find our organization. Dusty has won at every stage of his career because of his ability to build. He develops players, creates accountability, and brings people together around a shared standard of excellence. His work ethic is extraordinary, and his teams consistently reflect his values. When you study his journey, you see someone who has earned every opportunity through preparation, discipline, humility, and an unwavering commitment to improvement. We believe those qualities make him the right leader for the Dallas Mavericks." And they've got pick 9 tonight. They've also got pick 30, and they've got pick 48. And right now, let's chat with our guy, Paul Biancardi, ESPN NBA draft analyst. Paul, how are you, man? Is this like Christmas morning for you tonight?
Yeah, it's been a busy day on radio, podcasts, different shows, and it's getting interesting on what's going to happen at the top of this draft.
So we of course have a narrow focus on our Mavs here at pick number 9, and especially now with the hiring of Dusty May. I mean, what do you think could happen here? What would be your ideal player, or maybe some players in that range for the Mavs that they should be considering at 9?
Well, at 9, you're going to get a very talented player in this draft, as everyone knows, and I've seen this years ago. This was one of the most talented high school classes that I've seen in decades, maybe in a long, long time even. And so we knew the draft was going to be great. I think when you get to 9, I think Nate Amen's going to be on the board, and he's a guy I think you just cannot pass on. It's not just about his upside or his talent per se. There's a lot of that. He's 6'10", he's fluid. He played well in the SEC for Rick Barnes. Little inefficient at times, a little up and down. But when I first watched him in high school, I saw an NBA player, a profile, as a sophomore. High character young man. You put him next to Cooper Flagg and next to Derek Lively. Now you have the 3, 4, and 5. You have incredible length, wingspan, and skill level between Flagg and Amen. And you got Lively in the middle. I love that 3, 4, 5 combination.
Paul, I was an NFL scout for 13 years, and I hated when people did this to me. But is there a pro comparison to this guy? And obviously, you've seen him play a long time. And is there pro comparisons that you can kind of give us an idea about?
Well, it'd be foolish to say some of the names of the big dogs in the NBA, right? The Kevin Durant, but
sure.
has a body just like Kevin Durant. He's 6'10".
Okay.
And he can shoot it, and he can put it on the deck. He has similarities to Durant. Obviously, Rick Barnes coached Kevin Durant at Texas. Now he's coaching Nate Amen. And, Rick used that in the recruiting to get Nate Amen. I know that happened for sure.
Yeah.
So I would say he has some similarities to that, not even comparing him to Kevin Durant, but has that type of body, has that type of fluidness, has that shot-making ability, and can put it on the deck, which is very important in the NBA. But all the closeouts, he can put it on the floor and drive the closeout, which is important.
How much more development do you think he needs before he's really the type of player that you envision him being?
Yeah, 3 years. If he's going to really contribute. I mean, you'll see flashes as a rookie, and second year will be a big improvement because most second-year guys make a big jump, whether it's high school, freshman to sophomore year, college, certainly freshman to sophomore year. Same thing in the NBA. But I think for the NBA players, that third year is the breakout year. The physicality, the speed of the game, the nuances of the NBA, the travel, the defensive assignments, all those things are going to take time for him to digest, process, and then once it hits, though, I think you have an excellent NBA player.
Paul Biancardi with us here in the G-Bag Nation, NBA longtime analyst for the draft on ESPN. With the Wizards holding the top pick, there's been the DeBonsa versus Peterson debate, and then you've got Boozer and you've got Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. How do you differentiate these players at the top?
Well, I did that when I did my high school rankings board, and I had A.J. DeBonsa number 1, I had Darren Peterson number 2, and I had Cam Boozer number 3. Looks like that's how it will fall tonight in the draft. The A.J. DeBonsa has literally no questions about him whatsoever. You know that he can be a better shooter, sure. We know all about his game. He can draw fouls, excellent playmaker. He doesn't get enough respect in my mind as a guy who can pass and move the ball. Will be a good defender because he plays hard. He's got the body, 6'9", the athleticism that I've said in high school of a Tracy McGrady. So he has all the pieces that you want in today's modern small forward, if you will. There's no way you can leave him on the board. As great as Darren Peterson is, and he is a great talent, and he's a great player, and I believe he'll be like a Jamal Murray in the NBA.
There you go.
But I don't leave A.J. DeBonsa on the board. He's low maintenance. He has no questions. And let's face it, Darren Peterson has a couple of questions that he had to answer in the interviews at the Combine about his playing situation and some of the medicals. My information tells me that the medicals are fine, but it was a head-scratcher at times to see him play 20 minutes, score 19 points, and then not play in the second half. And he didn't look sick, and he didn't look hurt. So there are some questions with him, but he's a gamer, and he'll be a great player in the NBA. And Boozer and a lot of other drafts would be the number 1 player.
Paul, when you mentioned about Peterson and stuff and character and all that, do you feel like that the teams that were interested in him got their questions answered about Peterson?
Yes. Yeah, they all did. Look, they sit in the room at the Combine. It's the organization is on one side of the table and the players on the other.
Sure.
And what I love about this, the player, he doesn't have his agent with him, doesn't have his parents with him, doesn't have his coaches with him. He's got to answer the questions by himself to the franchise. And a lot of times the franchises, they already know the answers to the question.
Right.
They just want to see how he's going to answer the question.
Which one of the Michigan guys do you like the most now that Dusty May has taken over as the Mavs head coach?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I go around and around with those guys. my first inclination right out of the gate was Yaxel Lendenborg for a lot of reasons. Guys, he only played 11 games in high school.
Yeah.
Nobody really knew about him. Went to Arizona Western Junior College after 2 years. Then he committed to St. John's. St. John's lost their coach, Mike Anderson. Went to UAB, was sensational. And then, of course, we know what he did at Michigan. He's a connector. He makes the ball move. He makes the team function on offense. He could be an excellent 3-4 type of defender in the NBA. But then I look at Morez Johnson. He was a top 100 prospect. That 7'3" wingspan, the defense, the rebounding, and the power and the force that he plays with, it really intrigues me. I see both of those guys in the lottery, and Ade Mara, I saw him a couple of times with Morez Johnson and Yaxel against Ohio State. I did the game on radio. He was fantastic with his shot blocking, and that's where he made the first 2 threes of his career. And he's the best big man passer in this draft. He's got a 9'9". Think about what I just said, 9'9" standing reach. The rim is only 10 feet high. So those 3 guys they're different. I could see them all in the lottery tonight, and who knows if Dusty will have influence on tonight's decision at number 9.
I know a player as a show, and really I think everybody just had a blast watching him at Arkansas. Darius Acuff Jr. is just a walking bucket. But how do you profile him and then some of the other guards that might be in that range, whether it's Kingston Flemings from Houston?
Yeah, I love Acuff Jr. because, he was immature in high school, a great kid. And none of these guys have any character issues, but just a little immature, would pout at times, sometimes got a little shot heavy. And then he went to IMG his senior year, and he he matured, but he exploded at Arkansas with Cal. When I say exploded, his shot selection improved. His assist making was always good, but he started to trust his teammates at Arkansas. He leads the SEC in scoring and assists. He's a tough kid from Detroit. And when I did some research into his background, when he was younger, he always played up, which is intriguing. He played against older, stronger guys, and that's how he matured in the game physically and then emotionally. I love the progress that he has made. I mean, now he's a mature young man, and he's my number one guy when it comes to point guards in this draft. But I also love Kingston Flemings, and he could be there at 9, and that's going to be a question for the Mavericks tonight because they need a point guard, as you guys know. I love everything about Flemings. Like, he did not play on Adidas, Under Armour, or Nike circuit. He played on a new circuit coming up, which was the Puma circuit, and he was sensational. He's a loyal kid. He's never backed down from a challenge. He wanted to be coached really hard. He and his dad wanted that. He goes to play for Kelvin Sampson. Kelvin Sampson doesn't give the ball to freshmen very often. I've known Kelvin since he was the head coach at Washington State. He had a lot of trust in Kingston Flemings, and this is a guy who could lead a franchise in the future. So I'd be excited if Acuff or Flemings was there, but the most talent on the board, if he's there, is Nate Amen.
Last player specifically I wanted to ask you about, because this has also been a popular player mock to Dallas, and especially maybe if they trade down, which is a rumor as well, but Braden Burries, the shooting guard from Arizona.
I love Burries. I love everything about his demeanor, his stoic face when he plays the game. I mean, he can make shots at a high clip, whether it's from the mid-range or deep. He's easy to play with. So you got Kyrie Irving, you got Cooper Flagg, you got Burries, you got Lively inside, you got Klay Thompson. He's a guy that you wouldn't pay attention to because of all the talent around him. Then he'd make you pay as a rookie. He's unafraid of challenges. I would love that pick as well if he was there at 9. Look, the Mavericks have to do their evaluations because there's going to be a lot of talent, and we're all going to look back at this draft and say, why did we pick him? Why didn't we pick the other guy? So tonight, usually you got to evaluate that end of first round, second round, because there's sleepers and surprise guys. You got to really evaluate this draft from number 5 right through number 14 in the lottery, because somebody could take somebody at number 12, and they should have taken him at number 7 in the lottery.
Paul, thank you so much. Enjoy tonight. We're excited about it. You're the best, man. Keep crushing it.
And you got an awesome leader and face of the franchise with Cooper Flagg. He's the real deal, and I've known him since he was a freshman in high school.
We love to have him, man. Coop is without question. He has saved us here in Dallas after that Luka trade. Thank you so much, Paul. Yeah. There he is, Paul Biancardi, ESPN NBA draft analyst, and, of course, longtime scouting director, a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the NBA draft. Nate Ahmet, some praise, high praise there. That'd be the guy at number 9 for Paul.
Yeah, we got a little bit more in the hodgepodge here with some Mavs draft nuggets and more Ament love apparently coming out of Dallas. That's next year in the nation. But Boys and girls, it is NBA Draft Day. We're getting a lot of reports, rumors swirling that the Mavericks have a guy that they are keying in on with the 9th pick. We'll give you that right here in the Hodgepodge segment here in the Nation, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Krusty's Corner coming up in 15 minutes, but right now, it's time for this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Well, Paul Biancardi of ESPN, draft guru, just gave us the word. He's a big fan of Nate Ament, the Tennessee freshman forward, 19 and a half years old, 6'10", 210 pounds, a wingspan of 7 feet. And he likes him for the Mavericks. And we are seeing now Jake Fisher, who's pretty plugged in and one of the Mark Stein partners in NBA Insider Crime. Quote, I believe that Dallas, if they stay at number 9, takes Ament, the Tennessee Volunteer, that it seems like most Mavs fans are going to be disappointed in, at least when the name comes across the television. And RJ Choppy, who is a Tennessee Volunteer himself, was not a big fan of this guy. Kevin O'Connor writes this, the physical foundation of Ament being 6'10", unbelievable wingspan, is what has kept him in lottery consideration. Even after a dreadful start to his freshman season, he struggled to score efficiently and make an impact defensively. Over the second half of the year for Tennessee, Ament flipped a switch. Shots began to fall. He had 24 points on average over a 6-game stretch in January and February. It reminded everyone why he was a top recruit in the country. But then he dealt with an ankle injury that ruined his momentum entering March, and he severely struggled during the tournament. So there's just a little snapshot of Nate Ament. I do think this is a guy that is going to take some time to develop. Which, listen, if you're on the Cooper Flag timeline, I get it. It's not like you are trying to compete for a championship year one, but this is a bit of a project sort of player. And the stat that really jumps out to me about this guy, he was the least efficient half-court rim finisher of this 2026 class. So you're in the half court. Ament's like, let me take this thing to the rack. He's going to make it 42% of the time, despite the fact that he is long and he's 6'10". That to me is alarming. I don't know if that's something that you are able to develop. Like, you can naturally be a good rim finisher or not, and maybe they can get something out of him that he hasn't really shown to this point, but that would be a little bit frightening for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in this scenario, you're kind of just trusting Masai Ujiri. He's got a good track record
for sure
of drafting.
For sure.
And then I guess Mike Schmitz, you hope that this is kind of his bread and butter as well. So, you're going to give this front office the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise. Clearly, there's talent there. I mean, I was just trying to do some limited. He dropped 26 in the second half alone against Ole Miss. Like, he's got range. He's got handles. The size and the length is there. I mean, Paul was just glowing about him. But I really would like a guard. And I think that this is one where I don't know how much longer Kyrie's going to be playing. You don't know how Kyrie's going to be coming back from injury. I think the leadership and a lot of the intangible things that he brings to this organization. Kyrie's not a player that I've wanted to move during this process. I'm excited to see what he looks like next to Cooper Flag, but this could be a golden chance to get a running mate or the heir apparent for Kyrie. So whether it's Burries, who could slide in as maybe a combo guard, or if Acuff's an option, or a Flemings, or if Brown Jr. from Louisville slides to you. I just like maybe trying to get a backcourt option versus a front court option, but I mean, clearly Nate Ament's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, he does, and he's young, and all these guys, are you hope just sort of scratching the surface a little bit. And the body type is pretty fascinating. And you can see the glimpses of offensive eruption when you're talking about a 26-point second half, 6-game stretch where it was, hey, here's 24 points for this fella on average. So he's got some of that, but I'm with you. I want a guy who can do a little bit of ball handling here. And it's going to be great to have Kyrie, but that is not something that is going to sustain for a long period of time. I would love to have in what is an all-time guard draft.
I know.
Like you feel like you want to get one of these guys.
Like
and that's
more
why
likely to get the big with that second pick. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of going through some of these mocks right now, I just see that there's a lot of bigs that seem like they'd be available in that later round. Or if you make that trade back and you've got 12 and 17, like Lindborg seems like an option that you could get there. Maybe some of these other bigs. I mean, you got Anderson from Texas Tech's an interesting option to me at 17 if you were to move back. But I don't know. It does seem like there's a lot going here with this Tennessee kid.
Yeah, well, Jake Fisher also noted Cincinnati's Baba Miller, who is one of the upperclassmen in this class. He's a playmaking forward. He's 6'11", and he has the Mavericks taking him at pick 30.
Okay.
So there's another kind of bigger guy that you could get there.
Baba?
And just, yeah, Baba. And living in this world now where you have the Spurs and the Thunder that you are going to have to go through. You need somebody that can go toe-to-toe with SGA to some extent. You need somebody that can go toe-to-toe. Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, you just saw firsthand what those guys have been able to do. Those are big body guards. That's part of the reason why I like a Braden Burries and a guy who can maybe develop into being that true point guard, even though at this point kind of a combo guy. But defensively, bigger body, hey, Go match up on Dylan Harper. Go match up on SGA, something like that. We do have some breaking news in the NFL. It looks like the Falcons have agreed to a deal with tight end Kyle Pitts. 3 years, $54 million, $36 million guaranteed. That is a David Mulugheta client.
He should be thanking Kirk O'Chains for this. Because, gosh, that second half of the season, he went ballistic with Kirk throwing him the rock.
Yeah, so they've locked up Drake London and Kyle Pitts now.
And now Bijan.
Bijan is going to be next. And congrats to all those guys because they're going to get to catch balls from Penix and Tua this year. They needed to ink that deal now before their production
Your numbers could have
begins
gone
to plummet a little bit. Now, on another NFL front, you have Adam Schefter saying of Aaron Donald and a potential coming out of retirement opportunity for the Rams. Donald himself has floated that he could potentially return to Los Angeles. Schefter says he's thinking about it. No decision from Aaron Donald. We'll see if the two sides can get it done, but there seems to be a lot of momentum to the idea that he could return. So the rich will be getting richer when it comes to the Rams after trading Myles Garrett. Pretty amazing, or for Myles Garrett. You have Jimmy Haslam, who is the shot caller there with the Cleveland Browns. He trades Myles Garrett, and then he's also a part of the ownership group with Milwaukee, and they move on from Giannis, all in the span of 1 month. I mean,
goodness gracious,
it's tough. It's tough to have
save any money.
You
right?
have all-time talents, all-time talents
out the door,
and you can do nothing with them, and so you have to punt.
Did you guys see the haul that the Bucks got for that player?
Yeah. And you're always going back to the Luka
I kind of felt
return.
like it took like 2 pages of. And I was like,
3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
You got 3 different players in there. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And I guess Jaime Jaquez found out at a gym. Like one of the guys who's playing pickup basketball with just showed him on his phone, like, hey, you're being traded. He's like, oh, damn, this is really happening.
Yeah.
Congrats.
He finished the game up, too, though. He finished the game up, bro. I got to give him that.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he's like, all right, let's keep it going, man.
Took off his shirt. I'm a skin.
Need to blow off some steam real quick.
Yeah. How about the guys going from Miami to Milwaukee, though, man? Just think about the life.
I know.
So Tyler Hero,
I would leave my home. I'd keep my home in Miami.
Hero is from there, so he's kind of gets to go back home unless they end up flipping him for more picks. But yeah, for the rest of those guys, for sure. I think a lot of those guys could be flipped. Heck, Khalil Ware, who's the long, lanky big man who gets traded from Miami to Milwaukee, he could go be Luka's running mate in no time. They could flip him to Los Angeles because that's a rim running big that a guy like Luka would certainly love to play with. So lots to still be determined here, especially with that trade because it doesn't become official until July 6th. as the new league year begins.
there we
And
go.
so there could be a lot more. Like the deal
Moving
is
and
done,
shaking.
but all of a sudden you could welcome in a bunch more teams and make it go crazy. But yeah, Giannis going to Miami now. Him and Adebayo, I mean, that's going to be a legit front court.
Yeah.
It's just Pat Riley now. You have really stripped the roster of all of its parts. You had to, thanks to Boston in particular, who's now driving up the price, throwing in Jaylen Brown. So Riley's like, okay, I got to throw in even more here. All their young guys. And I guess credit to Miami for drafting some guys that are, worth being thrown into a trade here, because it's basically all of their last first-round picks of the last few years. Those players are being traded, plus now 3 more first-round picks going to Milwaukee. So credit to Milwaukee. They at least did the thing where you put it out there and you let a bidding war take place. Nico Harrison would know nothing about that. But I do think, listen, you're in the East. You've got Giannis, you got Bam. That's that's a heck of a foundation there, in particular defensively.
And Klay Thompson soon enough.
Yeah, maybe they go get Klay Thompson. They certainly need some shooters, so we'll see how Pat Riley decides to build around Bam and Giannis. But Giannis gets what he wants, and now we'll see if the Heat can actually do something with it. When you're in the East, I think you always got a chance. If you got Giannis and Bam, you're in the East, you're going to have a chance here.
Yeah.
You just simply are.
100%. We just did get Ranger news. It's not great. As Kennedy Landry has reported that Jack Leiter has had arthroscopic surgery to remove a loose body in his ankle region this morning. Surgery was performed by Dr. Ned Amendola at Duke University. Rangers expect him back before the end of the season, but the timeline is fluid.
Ned Flanders.
So that sounds like that's going to be a lengthy absence without one of your guys in the starting rotation. Good news is Monty's back. Monty's throwing in Double-A Frisco. Maybe Jordan Montgomery will be available to take that spot in the rotation here soon enough. We'll talk with Jared at 4:20.
And then, of course, you have the Sorsby news today. NFL informing the teams that they will not be holding the supplemental draft. So Sorsby will not be eligible to enter the NFL in 2026. That is just an all-time disaster. All-time disaster. How could they not have known when they punted on Texas Tech that the NFL was going to box him out here?
Well, there's, according to Jeffrey Kessler, and he tells this to ESPN. I think, have you seen this quote?
Where he's going to sue?
It's a violation of the CBA.
And the law.
And they're going to work with the Players Association to see if they can get something done. So, I don't know. The league must feel like that they've got a pretty good leg to stand on, because they usually don't want to fight stuff like this. But here we are.
I did think it was interesting that the NFL feels that he has not demonstrated accountability for his actions. They're clearly drawing a line here, because I think it was Albert Brewer was throwing out like they've never declined a player to enter the supplemental draft. This is the first time.
Yeah. The gambling stuff, though, is much. I mean, every stadium in the league seems to be named after a gambling deal, but it's just a weird stance to have. But they feel like that this guy, maybe he didn't do enough. I kind of felt like he got ahead of it.
Yeah.
Like, hey, listen, I've got a problem. I'm going to go get some treatment. And maybe that was good enough for the NFL, but probably not.
Not the case. Sorry, Sorsby. Can we see him in the UFL at some point? I'd like to see.
If he doesn't get selected in the NFL draft, yeah.
Okay, so it's the NFL draft before the UFL.
He's got to wait.
Yeah, because the UFL season's done now.
Yeah.
So and it starts around when the NFL draft is next year.
Yeah.
So like I was kind of listening to the midday show. The UFL thing wouldn't be unless he just goes non-drafted, which maybe that happens in the NFL draft, and he's got to try and get his career back going in the
Canadian
UFL.
football, maybe.
Yeah, Canadian football.
Yeah, but I don't know about, like I said, his. I wonder if somebody actually did take his rights, because the Canadian football does that. They'll draft players. Like, they will never, ever sign with him, but they'll just draft their rights. Just in case, yeah.
I love it. All right, coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed?
Yeah, guys, it was pretty popular yesterday. Let's do some more of the fan questions, if we can, for that June content. We'll do that next.
Looking forward to that, but I'm also looking forward to Thursday night at Cosm, because get ready. We know the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It is here, and it is at Cosm, and you can experience that World Cup. Thank you, Lucius. Yeah, if you missed it, the big Rangers news here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. Jack Leiter undergoing ankle surgery. He could miss months. So the Rangers will have to move some things around in the rotation. They did sign Marco Gonzalez, who was a longtime starter for the Seattle Mariners in the AL West, but he's a little bit older. That was a minor league deal. And then we'll monitor the return and the progress of Monty and, of course, Bradford as well. Bradford we haven't heard a ton of updates about, but at least Monty is already getting rehab assignments. We'll talk with Jared Sandler at 4:20. Get some more info on the other side. We got Michigan play-by-play basketball voice Brian Bush to give us some more info on Dusty May, the Mavs' new head coach. But right now, let's do a little Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you always playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one. We're kind of into some stoppage time. The first half here of England and Ghana. Ghana hanging in there.
Ghana's been playing well. They've been putting a lot of pressure on.
Ghana is like, yeah, it is like, Ghana is like every time that England's tried to kind of have a little bit of a build-up, they've done a nice job and really kind of eliminated any some of the set pieces. Like, that's where England always gets you with like Harry Kane, jumping in the air and stuff like that. But Ghana has done a really nice job. I mean, a lot of the action has been played in their end of the field, but they're hanging in there. So good for Ghana. Hopefully they can get a good result today. All right. Yeah, I mentioned that we had some fan questions. That was kind of a cool thing I did yesterday. Fun. Yeah, and I actually had some of the fans who we used their questions reached out and said thank you for doing that. So if you give us your name and your number, leave your name and number.
Make you famous.
We'll make you famous. But I will ask you this one, and I'll start with you on this one, Wooly. I will ask you this one. And this comes from a guy named Smalls HD. Smalls is a avid listener of what we do on the Crown Global Media and stuff like that. Smalls asked some really good questions, and he asked, "What positions do you expect the team to go light or heavy at?"
It's a great.
We always do when we do the roster breakdown. Yeah. Give me a position you think they might go light, and give me a position you think that they might go heavy at. Thanks, Smalls, for your question.
I wonder if they end up going light at running back. Do they think that they can end up sneaking somebody onto the practice squad and they'll be okay there? I mean, does somebody emerge? Do they look like Maffa and Blue? I'm excited about.
Right.
But do they end up saying like, yeah, we can just carry 3 guys like Hunter Lipke? Does he end up being a fringe player for them, or is he part of the tight end group? Because I could see them. I could see them going heavy at tight end. So, like, which one then on offense with the numbers game? Do you go light at running back? Then do you go heavy at tight ends? Because I do think they want to, especially if Michael Trigg emerges, like I'm hopeful that he can.
Yeah.
I think that's 3 tight ends right there with Ferg, Spanford, and Trigg. And then Lipke's kind of part of that group.
So you immediately got rid of Spanford.
Scooney.
I'm sorry, it's not Spanford.
Yeah,
Scooney.
I did.
Scooney, yeah.
But maybe they don't want to, which is why, okay, then do you go 4 tight ends, kind of fringe 5 tight ends there? So tight end would be one that I wonder if they go heavy, and then does that mean running back kind of is a group that they look at? Look, we might only dress 2 on game day, and then Lipke can also kind of be a runner for you.
So you didn't name any defensive positions that you go heavy at, right?
Safety is a room that's like, who's not going to be part of this thing? Like Marquise Bell, is he going to end up being an odd man out?
Yeah, he was actually running with the ones the other day. Yeah.
So safety could be a group that I think they go heavy at there, just because there might just be too many good players to cut. But otherwise, like linebacker, do you go thin just because you don't have enough guys that you feel good about keeping?
Yeah, I'd hate for them to go for. That's a position I'm already like terrified at anyway.
I know.
And they're going to maybe go light there. So.
Yeah, I was thinking they'd go heavy at linebacker just because of the
for depth reasons.
Just needing bodies there, not being able to trust the health of Overshone. And then, you obviously you love Barham. He's on the roster, but how much can you ultimately end up trusting him in his rookie season? I don't know. So I would think you would go heavy at linebacker. I don't know where you would go light. Where would you be cutting
probably
corners?
2 quarterbacks. You only go 2
quarterbacks.
You got 2 quarterbacks. But I kind of think I agree with you about the I agree with you about the running back group. How about wide receiver? You need all those guys?
You don't need all the one. You got a ton of them right now.
You got 4 that are locks,
they have
right?
stocked up on receivers.
That's what I'm saying.
Or do you just would you just, because typically what do they do, 5?
Yeah. See, but they'll think they can't. They'll think they're gonna, if they cut a guy, they'll lose him.
Yeah.
They have that attitude, and we know damn good and well it never happens.
Well, hell, they did it with Flournoy last year, and then they got him back.
Yeah. So to me, I kind of feel like that maybe if they were just watch them go 6.
They have 13 wide receivers on their roster right now.
Yeah, they keep signing guys. I mean, like they just signed another one, like Jordan Hudson. Denzel Mims they just signed. They've still got Tyler Johnson, who they signed from the Jets.
Yeah.
So they do have a lot, and they drafted Anthony Smith in the 7th round, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. There is a lot of receivers.
All right. How about this one? Arizona Cowboy wants to know this one. Bigger impact on the Cowboys winning this season, the ceiling of the offense or the floor of the defense?
Ooh. I think it's the floor of the defense, because even if the offense doesn't reach best in the NFL heights, I think just by showing up healthy, they are a top 7 offense in the NFL. Can you just simply have a defense that isn't betraying you and actively playing defense against you?
Yeah, Voch likes to say you won 7 games giving up 30 points a game.
Yeah, I think it's all about the defense here. Your offense is going to be good enough.
Yeah.
Is it number 1? Maybe not. But is it still a top 10 offense guaranteed? Absolutely. Can your defense simply not be terrible?
So you think it's going to be
the floor of the defense.
Floor of the defense.
For sure.
How about you there, Wolster?
Yeah, I'll play the opposite here, because I do think still, like, we're thinking this team can contend, and I know I am, because of the offense being elite. So I think that the ceiling of this offense and it being a top 3 unit is why this team is going to be good. So you can't fall into the ruts that you were having in the second half of the season, where it's like you can't score touchdowns in the second half. Like, you've got to remedy those problems. So I think there was even some meat left on that bone offensively, to where they could have even been better. They can't get into a stagnant place where this thing doesn't improve. That offense has got to keep putting the pedal down here and being great, or else this team isn't going to reach the NFC Championship game, which I said to book it yesterday.
You did say that? Okay.
Book it, baby.
Book it, baby. All right, the final question. This comes from Jason Stuffin. I think is how you say this. Stuffin. Is how you would say his name, last name. Why does the local media live in the negative when it comes to the Cowboys? Everybody on the national side takes a positive approach about the Cowboys offseason. The local media does not.
Well, I would say that that's a prisoner of the moment statement, because I think this is really the first offseason that I can remember where there's just glowing national reviews of the Cowboys and what they've done. Previously, it's just laughter, and I think that's why locally, when you cover the team, and especially if you're a fan of this team, like, it's hard to just always muster up the type of optimism, because you've just seen them completely fall flat on their face. And even when they have a good season, it just ends in flames in the postseason. So I think that it is easy to kind of fall into like a negative vibe, because it's kind of the expectation. Like even yesterday, I mean, saying the Cowboys would make an NFC Championship game.
You were very positive.
It's like an outlandish statement, right? And people are laughing at you. It shouldn't be that way, but it is, because that's really what this organization's been for 30 years. So to look ahead and be positive, I think that it's locally you're beaten down by it, where the national writers now are like, okay, you kind of squint real hard. The offenses we talked about, defensively, they like Christian Parker and what they've heard. Quinnen Williams, like, on paper, it looks like they've added a ton of talent.
How about you over there, Chief?
Yeah.
Why is the local media so negative and the national media positive about this football team?
Well, because when you're as close to it as you are locally, and you're in and around it every day, you understand how the sausage is made. You understand what the priorities actually are. And it's not always winning. Winning is not always the thing that's at the top of what they're trying to accomplish there, day in, day out. And when you see that up close and personal, year in, year out, you become more pessimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the nature of it. And nationally, they're at a distance. So they see a couple of moves get made, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, the offense was really good last year. Boom, there's reason for excitement. And I do think this offseason is an offseason where there is more excitement for good reason, bringing in Christian Parker and some of the players that they did. But we know ultimately they didn't do everything in their power to put the best team possible on the field in 2026. Am I wrong about that?
No, I think you're right. The thing that I was encouraged by, like I said, this is kind of this off season, and I want to get into something another day about this whole thing, but about how this thing was kind of put together and how we got to this. But yeah, this off season was a lot different though than we've seen in the past. That part of it, I think you could be really encouraged by.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you very much. There is Krusty's Corner every day at 3:40, and thank you for the questions. We really, really appreciate that.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate that.
All right, let's chat with Michigan basketball play-by-play voice Brian Bush about his thoughts as Dusty May is no longer with the Wolverines. He's with your Dallas Mavericks. That's next in the Nation.
105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, which means it's the power hour because we got Rangers baseball starting at the top at 5 o'clock pregame with Jared Sandler. We'll talk with Sands. Coming up on the other side, it's Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and, of course, you, our Turn It On and Leave It On listeners. We love you. Thank you for rocking with us on the YouTube, on Twitch, on the Odyssey app, wherever you might be listening. Gavin Dawson back with us tomorrow. Send that man some love on socials. But right now, we continue to celebrate the Mavericks' new head coaching hire of Dusty May, and no better person to talk about that with than Michigan basketball play-by-play voice himself, Brian Bush. Brian, how are you? Thank you for giving us some time. I guess this is sweet for us, but probably bitter for you.
Yeah, happy to do it. First off, you guys are making me precede the great Jared Sandler. How do I compete? No, Jared's a good friend. No, I appreciate you guys having me on. Yeah, it's been a sad 30-ish hours or so just because of what Dusty May did so quickly at Michigan. But the vibe was always there that he would eventually go to the NBA. It's just a bummer that the first realistic cycle that he was involved in, even the conversations, that was the one he chose. But Dallas is a great opportunity.
So what can you tell us about Dusty and what the Mavs are getting? What stood out to you in his limited time, but ultimately a championship tenure there with the Wolverines?
Yeah, a few things. One, he is an excellent delegator. He empowers those around him, which as you go to the NBA, even bigger staffs, obviously able to more centrally focus on basketball. Dusty is an inherent teacher and learner. And I think what probably frustrated him most of all, not the hours that he had to put in, because he was always going to be dedicated to his craft at an abnormally high rate, 16, 18, 20-hour days. But he likes to be able to watch games and talk to coaches and invest in relationships. And when you're spending a good chunk of your time not directly coaching basketball, which is what a college basketball head coach has to do now, that made it difficult for him. I could tell it was grinding on him, not to a point where I thought he was going to leave, but just from the standpoint of, hey, this is a guy who wants to invest in basketball, and he's trying to convince donors to invest in his program. He was much more CEO than I think anybody wants to be as a basketball coach. He'll be able to more specialize on the basketball side in the NBA.
When you look at this move, though, and I'm always interested in, like, with the coach and how he is as an evaluator, but I'm also understanding he worked very closely with a guy named Kyle Church that was like his general manager, and maybe he's a guy that might come along. But talk about him as an evaluator, if you would, both Kyle and Coach May.
Yeah, Kyle's great. He's been with Dusty for pretty much every step of the last 12, 13 years. So Kyle's a great dude, big fan. What I would tell you is just look at Michigan's 4 transfers from last year. Of course, Yaxel Lendeborg, it was just a matter of if he was going to stay in college and not go to the NBA. He was a no-brainer that you want to bring in. He was that talented. The other 3 guys, Elliot Cadeau, most outstanding player in the Final Four. North Carolina fans hated the kid, thought he was the reason why North Carolina slipped from a 1 seed into the first 4. Legitimately was scapegoated for North Carolina's failures the previous season, and Michigan saw something in him. They met Dusty and a few staff members. I believe Kyle was at the conversation 9 a.m. or so after, the day after Michigan lost in the Sweet 16 the previous year. They were meeting with Elliot Cadeau at a Starbucks in Atlanta, getting ready for next year, and EC committed shortly thereafter. The other 2 bigs who will both go in the top 15 tonight, Morris Johnson Jr. was not a headline guy at Illinois as a freshman, even though he was from the state. He committed as a sophomore, but they had other bigs that year who drew more headlines. He was a solid player, but not this jaw-dropping portal commit. He was brought in. He was an enforcer, outstanding player. And then the guy that I'm really fascinated by is Adai Mara. Mara barely played his first 2 years at UCLA. That was strictly a Dusty May recruitment, evaluation, and a bring in. To me, a lot of people have asked, okay, which Michigan player is Is Dallas going to take at 9? I don't know anything, but I think Adai at 9 is the guy that is more likely than the other two, just based on two things. One, the relationships Dusty's had and the fact that he pinpointed him early. And the second aspect, excuse me, is the fact that Dusty's always tried to succeed and thrive in the margins. For as good as Merez and Yaks are, and I think will be in the NBA, there are a ton of wings and there are a ton of enforcers who can play big-time minutes in playoff series. Both Yaks and Merez can do that. I think they're really good picks tonight. But this is a Michigan program that won a national championship because they played three bigs together. You can't draft three bigs at 9. But a 7-3 guy who was a Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year and who was, I still think, has some untapped potential as a shooter, that's a unicorn that somebody like Dusty would lean into. Now, what kind of conversations has he had in the 48 hours or so since this has really gone down? Who knows? But Adai, for me, is a guy that he pinpointed, he developed, and who knows? Maybe he'll continue to do that in your all's neck of the woods here this year and beyond.
So stylistically, I mean, you mentioned the bigs, and that's how he got it done with Michigan. I think at FAU is a little bit more guard heavy with the way that he was able to take them into the Final Four. So, just from like a versatility standpoint, as a coach, is this a guy that can really be malleable in the way that he likes to approach things based on his personnel?
Malleable is a perfect word to describe. And the reality is at FAU, he kind of had to build through guards because anybody who was 6'6" to 6'8" as a switchable wing was not going to commit to FAU. He had to build, especially for that 23 Final Four team that Dusty May nobody knew who he was broadly in sports 4 years ago. He had to build that way. He had Vlad Golden as a Texas Tech transfer, a kid from Russia who he blossomed into a great player, was key for Michigan in year one. But the reality was, I think the thing as a basketball nerd junkie that I'm bummed about that Dusty won't be here is that Michigan has the ability to have the best backcourt in the country this coming season. Elliot Cadeau is back. Trey McKinney's upside is, in my estimation, National Player of the Year. He sacrificed a lot because he was on a team that could win a national championship, but McKinney hit the shot that, in essence, sealed the national championship. He's a local kid. Michigan was going to play differently than what they did this past season because Michigan drove the market up for bigs so high that they weren't able to attract and find the replacements one for Lendeborg, Johnson, and Mara. So, yes, very malleable, but certainly a guy who will lean into player strengths and gets the most out of them. And when you've got a guy like Cooper Flagg, I see the allure of having him at such a young age with a coach like Dusty. He'll be able to figure out, based on his surroundings, what to do to be successful.
Talking with Brian Bush here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, Michigan play-by-play voice. In-game adjustments. I mean, I think the relationships we've heard, Dusty's great. And I guess to his credit, the Wolverines didn't play a lot of close games, especially in the tournament on their way to a championship. But how was he when things kind of got tough, if at all, for Michigan, and how he handled those things?
I thought he was impressive. The record speaks for itself. The one warning I will give to Mavs fans is he is not a huge believer in, okay, momentum is shifting, I'm going to use a timeout. He is somebody who has traditionally said, hey, what timeout is going to fix things, especially in the NBA where there's some real strategy to pocketing your timeouts to be able to advance the basketball to half court late in games. Not saying that he won't ever do it, but Dusty has not been somebody who has traditionally said, all right, opponent's going on a 7, 8, 9-0 run, I've got to halt things. He wants to try to halt momentum by playing good ball. He is a possession-by-possession type of a guy. And you're right, there weren't a lot of circumstances that really drastically needed the high IQ of a head coach this past season, but I thought what Michigan did 2 years ago, the 27-10 team that Dusty began his Michigan career with, if you go back, they won a bunch of games by anywhere from 1 to 6 points. I think it was 7 straight wins in conference play by 4 points or less in the middle of Big Ten play. He got everything out of that team and had to make the right decisions down the stretch. So to me, I think where you look optimistically at who he is as an in-game schemer is from that first season where that team talent-wise was probably more of like a 22-win team if you play the Pythagorean theorem on it, and he was able to get 27 wins, a Big Ten tournament title, and a Sweet 16 out of it.
Brian, you said it earlier, though. Well, I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But I was just sitting there listening. Is this something you kind of thought was going to happen, and has it happened sooner than you even believed with him moving on?
I always thought that he was going to be an NBA coach if things broke right. Honestly, I thought it before he ever coached a game here. Now, I'm not saying that I predicted 27 wins and then 37 wins in a national championship. I just felt that his analytical mind, his approach, his basketball junkie nature, the way that he thinks through things, always lent itself to him wanting the challenge. I think in a vacuum, if you take out the monetary side and the logistics and all of it, I think he'd embrace going and coaching in the EuroLeague. I think he'd love to try to go coach a year in D2 or D3 because he's just a basketball dude. But the NBA is always that spot where it just felt like he was able to most maximize this. So I always thought Michigan had 4 years to prove the infrastructure around him because his youngest son, Eli, who's a great kid, he's been a manager on the team. When Dusty took the job at Michigan, Eli, his youngest son, was finishing his senior year of high school. So Eli's been on campus here for the first 2 years. And Dusty has alluded to that at times. But I think the opportunity with the Mavericks, coupled with just how frantic the college sports landscape is and how much it changes. Like, one underrated thing that is just wild to think about is that shortly after Michigan won the title, there was the idea floated about a 5-and-5 rule where they were thinking about basically canning any sort of red shirts moving forward and saying you have 5 years to complete 5 seasons, however you so choose, go for it. And it's one of those things where it's like we're waiting on, college basketball is waiting on NBA draft decisions, and you're going to throw this potential drastic change that completely alters the equation as just kind of like, oh, hey, by the way, let's slide this in. It shows the broader issue with college athletics. So, I never looked at this, now thinking through it with the 2020 vision, that he was definitely going to take a job this year. But certainly when you have an opportunity like the Mavericks with Cooper Flagg, with a GM that's won an NBA championship, with a franchise that has proven it can reinvent itself and invest and have a good fan base, the Oklahoma City Thunder situation doesn't open for 3 coaches every single year. Like there's only so many really, truly good chances that come open. And in this case, Dusty decided to take it. And yeah, it was a little bit sooner, but I can't totally fault him for it.
Brian, thank you so much. Anything else before we let you out of here?
No, hey, go Frisco Rough Riders. I was down there for a summer before I climbed here, so honored to be on this station. Enjoyed my time in Frisco and in the DFW area.
Well, you're awesome. It's been great seeing your rise continue. Keep up the great work, and we'll talk soon, maybe during the football season.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, fellas.
There he goes, Brian Bush, your Michigan basketball play-by-play voice, as he's one of the best in the business. All right, speaking of best in the business, let's chat with our guy, Jared Sandler. Get you set for Rangers and Marlins. Sandy Alcantara on the bump. And what's Jared got to say about the latest Jack Leiter news? That's next on The Fan.
Into the G-Bag Nation, getting you set for game number 2, Rangers and Marlins, live from Miami. And the segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Jared, how the heck you doing, brother?
What's up, guys? Doing great. Would be nice if England could score a goal finally.
Oh, yeah. You living?
Oh, your guy, Harry Kane.
Living and dying with this right now. You should be there. I mean, your presence clearly helped him the last time he was on the pitch.
That's true. Yeah, they should just kind of like the Tartan Army should follow around the Rangers 2-0. I mean, I don't know.
Cool.
I'm not sure how many people were at both games, but I think the Rangers are big fans of Team Scotland, hoping for a win tomorrow against Brazil so they can keep the journey going.
We asked Latz if he'd pitch in a kilt. And he said he might do a lot of slide step is what he said. You know, no leg lift, a lot of slide step is what he would say. Yeah.
You can just go leggings, right? I mean, it's, why are we so opposed to that? I mean, there are women that they play volleyball basically naked, right? I mean, like they wear the spandex. Like, guys can do the same.
Would that be your big MLB rule change? Is get the dudes in spandex out there?
I mean, I don't know that I'm like. I want to make that change. I'm just saying, like, if you went kilt, if you lift the leg up, I mean, I think you can make it work. I think, Rod Barajas and I were talking about, like, especially when you come to Miami where it's humid, you got jeans on, it can get a little sweaty in those areas, right? The kilt allows it to breathe a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask Tyler Alexander how he feels about the breathability there with his chafing situation.
Jared's going to hold the line on this. He is. He's not going to budge.
He is not going to budge.
We might have lost him again.
Jared, are you with us?
Jared?
Oh, wow. I just thought he was.
I thought he laying out?
He was laying out in a legendary way, putting Wolchuk in an uncomfortable spot, talking about the free-balling nature of Tyler Alexander in a very humid atmosphere in Miami. So we will work to get Jared back on the line here. Maybe it was an AirPod that crashed out on him.
It might have been.
Maybe he slammed his phone in the name of England not being able to score.
Harry Kane. Oof, he was down there, looked a little rough, had a nice tackle on him.
I could see Jared being the Brian Windhorst to LeBron James. Remember where he just was following? He was following LeBron everywhere he went, being the second-to-second beat writer for specifically LeBron James. I think Jared would embrace that role for Harry Kane.
I think Bron called him a weirdo.
He did, and I think Harry might end up feeling the exact same way.
Wanker.
It's an astute point by Lucius there. It might not end well, but for a good half decade, Jared could be living his all-time dream, being next to Harry Kane every second of the day. Jared, you with us?
I'm with you guys. Sorry, they can't afford cell signal here at this ballpark.
Gosh dang it. Lone Depot Park, man. Well, hey, at least it was rocking last night. Okay, the big news right now is Jack Leiter and the ankle surgery.
No, the big news is Rocker and Lats, dude. That's the big positive
get to that.
news.
This is we'll get to the positives for sure. But what's going on with Jack, and I guess how are they going to look to remedy this rotation now? Or is it just we wait for Monty?
Yeah, well, I don't know. If you're waiting for Monty, you're going to be waiting a little bit, right? He just, he made his first rehab appearance through one inning. I think it's probably going to be a month or so before he's a full-fledged, could give you 6 innings reliably type starter. So now that doesn't mean he couldn't be available sooner in a piggyback role. I think Cal Quantrill's got a chance to, earn an opportunity. I think Jose Corniel's got a chance to earn an opportunity. But I think right now it's a wait and see type of proposition, and then they'll figure it out as things progress. But they obviously they're going to have to rely on some depth. You might be in a situation where you got to make some roster changes to keep your bullpen protected if you're going with a piggyback type of setup. But Cal Quantrill's been a starter the last 4 years prior to this season, so. He could earn it. Jose Corniel, and then Jordan Montgomery, as he works his way back, could have a role in that conversation in the near future too.
So, are we just going permanent opener now for Kumar Rocker since he just has career highs every time afterwards?
Yeah, I mean it's a tough argument to make if you want to go on the other side of that. At least on the road for sure. I think it's a tough argument. I know he's not coming off a great home start, but it hasn't been as big of an issue at home typically. But yeah, I mean, I think hopefully there's some buy-in there, and maybe it depends, matchup to matchup. But I think it definitely has to be something that gets considered, to be a more regular part of Kamara, at least for right now, right? I mean, maybe he graduates from that eventually. I think, the hope is that he will, but for right now, it's certainly tough to argue with the results. That doesn't mean it's going to happen next time out. But, when they take on Toronto, on the road, which will be his next start, I think you probably would consider it, especially, the bullpen usage the couple of days before could definitely play a role in that conversation. But I think you got to consider it, no doubt.
Jared Sandler with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What stands out about the lineup today? Brandon Nimmo DHing. What do we think about that?
Yeah, giving him a partial day off, giving Jake Berger a day off, against a tough Friday in Sandy Alcantara. I skip stock to that, having to find opportunities for guys to get time off during the stretch of 15 games and 15 days. And, I guess this game and this matchup, makes sense to do a couple of those things. And, they're going to have to, it's going to be a tough game. You're throwing some sort of a bullpen game at the Marlins. They're throwing Sandy Alcantara, who his overall numbers haven't been great, but he's been a lot better here recently. And the Rangers are working at a little bit of a deficit in the bullpen when you consider the usage of Junis and Lax the last few days. Both guys have been used 3 times the last 4 games. So I'm sure if the opportunity presents itself, Skip would like to stay away from those guys. So it will be a tough matchup, but we'll see how the Rangers compete.
Is that something we can see Seager DHing a little bit more when he does return?
Yeah, I think so. How much more often, I don't know. It'd be easier if you...
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah. Jeez, Lone Depot Park, you kidding me? I mean, yeah, because I'd like to see this. Oh.
Turn, guys. What's that?
You cut out at the very beginning of the answer. Could you begin that answer again, please?
Start from the top.
Yeah, just run it back.
Let's go back to the kilts.
Yeah, I think it's... I'll keep it quick. I think it's something that you could see for sure with Corey to try and keep his bat in the lineup.
I love it. Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. So Alcantara, you mentioned he's starting to pitch a little bit better. Is that what's happening? Because when you look at his overall numbers, they're not dominant.
Yeah, not dominant. Wasn't good in May. He's been a lot better in April. It's tough to know what to make, because he had a stretch there where he was one of the best in baseball. Was it 2022, I think? He had a sub-3 ERA. He was a super stud, right? He hasn't quite been the same since injuries, but it wasn't very good last year. And there's some peripheral numbers this year that are actually worse than they were last year. But he has been better lately. And, I think because of the track record, it's tough to just not give him respect. But, hopefully the Rangers can get the version of Sandy Alcantara that struggled mightily in May, not the guy who, has been very good here in the month of June.
Jared Kelenic starting in left field. I remember him coming up, and he hits that home run with Seattle. I mean, he was one of the premier prospects in all of Major League Baseball. I mean, I guess this is like, hey, let's see what can happen here. But so far, what are your early impressions of Kelenic and what you're hoping to see tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good athlete. So, hopefully he can be added value on the bases. He made a really nice play defensively the other day. His first start in left field, he's capable there for sure. Obviously, a lot of what keeps a guy from, establishing himself as a valuable everyday player is consistency with the bat. He's a guy who's in there to face righties, not a guy that's going to face a lot of lefties. But I think consistency with the bat. He had a really good year in 2023, and then when he kicked something and out of frustration, and that. If it didn't end his year, it came close to ending his year, gets traded to Baltimore in the offseason. I think Seattle is ready to, maybe turn the page. And, I guess, he's definitely been humbled a little bit. Early on in his career, he's 26, though. We always talk about how guys develop at different times. And, he's still got the same talent that made him one of baseball's top prospects. That doesn't guarantee that it's going to always translate, right? I mean, that's a big difference between, guys who do and guys who don't. But at 26, I don't know that his story is fully written. I also don't know that the Rangers are banking on him turning into the guy that was the top prospect in baseball. I think, right now it's just an opportunity for them to get some depth in their lineup with some of the injuries they've sustained.
How long do you think they want to stretch Quantrill tonight?
You know, he's thrown as many as 70 pitches. My guess is he'd probably be closer to 50 to 60 today or tonight, but, you know, also depends on how he does. You know, I think if he's mowing guys down, pitching low-stress innings, you might see him closer to that 70 mark. If he's dealing with traffic, and, you know, there's a hinge point in the game where Skip Schumacher feels like he can go to the bullpen and make a difference in doing so, then you might see it closer to the 60 mark. And obviously, you know, if he's not performing well, it might not get to that mark, but the Rangers are hoping that's not the case.
Cafecito and Cuban sandwiches? Has that been on the menu?
Yeah, what about them? Yeah, those actually might be if we get to it, we got a pregame segment where we'll discuss all sorts of things, and that might be a topic of conversation for Mike Bassick and Brad Miller. We'll see. But, yeah, I'm not a toppy guy, but Cuban sandwiches, I can definitely shove those in my mouth.
Hey, hold the pickles, right?
Oh, yeah.
Hold the pickles for sure.
And the mustard?
I don't like sticking a pickle in my mouth. Yeah, no pickles, no mustard, but, you know, you can make those adjustments. I don't care how big it is. I can throw it down.
Yeah,
hey, do you ever get invited to the golf matches like the TV guys have? Do you ever get to go play golf with those guys?
All the time. No, I get invited all the time.
They invite you and you just don't go, do you? Or do you go?
I don't. Somehow they have 6 hours every day.
Yeah.
You like factor in the drive time and to do this. I don't. I don't know how they have the time to do it. But not a lot of golfing these days with Dave busting his hand on a pipe or whatever. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, I'll go occasionally. I just don't have 6 hours to do this every day. I don't know how they do it.
Who the Mavs picking tonight, Jared?
That's a good question. Are the Mavs trading their pick or no? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think they're going to move. I think they're going to move up and get Acuff.
Oh, really?
Not really, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. I'll take that. I think he pairs well with Cooper because Cooper can play D even though Acuff doesn't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll just draft the Michigan team now.
Hey, Jared, you just subbed off your number 10. What about that today? You just subbed him off. What about that?
Are you talking about Jude Bellingham?
Yeah.
Hey, Jude.
Yeah, I mean, well, they did that. They did that in the opener as well. You know, they're obviously in a position right now where they need to score. I mean, I guess they can take a draw, but I mean that kind of stinks. They're favored by multiple goals, which doesn't happen. You know, there were a lot of questions whether Jude was going to be in the starting 11 coming into the tournament. You know, he kind of hasn't been in top form with Real Madrid, but you know, I thought he played really well against Croatia. I have not watched a lot of the Ghana match. We were down on the field. I've watched the last 10 minutes. I saw Harry have a nice opportunity that he shot right in the goalie, which isn't a good strategy.
Thank you, Jared. We love you, bro.
See you guys.
Bye, Jared. There he goes. Man, I wanted to ask him about Jazz Chisholm and the lollipop, but we'll save that for tomorrow. We do have one more segment to go, right? Around the bases.
Yeah, let's get you set. Let's get you ready for this matchup. Rangers and Marlins, keys to the game. And are we messing with the balls again? Is Major League Baseball altering the balls? That's next.
Coming up.
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, LA. Let's get you ready for Rangers and Marlins as the Rangers look to win the series tonight. As you had Jacob Latz posting his 14th save of the season. He recorded the final 4 outs. That was his major league high 8th save of 4 or more outs, 2 more than the next closest pitcher. And in the last 33 seasons, he's the only Ranger, the only other one with as many as 8 saves with 4 more outs in a season. You got to go back to Francisco Cordero, who had 9. That's for the whole year in 2004. So you know Latz is certainly going to be able to beat what Cordero did in that season. He now has a team best 8.8 WAR. That's the 3rd highest in Major League Baseball among primary relievers to only the Blue Jays' Louis Varland and the Rockies' Antonio Senzalea. So they've got a 1.9. So he's just a point back from those two. And Kumar Rocker was brilliant, but it'll be Cal Quantrill who gets the ball today. We'll see how long he's able to go. Ezekiel Duran against Sandy Alcantara and Elias Diaz have solid numbers, but it will not be Diaz who will be catching as your battery. It is Kyle Higashioka who will be catching for Cal Quantrill. And as we mentioned, talking with Jared there, you do have Brandon Nimmo in the lineup, but he will be DHing and batting third. Jock Peterson will be playing first base and not DHing, but he still is leading off. So it's Peterson, Langford, Nimmo. Josh Young at third is the cleanup batter. Ezekiel Duran at short, Osuna in right. Jared Kelnick in left field, Higashioka catching, and Nicky Lopez rounding out your lineup playing second base. But congratulations to Kumar Rocker, dude. This has really kind of been something here with the opener. As Rocker now is 12 2/3 innings pitched, he's got a 1.42 ERA, 16 Ks in the 2 games with an opener. I think this has to continue for his next start in Toronto, guys. You can't mess with this anymore.
No, 100%, especially like Jared said, on the road in particular. But it might get to a point where it's just like, hey, this is how we're going to do it. And if we have to sort of baby him this way throughout the rest of the season, so damn be it.
Quantrill making his first start over 15 relief appearances. He's 3-0 this year. He's got 19 Ks, a 3.68 ERA, and he's going to take on his old team. So he knows what it's like pitching there at Lone Depot Park. Power rankings were out on The Athletic, and the Rangers came in at 17. But what was cool was they also did who's a notable homegrown player that has really solidified themselves on each club. Rangers are right behind the Blue Jays, who are ahead of them in the wild card rankings, and then the team they're playing, the Miami Marlins, do come in at number 12 in the Athletic Power Rankings. But the Rangers now at 38-40, just 2 games back of 500. They dropped 2 spots in the Athletic Rankings, but Jacob Latz is the easy answer here for their homegrown player. He has been a potential superstar. We're pushing him to go to the All-Star game, and this year he's been absolutely phenomenal. You don't get a lot of age 30 breakout seasons, but Latz has been a rock for the Texas bullpen. So shout out to Jacob Latz, baby, and thank you for joining us earlier. I mean, I thought that was a great interview. He's one of our best.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
He's been awesome.
I like him a lot. He's chill. He's calm. You can tell. Like, that's a guy that when he gets on the bump in a high leverage moment,
experienced,
ready to do this thing.
Jordan Alvarez will not participate in this year's Home Run Derby. As he said, look, I'm still open, but I'm not going to do it this year, is what he told The Athletic. He leads the American League in homers, but you won't get Jordan Alvarez in the Home Run Derby. Who are some first-time Derby people that we'd like to see? Nick Kurtz from the A's. Oh, did we get a miss from England?
Watch this sequence. Harry Kane had a chance to bury this and completely missed it. Had a shot that hit the wood and then bounced down to Harry Kane, and he just blasted over the top.
Just roofed it. Yeah, we had the rebound came right off the crossbar after a gorgeous header, and Harry Kane just roofs this thing right over the net. And you got him in Prize Picks. man, I get it.
Yeah.
Muitaka Morikama, who's been phenomenal this year from the White Sox, is somebody that could end up playing in this. Jordan Walker from the Cardinals. And we won't got Yordan Alvarez, but Ben Rice, who is the second base leader right now among all-star votes, right ahead of Ezekiel Duran. That's somebody that might end up participating. He said that he'd be interested from the Yankees.
You made a prediction yesterday about the Cowboys. I'm going to make a prediction. The All-Star Game's in Philadelphia, right?
Yep.
Jacob Latz is going to get the save in the All-Star Game.
Okay.
He's going to be the one that gets the final outs.
Let's go.
To give the American League a victory.
Hell yes. Jacob Latz. Your
I like that
All-Star
bold
Game
prediction.
Yeah, bold
save.
prediction.
I love that from Brian right there. All right, we got new allegations of juice balls that are going on. And the juice balls allegations.
Whose balls are juiced?
The Major League Baseballs. Those are the juice balls. There is strong evidence the Major League Baseball has either changed the baseballs or introduced a new batch of baseballs while cycling out the old, whether it was in late May, early of this month here of June. And the numbers do tend to back this up. So there is a correlation here. Since April, the barrel distance has increased by 10.2 feet. Yeah, a lot of numbers here. It's 4.6 feet over the average. So we started off the season where the ball was just not carrying well. All of a sudden, now you're starting to see a much farther distance that the baseball is carrying. So it leads us to now ask the question, did we get the baseballs juiced? And look, I'm here for it. I think they should always be juicing the balls.
Yeah, I mean,
I like juice balls.
Unless you're a pitcher.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it's just weird that they will do this in the middle of a season.
It's like the offensive numbers are down.
I noticed they're still checking the pitcher's hands between innings.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to kind of be a...
We're not rubbing the baseballs?
Yeah, I mean, like they were. I thought maybe like, okay, we're not hearing about the spider tack and all that stuff anymore. So these pitchers, like between innings, I thought that was just going to be kind of a sometimes thing. Seems like they're doing it all the time.
Constantly.
Yeah. After every time they leave. I also just wonder, like, does it correlate with the weather just naturally getting warmer? Does that have anything to do with it? But I guess those numbers are so large that the Athletics' Eno Harris is saying that no, there's got to be something to this. They're tampering with the balls.
Well, maybe the Rangers helped put in the call. Like, hey guys, can you give us a little bit of a break here?
We need some help.
Can you figure out a way to allow us to have a ball that gets us 4 runs a game, please? That's all we're asking for. We're just asking for 4.
Just 4. Ellie De La Cruz, he's returning to the Reds after 3 weeks with a hamstring strain, and that's going to be good news. One of Major League Baseball's most exciting players back in your TV screens there so you can watch him unless you're just going out to a Cincinnati Reds game. And Eric, you teased it, but man, there is rioting going on over Jazz Chisholm just eating a lollipop, playing defense. Dan Clark at Dan Clark Sports said Jazz Chisholm is an attention-seeking idiot. His stupidity never ceases to amaze me. Not only is this terribly dangerous for himself, he is setting an atrocious example for young kids watching.
Think about the kids, Jazz.
It's all about the kids.
Yeah, I mean, just candy in general and how it rots out your teeth and everything like that, right? Is that what he means by the safety factor?
Because you and I were eating like some candy from Argentina earlier.
Yeah, I can't wait to open up this Bono Bon. Is that what this is? Chocolate wafer from Argentina?
Argentina, yeah.
Won't play second base with a cup, but he will play it with a green blow pop. And I guess it's just dangerous. You get a ball hit to you, next thing you know, could you choke on that lollipop?
Well, you had Aaron Boone saying that he was peed off. And he didn't know about it until after the game.
Is that watching these guys play defense out there?
I'm like, I guess you're just not really paying attention. Well, it's not on your bingo card to be like, let me just
like pitching change, and a guy comes to the mound,
scan the field and make sure no one's got a sucker in their mouth.
Man, that's nuts. All right, there you go. You're set for Rangers baseball. Other news that we didn't get to, but we'll leave you with: Chris Middleton, former Maverick. He's a free agent. He could target a return with Giannis Antetokounmpo now reuniting there in Miami. So Giannis, the Greek Freak, and his old running mate Chris Middleton could be eventually reuniting in Miami. We got the first round of the draft tonight. We'll see who the Mavericks end up taking. They're picking 9 overall. And Jason Lockenfora. Now, I don't know how much we trust Lockenfora anymore.
No, not in a decade.
He's throwing out
talking NBA stuff today.
Dan Quinn is viewed as being on the hot seat.
Yeah.
With the Commanders in 2026. I don't know. Things don't go well there in Washington. Maybe Dan Quinn gets canned, and the NFL informing teams that it will not be holding a supplemental draft. So Brennan Sorsby not eligible to enter until the upcoming NFL draft. All right, Rangers baseball next. I'm Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, the General back tomorrow. Until then, hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
The world's biggest